Oh my god. What's up, people? Welcome back, Momentum. Welcome back. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Hope y'all doing well. It's been so long, guys. It's been like 5 or 6 days or something. Oh shit, they updated this. Fuck. Motor vehicles 701 to 8705 chassis fitted with engine. Probably China. You seen that Tina girl selling engines on Instagram Reels? They gotta have a lot of engines over there. If Tina's over there, they gotta have them. Germany, I'm guessing. Okay, alright. Feel like we're probably on there, but maybe not. Ah, damn, never mind. Okay. Japan and South Korea, I'm guessing. Yeah, right, okay. Japan's number 7. God damn. Who else is in the top 5? Brazil? We're not against them. Sweden. I guess that kind of makes sense. India and Poland. Poland kind of makes sense, but India. The hell? Oh shit, it's fucking island nation. Fish. Non-fillet frozen fish. Planes, helicopters, and or spacecraft. That's an interesting one to have in there. Which fucking island has spacecraft? 357 million. That's a decent amount. By the way, Dylan Burns is looking for a DSA member who wants to talk about DSA's position on Ukraine either tomorrow or the next day. I saw he was hosting a panel on it because I think Wick tweeted about it. But obviously I'm not a CSA member, and did you hear about Smith's convert? I did, obviously I did. 9/11 for atheists. Yeah. I watched the conversion video, and then I like a little bit of the I just don't care for the miracle debates, bro. I just don't care for the miracle debates. Thoughts? I mean, he seems like a perfectly intelligent guy still. Like, I don't think he's like fucking crazy or anything. I think it is. I understand any religious conversion, and I think he says it in the video. It's gonna have like some type of emotional component to it, basically. So that makes sense, you know, like in the video, like he talks about him like having some personal religious experience or whatever. And he saves that for the second half of the video, okay. But I mean, that I just don't think that's the best. I just don't think that's the best evidence. But yeah. Yeah, he's been finding it hard to find anyone DSA willing to discuss DSA's Ukraine position. Oh yeah, I was gonna look for the Wick tweet to see who was on it. I saw a Wick tweet about it. I think he's on it. How old are you, Non? I'm 20. Welcome back, Drunken Gamer, by the way. Straight Array, Kidnotkin, Soypill, and Pisco. I the DSA slot, bro. Fucking kill me. Fucking kill me. He made non-miracle cases in his other video too. Yeah, I think he said it was the second video that he made, and that and the one I watched, I just didn't watch the first one at all. I didn't watch all the second one. It's like fucking 10 hours long. Okay, I watched like 20, 30 minutes of it. Just read Sobel. True. Then JJ feels kind of JJ feels right damn old at 50. Oh damn. When are you doing the podcast Shrimpcast? How to be an effective altruist? One for shrimp welfare week. Maybe, okay. I bet someone from Shrimp Welfare Project would come on to do it. I bet I could get one of them to do it. Bet I could get Robin Goist, I think is her last name, to come on. Do you get the vibe Miracle stuff is credible at all? No, not really. Not really. I don't get the vibe. Now, I've not read into it at all. I know there's so many Substack posts about it, okay? So many back and forths about it. I don't get the vibe that it's really credible. But I don't want to entirely discount it just because, I haven't looked into it deeply at all. But I just think like this is a Sam Harris argument, okay? Like, feeling bad for my Indian bros. Oh, we'll talk about fucking Steven Crowder, yeah. What's up, BG buddy? Welcome back. I think I gave the example of Sati Sai Baba or whatever. It just seems like all the evidence we have for like Catholic miracles, to me at least, I get the vibe that like you kind of equally credible evidence for the miracles to Sati Sai Baba, but almost no Catholic grants that Sati Sai Baba has done, or he's dead, but did miracles, right? Like you have plenty of eyewitnesses. I'm not sure if there's like the same type of medical evidence, I guess, that Joe Smith claimed that we have for some of the Catholic miracles, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were cases of that for, other religions, even if Satya Sababa, there are not cases of that. Yeah, I saw they were doing this. Okay, I hate the DSA slot, but this is a call out, okay? Non-fun call out to Straighteraid, Kinakin, Soy Pill, or Pisco. I will debate you on the merits of single-payer healthcare, the merits of worker co-ops, the merits of labor market protections and unions, and or more generally, the merits of capitalism. Okay, that's the non-fun call out. Straighteraid already said no to a capitalism debate a while ago, so I don't know. And veganism too. I don't want to debate. I'm open to discussing veganism. I don't think veganism debating is my competitive advantage. I think it's kind of a fault of mine that I don't have a strong drive to do that. But I don't have a strong drive to do that. So, are any of those card-carrying DSA members though? I mean, I don't know if Straighteraid and Kin are literally card-carrying, but Straighteraid is a socialist communist. Kin is like, he self-describes as a socialist. I think he's...
How much has Non-Fun missed his boy Chappingrew?
Bro, I literally just heard him say your name in his sleep last night.
True. Did you see my Twitter post, by the way? I think you would like it if you haven't seen it. What's this, Ann? Oh, he needs NTT, true. But doesn't mean they're actually DSA. Yeah, I don't know if they're for DSA members for certain, but it wouldn't surprise me if Straighteraid was, or Kin was. I think Kin self-describes as a socialist, but like a market socialist. Microsoft Edge, thank you for being the worst browser ever. Why? What? Literally what? Shit, he doesn't seem to use Twitter. When people don't like Indians, tell me the reasons why they don't like them. It's some combination of high in group preference and thus clannishness, bargaining behavior, etc. Been open on or not. Oh, I think you'll like it, Chippingo. Yeah, this shit. Bro.
Here.
Bro. I don't know what he was originally responding to here. Is becoming uncomfortably racist here in the Dallas suburbs. Here are the facts. Indians are 2% of the DFW and own 5.3% of businesses. DFW's Indian population more than doubled from 2000 to 2010 and is at 220,000 today. Asian Indians are the majority in many Frisco's subdivisions. And Frisco is one of the wealthiest, fastest growing suburbs in America. In Frisco are Indians that are largest Asian group. Asian median household income is 190K, median home 642K, poverty 3.5%. Like all these numbers, which in fairness are not like causal inference, but isn't America supposed to be competitive? They make us better. The H-1B program has real abuses. Outsourcing firms gamed it for many years, which Trump only made worse, by the way. His reforms only make worse. Is Dallas racist? Never. Because they are retards and they hate all the honest, good civil service. Fuck it. That wasn't AI, was it? No, it's not. It's not AI. AI is not that good. They hate all the civil service workers and they don't understand that when the, I think it's BLS, but it might have been Department of Labor. I think it's Department of Labor actually, reports the wage level. That's not like an absolute wage level. That's a relative wage level, and therefore actually awarding H-1B visas based on the wage level gives more H-1B visas to people with lower salaries that are just like relatively further ahead in their field. Like starting tech workers are gonna that even if they make a large amount of money, they have a lower wage level than like an acupuncture therapist, because the acupuncture therapist is like in a relative sense has like more seniority in their field. But the families at the Mindor and Frisco aren't the program. They're the people who the program was supposed to be for. Mark me down as pro-Indian based. And then thank God we got Steven. Okay, incredible. Steven Crowder to really clear things up.
Charitably or donate about 1% of their income. Compared to Americans overall, 4%. They give a...
So he makes this point that Indians don't donate as much of their income as Americans, but I don't understand what the argument there is, because in an absolute sense, you're just going to get, well, charity is bad. True. You're just going to get more charitable donations. Like, even if you, like, unless Indians are like somehow like crowding out charitable donations from native-born Americans, you're still going to have the native-born Americans making 4% donations, and the Indians are just going to be adding like 1%. And presumably, crazy thought, probably the Indians that come here, you know, their wages are higher than they were in India. So in an absolute sense, they're going to give more as well. Oh shit, I have my fan on. Give me a second. I'm going to turn the fan off. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but
quarter.
Sin of empathy, right, Crowder? I know. And also, like, I don't know for certain, okay? I could be wrong, folks. I don't think Steven Crowder has taken a 10% pledge, okay? I don't think Steven Crowder is out here donating to the Whoever Project, okay? Donating to give well, okay? Like, fuck this guy, like...
Compare that to church-going Christians, particularly in red states, where this is a topic of concern. It's about 11%. So people in Texas, church-going, conservative, God-fearing, good guy God, Christian God, Americans, are very charitable, and you see a bunch of Indian immigrants, again, just discounting the fraud, the degree mills, come in, and they are clutching, wrenching, covetous old sinners. We allowed to care about that? Hey, let me ask you this. You ever done business with them? Fuck it, let's have this out. You ever done business with them?
Yeah, do it.
I know businesses here that have to have different policies.
Yeah.
Are you no longer a neolib? What gives you that impression?
For Indian immigrants and neighbors. You know why? Because they start negotiating
Liberal society, Crowder.
after the contract, and they go, well, actually, but look at this, there's a dent, and so I'm going to pay you nothing.
Yeah, it's happening.
Wow. I like... Does Soy Pill have a Steven Crowder is racist video? Can we make one of those?
My dad, multiple times, he's been scammed.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
You know why?
Credit card chargebacks.
It's okay to do.
Yeah.
It's okay to game the system, especially if it's a white Westerner. This is regardless of income level.
Tweet from 6 days ago. Oh, that was a joke. That was about, you know Joe Smith, right? Chipringo? They're talking about this one? This is a joke. This is a reference to the Joe Smid. This is like his thumbnail. It put through an AI filter. They put me on it. Instead of saying former atheist, it says former oh yeah. This is his thumbnail from his like announcing his conversion. It is a joke, okay. It is a joke. Don't fear. Don't fear. Don't fear.
Poor Christian.
What's up, Eleni? Welcome back. John Tester supports the PRO Act, farm subsidies, prescription drug, price controls, Buy America rules, and subsidizing rural hospitals. Truly one of the worst politicians I've ever seen. I think probably the marginal impact of having him in the Senate would have been better than the marginal. I actually don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head who the Republican who won was, but probably is more important than those things or whatever. But like any, I don't know, the issue, like any, unfortunately, any like, I don't want, the moderate's not the right word, but like Democrat running in a, oh yeah, what's up to Hammer? Welcome back. In like a state like Montana, it's just like they kind of have to pander to the worst aspects of like the populism stuff that like appeals to people and the worst parts of the like moderate Republican stuff, like obviously Joe Manchin with his fucking love of coal and stuff like that. Remember when we actually enforced the FTC rules and regulations? Well, you know, Biden, I think, with Econ, actually probably overly harshly enforced them. Democrats writ large love rural hospitals. I know the PRO Act, price controls, etc. I mean, I would like, when you say price controls, I think I think it's fine to say they're generally more favorable at price controls than Republicans are. But I think they're like, we got you know, price controls 2.0 now. Okay, all right, they're not as bad. All right.
Conservative Americans give more than rich liberals, and poor
I don't know. They don't have a source for that. That could be true, but probably like the people doing the most effective donations, which probably just have a much higher marginal impact than whatever the fuck people, these random Christian conservative people are donating to, they have like a way bigger impact than those, and they're like mostly liberal.
Poor Christian conservative Americans give more than rich liberals, and poor conservative, middle class, or wealthy conservative Christian Americans give about 10 times more than Indians.
Wow.
Hey, do you think if you were to take the population of India compared to the population of the United States, okay, and take just the charitable donations and the volunteering of time and multiply it by 10, maybe you wouldn't have as awful abject poverty and people shitting in the streets, India?
Donate to GiveWell. What the fuck you doing? Donate all your income to GiveWell. Take the EA pill. What are you doing?
Hey, let's get that number to like 4 or 5%. The remittances from America to India, about $32 billion a year. Hey.
Wow.
That sounds like a significant chunk of change.
Which I quote tweeted this.
Indians give charitably or donate about 1%.
Where's my quote tweet? And remittances in India are probably about as good as a median charity donation from a U.S. citizen, honestly. Like, I think, like, I don't have this evidence on hand, but I recall, like, hearing, like, the three wonks talk about, like, stuff like this and such. And I read it in some blogs or whatever. Like, remittances to India do just, like, go to probably pretty good things, like, you know, families supporting education for their children. What's up, hamsters? Econ and I were debating whether or not we could beat sample text at a fight. Wait, what were the positions you each took? We both agree that we could beat you in a fight. Sorry. Well, that's not impressive. Okay, that's a given. Okay, yeah. Not what is noticeable income to donate 10% of his income. Hell, not even 1.1%. What's up, gets you funny, this guy. Welcome back. Now that I am employed. That's not true. That's not true. I get paid tomorrow. I gotta donate. I gotta donate again tomorrow once I get my paycheck. Anyway, can't wait for this too. This slop.
Every time I go to look up stories of these people, they were doing a lot better than nothing at the Capitol. Well, I'm a fan of the tariffs. It seems like on the conservative side, it's always just no immigration at all. I believe that it's better that 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent person suffer.
Welcome to Face Off, where 2 people debate 4 claims. 1 clock, no interruptions. Today, liberal political commentator Destiny faces off against Tim Pool, political commentator and host of Timcast. The clock starts now.
My first face-off claim is that conservative...
I'm sure there will be. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. I'm sure there'll be an off-on stream of her at some point.
Alternative media thrives off of misinformation.
Which also not... Probably de facto, but not de jure, like GF, but regardless.
My first face-off claim is that excess migration is harming the United States. My next face-off claim is that Trump's general tariff policy is bad.
Oh shit, we get immigration and tariffs. Let's go. Wait, is the Convoy substacking again? No, but I bet like Hamster is probably either texting him or speaking on Substack.
My next face-off claim is that Trump's pardon of the J6ers was the right move.
Oh shit.
Every time I go to look...
Okay. I don't think I'll be busy tomorrow, so we'll watch that, I guess. Okay, one more quick little meme, which is old by now, but I wasn't streaming when it happened.
This week,
Queen Sophie Rain,
hearing
guys.
school teachers' wish list. James Fishback, a Florida governor candidate who just lost the race, wanted to tax me 50% of my income because he deems my job a sin. And that's on top of the federal taxes I already paid. He said this, and I quote, "Sin tax would be used to help school teachers in Florida, but we all really know where the money's going." So in honor of his failed campaign, I am pledging to clear teachers' wish list for this upcoming school year. I know how incredibly fortunate I am to be in the position I am, and I want to use...
Now listen. She should also, be given to something better than teachers' wish list. Okay, but queen shit. Okay. Queen shit. All right, we got more stuff to talk about later. Oh, also, just one more meme. Okay, it just indulge me for a second. I don't get. I'm gonna whisper. What's up, Saltrauma? Welcome back. Now find us on Gucci Morty levels at Aura now. That's true. Non-fun to agree, even though Lena Khan was strict, she was needed because we lacked regulations for so long. Also, changes like reinforcing regulations started a bit extreme, but mellow out later. I don't think so. My thesis statement was that she was ineffective because she was so extreme. Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. And I just think that, like, it's just not the case that most of the things she did were good. And even if there's a case for stronger antitrust enforcement, like more generally, I don't think the ways in which she tried to change some of their frameworks for how the FTC like brings suits in, for how the FTC treats like the consumer welfare standard and like the labor what's the word I'm looking for? Not non-competes, but the fact that she wanted to also judge companies' antitrust actions based on like not how they treat their workers, but how much market power they like had over their workers, which I just don't think is the appropriate place for the FTC to really do that. But then the comment's fairly effective. They block so many mergers. In expectation, I bet they probably blocked quite a few. Or in expectations might be the wrong word, but like probably there are many firms who otherwise would have merged but didn't even try to because of Lena Khan. But just one real quick indulge me, guys. Okay, I just want every political commentator should just like spend a few minutes and just like read the IMF balance of payments manual. Okay, it's like clear, like it's not like that hard to do. Like remittances at the end of the day, double entry bookkeeping, guys. There's an offsetting transaction on the other side, and now the accounting alone can't tell you whether it has like net good or bad welfare effects, but that's kind of an issue for you, right? Now, I'm not saying that just because the remittances, the 32 billion remittances, like he brought it from India, just because there's another, account in the balance of payments that has plus 32 billion, that means they're net good. I'm just saying you need a model. Okay, you need at minimum, you need an account of like which transactions are autonomous versus accommodated, which ones are done for their own purposes, which ones are done just to finance stuff. Because we're on floating exchange rates, that doesn't exactly work anymore. So you kind of really do need a model. But who is Manar? Oh, some of you guys don't know the lore. Some of you guys don't know the lore. Manar's an OG. We'll speak to him in a second. I just wanted to say that one thing first. Upload Blue Development Substack. Did he write about Lena Khan? I've read some of Nicholas Decker's stuff about it. Oh my god, Manar. Well, hello?
Oh, give me a second, non-fan. Okay, give me a minute. Give me like 5 minutes, please.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Wow. It's not that hard, guys. It's not that hard. Identity cannot be used by itself to analyze developments and balance of payments in terms of investment and savings on a part of private and government sectors, because there are links between the variables and the right-hand side of the identity. I think they're talking about savings and investment balance here. Yeah, thus the current account balance mirrors the savings and investment behavior in the economy. What do you think of Lib's development top Substack Ezra clients are Republican? I don't think I've read it. I love infinite H-1B visa discourse. Letting high-wage foreign workers move here. It's just obviously a win-win for everyone, and the idea that's far left to reject the zero-sum view of the labor market is insane. Interesting sleight of hand to use high-wage foreign workers rather than the standard formulation of high-skilled foreign workers. The administration's preference for the former over the latter is why it's imposing a $103,265 fee on all new H-1B visa petitions, and has proposed other reforms to address deficiencies in the visa programs that firms have historically exploited through wage arbitrage. They made the words because they don't know how wage level works. They don't know how wage level works. Okay. The market will clear foreign workers with the skills that employers value while giving the preferences to American workers in the first instance. Administration spokesperson explicitly stating the policy goal is to reduce the number of foreign workers. Buried in technical appendix of the fee rule published today's data showing the H-1B petitions subject to the 100K fee proclamation last year are down 91%. And there's more coming. There's some serious denialism going on about top high-wage talent still being able to get through. All the evidence so far suggests that this constellation of changes will actually just nuke the skilled immigration system. We'll end up with an overall immigration system that emits lower skilled, lower paid people on average, a massive leap away from the dream merit-based system. Look, I really like Biden, much more so than most people. I even like his foreign policy over Obama's, but I think Khan should have just been a little less ambitious to begin with, just strategically. Yeah, I think there's probably some feeling on her part for that, but maybe she moved the overturn window enough, guys, to really start the I mean, I actually, you know what, maybe she kind of did, because dude, everybody in the Democratic Party likes Khan except Iglesias and me. Manar will be there. He's debating on a panel at the moment. Oh, okay, thank you, Manar Clips. What is he talking about? JD Vance like some Lena Khan too. So Oh my god. But I think I bookmarked that as well. I know I talked about it last time, but
look at Lena Khan, who I think you either have heard from or will hear from at some point today, and they say, well, Lena Khan is sort of engaged in some sort of fundamentally evil thing. And I guess I look at Lena Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job, and that sort of sets me apart from most of my Republican colleagues. But the one thing I appreciate about Lena Khan's approach is that she recognized there has to be sort of a broader understanding of how we think about competition in the marketplace. Now, where I think that this could go off the rails, this sort of bipartisan consensus that's emerging between
Justin had no clue who Lena Khan was, really? When? I feel like I've seen him talk about Lena Khan before.
Like, Josh Hawley and me on the right, and people like Lena Khan and Elizabeth Warren on the left. Where this could go off the rails, I think, is this fundamental question of information technology and how people absorb and acquire information in the 21st century economy. So if there's a person within the Biden administration, obviously the FTC is an independent agency, but Lena Khan is the person that I would point to as
not anymore.
In my view, within the Biden administration.
Don't need those anymore. Don't need those anymore. God. Go away.
Colleagues.
Go away. Go away.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, sorry about that. What's up? Can I turn on my camera? Oh!
Yeah.
What up? Look how old you are. Whoa.
I know it's been so long, brother. It's been so long.
Bro, what are you doing right now? You're a wage slave?
Kind of. I mean, I did start working.
What do you wage? Starbucks?
Hold on, fuck. I fucked my shit up. I work at I don't think you're gonna know what this is, but I work at it's called Sheetz. It's like a kind of fancy gas station chain. So it's a gas station, but it's
so what are you like? You're on the counter? Oh man, this is horrible. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I do. I'm like a cashier sometimes, but I'm also trained, and I do the
Bro, that's a lot of work.
I do the kitchen. Sometimes I make drinks and stuff. So yeah, like I said, we're a fancy gas station, so we serve like serve drinks and food.
If you don't want to go to college, I suggest go do machining. Go machine. Go find an aerospace company.
I'm in college too, so.
Then what are you doing? You're nursing?
Nursing? What?
That's where all the hot girls are.
Oh. No, I'm not. I'm not in nursing.
You're in sports?
You think I do sports? Did you forget that much about me, Minar? Oh my! I know it's been a while.
You're gonna regret your college years like I did, man. I wasted my
Why?
Bro, I could have done so much more, bro. I could have joined the sports team. I could have joined the fraternity. I could have had some kind of a goal to pursue. My friend, he joined a racetrack team, and they built a fucking like a half of a F1 car. You know what I mean? They built it themselves in the racetrack with the other teams throughout the state. And my other friend was playing soccer statewide, so he would travel for soccer. I'm like sitting there like a loser. You know, you regret some of the things you did in college. You know, I wish I really took it a little bit more seriously, because you're never gonna have those years again.
Right now, I'm lame. I go to like community college. Once I go to real college, I don't think I'm gonna join a fraternity or anything. But
what are you gonna do? Engineering?
I'm gonna do economics.
It actually will work. It will work if you wear a suit.
Oh, okay.
Like
if I wear a suit.
Have a suit like the white and the khaki pants. You'll be good.
Yeah. Well, what have you been up to, Minar? What have you done since we have to last spoke?
I got screwed.
You got screwed?
I got screwed, dude. Trump lied to me.
Oh, I was gonna ask about some of that. Yeah, because I know.
Bro, apparently, he's gonna send me some money back.
You were on the Trump train, but like you don't support the Iran war, do you? I imagine you'd be against that.
You agree with me? He switched his complete stance, right? Like you agree? Like we don't have to joke about that.
Kind of. I think Trump like lies a lot, and it was obvious that like when he says no new wars, that like he's probably like lying. And I think that you should have known that it was much more likely that he would do like major strikes in Iran than
I get it.
Kamala Harris
It's easy
would.
to blame the Minar. It's easy to blame me. You know, brown. I get it. But listen, man. Bro, I'm telling you, the other option was fucking hideous. The Trump option.
Well, you don't think
so
just to focus on the Iran thing for a second, you don't think Kamala would have gone to this full-scale war with Iran, would you? Like, she might have done some more limited strikes. Even that I doubt.
The problem is during her actual presidency, her and Joe Biden, is when Ukraine sanctions started, which really started the exasperation of the economical effects on Europe and US and Western gas, basically Western fuel prices. That's when the pressure started.
What do you think the Iran war has done to fuel prices?
Well, I'm just saying when that guy started the Ukrainian war and the other guy saying, I'm going to end it. I'm going to make sure Putin loves me. I love Putin. We are best friends. I'm going to make sure we are diplomatically together. When the other guy started Gaza and was funding Gaza, and then Trump is telling you, first day one, Netanyahu will bend his knees and will... Like, he didn't only fool
Which
me.
he didn't
like,
do
I know
either,
it's easy
right?
to blame me. I know I'm dumb as fuck. But he fooled, like, every Muslim. Like, he fooled all of Michigan. Like, he fooled everybody, you know what
I just don't think... I think, like, it should have been clear that Trump appeals to a lot of the... Not even populist, but just, like, kind of anti-establishment rhetoric about some of this wars and stuff. But, like, he was always gonna be more pro-Israel. He was always gonna want to attack Iran, okay? He was, he also failed to get a deal in Ukraine.
I remember his first presidency. He pulled us out of war in Syria. He pulled us out of war.
He killed an Iranian general. I
agree. Listen. I mean, there was escalation. Don't get me wrong. But there was extreme de-escalation as well. So there were signs of him saying the truth. Like, for example, there was no way of escalation with war right now, like Iran. There was no signs of that, right? Like, the worst case he did was bomb a general. Like, he didn't do... Like, there was nothing else in that first
pulled out of the... What else do you need? He pulled out of the JCPOA. He took more pro-Israel stances. So, like, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He
okay, but every president inflicts financial sanctions and financial pressure on Iran. Like, every president does that. Like, even Biden was trying to inflict financial damage on Iran as well to try to get them to have the
but we had
agreement.
I just think it's like evidence of Trump's more kind of pro-war stance and pro-Israel stance, that he did a number of pro-Israel actions and did a number of actions that were harsh on Iran, including pulling out of the deal that we had to limit the amount of sanctions we had on them. And then he imposed more sanctions on them, and as well as airstriked their general.
I agree. That Trump, I think that was a bad move on Trump, pulling out of the IGRC?
JCPOA.
GCPOA?
Yeah, IRGC is the one segment of the Iranian military, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Yeah, that's something else. Yeah, so the Iranian situation, that first time when he pulled out, he was trying to say that Iran, even though they did very well on their agreements and follow their agreements, he still wanted to create economical damage on them. So I agree. But this was like no talks of war. Like, we didn't change the defense, the state, the Secretary of State's office or Secretary of War's office. The Secretary of Defense office to Secretary of War. Like, we've never seen.
Wait, hold on. That's also another thing.
He was
even just that name change is like indicative.
But he was touting returning the troops. He was touting no new wars. And he did it. The first prime minister, like, he actually did it. The first
he took our troops out of
was actually much better.
He took our troops out of Syria, but that's which I don't even know if that was like good. I mean, Syria ended up kind of working itself out.
Syria, did the deal with Taliban to return the troops there with some of the weaponry as well. So much, like, he actually seemed like a peace-talking president, whereas the Democrats at that point were, hey, be honest with me, man, they were edging things off.
Biden supported the pullout in Afghanistan.
Well, you have to remember, at that time, Obama had just finished a bombing campaign in Syria that emptied the arsenal of weaponry and bombs in American arsenals. And at that time, the difference was Obama and Hillary Clinton versus Trump. I mean, hey, come on, you gotta agree with me. I mean, there was he followed his promises, so we really did believe that he was gonna follow his promises again. Hey, you can't sit there and blame the Trump supporter on this. This is unbelievable. Now, if they're still supporting him till today, I agree with you. That is shameful. But hey, you agree with me, right? You don't support Joe Biden till today, right?
I still think Joe Biden was a better option in 2020. I think that's obvious.
Okay, but by what standard? Like, he's just not gonna get us in Iran, but everything else is gonna be the same shithole.
No, I think he was better for just like the stability of the country generally, for like the democracy that we have generally.
You're talking about tariffs, like the economy, like the inflation.
I think Biden was better on that issue as well. Obviously, now Biden did have his own tariffs, but like
I don't know. I think Biden would have
than Trump. But
would have inflated the deficit. I think Biden would have. I mean, he had a coalition of Democrats that were pretty much Republican, that were not being swayed in any way, and he had to really. I mean, they were holding a lot of the votes from any passing. We've seen this in his terms, and to be honest with you, he was a little bit senile. Like, he lied to us a lot. Like, if they just came out, to be honest, hey, Nafan, be honest with me, man. You can't sit here blaming every man except the people that were in the race. Like, the guy was literally embarrassed and humiliated during the debate by Trump. How am I supposed to sit there and vote for the guy? His wife had to step up and usher him back under the.
Yeah, and I think like that's what, like, one of the worst things Biden did was choose to run again. I don't think he should have done that. I think he should have been, stuck to his promise of being like one term. I think he should have dropped out earlier if he could have. But I think that you should weigh the options, and it should have been clear that Trump was like much more likely to take a more pro-Israel stance, much more likely to
tell me your theory. Tell me your theory.
My theory?
Okay, so we get Kamala Harris in. Okay, how is the world better? The deficit is still 40 trillion. Federal funding on the defense is 1.5. Okay, we don't call it the Secretary of War. It's Secretary of Defense. Okay, but then what?
Yeah, so I don't think it would be a war of Iran. I don't think that you would see things.
So? You don't think we would at least try to escalate under Netanyahu's requests? At least.
No. Because Biden was harsh on Netanyahu, and like Biden was calling Netanyahu a fucking asshole, right? And I think Kamala Harris would have probably been a tad bit harsher. I think the worst. I think the most that you could have gotten out of like Kamala Harris or whatever was the midnight hammer strikes, which Trump did, which like bombing Iran's nuclear facilities. I think that's the furthest that they would be willing to go, and even that I think is unlikely that they'd be willing to do that.
No, I think I don't think you have you've convinced me on this. I think that.
Oh, sorry. I thought he made a comment.
Netanyahu, because they were at that point doing one of the worst egregious things, which started the war in Gaza and started funding it as well. So this idea that they're going to be so moral and just, and they're going to understand that they need to de-escalate or something, I don't see that in any way.
I mean, I don't even think you have to believe
what I see is they would have went on at least with, maybe they wouldn't have completely called it a full war. You're right. Maybe they would have been much more diplomatically smarter. But I think the actions and the stance and the way everything is diplomatically is being ran through, like trying to push sanctions on Iran, trying to close the strait, trying to put pressure on them from those ends, pushing the Navy in. I think those were all going to happen no matter what. No way.
What's the basis for believing that? I don't think Kamala Harris gave any indication that she was willing to do things like that.
At that point, you want to claim that Netanyahu wasn't influencing them. They were funding the Israeli war in Gaza.
Which I don't think. That's because I think that like Biden and Kamala Harris probably both had like just some personal beliefs about the state of Israel and supporting it to some extent, and because people around them are supportive of the state of Israel, and they know that their voters, some of the voters are supportive of the state of Israel, and they want to appeal to the voters as well. So I think there are a ton of different reasons that they would support Israel to some extent, other than just And if
Israel says I have an existential crisis, Iran is my existential crisis, We need to deal with Iran now. Syria's on our side. We got the Julani under here. He's ready to bomb it to Hezbollah. Turkey's on its knees. They're bending down. We just need to get rid of this Iranian pressure.
What I'm saying is,
you don't think they would have at least started some kind of bombing or a naval activity or some kind of a pressure campaign? I really don't.
No, because I think the reasons that they supported Israel after October 7th were not, at least not solely because that they were manipulated by Netanyahu or manipulated by Israel. I think it's just by basis of them having certain beliefs, by basis of the voters having certain beliefs, by the basis of some donors having certain beliefs, but that none of that is conducive or means that they're just going to let Netanyahu walk all over them. And I think hold on, just to be clear, you agree that Biden did do things that Netanyahu didn't like for example, restricting weapon sales before they went into Rafah and calling him a fucking asshole even at one point. I remember people didn't like that quote. Towards the end of his term, he even bought that 100 Years War in Palestine book.
We saw him call names to Trump and then sit down next to him smiling, even after the debate, after Trump humiliated him.
Yeah, I think that's just because Biden's a decent person, which is another thing, by the way. I think that
are honest either. I mean, to be honest with you,
I just think that Biden is a fundamentally decent person, just a fundamentally okay, somewhat moral guy. Okay. And that leads him to do things sometimes, behave interpersonally nice to Trump, even though he does, I think, view Trump as and I think rightly so, as a big threat to democracy. Right. So that just is, to me, evidence of Biden being a decent person. And I think that also influences view on Gaza. Right. I think Biden it does care more about innocent people being killed in any war than Trump does. I don't think Trump cared about the people in Iran being harmed, the Iranian protesters. He didn't want to bomb Iran when the protesters were at their peak. I don't think he cares about any of the civilians in Gaza. I think that's self-evident. So I think Biden does to some extent.
If Biden cares so much, then why did he allow these sanctions to come through on Russia, which crippled a lot of the German and the European economies, and so much so that what's his name? The Bulgarian guy. The Bulgarian
Viktor Orban.
Viktor Orban. So much so that Viktor Orban came
yeah.
out with Tucker Carlson on an interview trying to claim that these are. Can you believe it? I mean, he came out, the prime minister coming in trying to. Anybody that will hear me in America, please allow me on your TV screen.
I think that's because
yelling, saying, I don't want to send my Christian soldiers to die in a war for Ukrainian decency, whatever it is. He's claiming that America could end this war at any moment. So we
Wait, then why didn't Trump do that?
Sorry, you want to act like Biden was so great, so amazing, but he was forcing Europe on its feet.
So first of all, I think basically everyone in Europe, even maybe Hungary at the start of the war, is in support of those sanctions. They, I think, are more in terms of the percentage GDP that they devote towards funding Ukraine.
I don't know why your viewers are calling me a Russian op. I'm just factual.
True.
Hey, by the way, you guys are broke. Not $1 from y'all. Shut the fuck up. Not $1 from y'all. They can't donate $1 to you.
I don't know. I get $7,000 every time I say the word Israel. So,
but viewers. God bless.
But Drew, that's another $7,000 in my bank account. Let's go. I think that I think Biden had flaws. Now I don't think his stance in Ukraine was really one of them. But I'm not saying. I'm just saying he was the better of the two options, both in 2020 and 2020. Well, I guess he dropped out, but Kamala Harris would be the better of the two options in 2024. And I think that
how do you say that confidently?
Because I think, given that what we're seeing Trump do, most of those things are just bad. I think it was.
Okay, you want to say, but she was the president.
Vice president.
What was she accomplished in? What did she?
The vice president, I don't know. I think
they
had
didn't accomplish
close
anything.
to. I'm pretty sure she did have the record for the most tie-breaking votes, which is
no. I'm not talking about her. you can combine their accomplishments together. I'm okay with that. But I'm just saying they could have done so much more for the American people. So when the American people say, "Hey, how about this? Let's choose the other person this time," because he's saying he'll do much better than you. How can he sit there and blame the American person when his goal was to better his life, and all you tell him, like literally right now, if I ask you how do I lower the prices of houses, you're gonna tell me we need to elect and vote in people that will allow us to push in affordable housing. So my only power right now, the only way I can affect housing markets and housing prices is to vote somebody in. So when that option comes and tells me I'm gonna better your house and I'm gonna make your house livable, how can you sit there and blame me? The only option I have to benefit myself is to vote. I can't do anything. You have to put some kind of pressure on the other guy for lying in my face for the past 4 years. He lied for 2 years straight.
Like, I obviously think it's fair to assign some responsibility to voters, but like I think a lot of people who voted for Trump are just like low information voters and like just kind of didn't like the fact that they saw inflation under Biden and just like voted for Trump because of that, or they just like didn't like some of the woke things.
That's a good one. I don't think they're low. I think everybody that votes is low information voter. By the way, I don't think rich people vote. I honestly don't think so. I don't think rich, educated
when I
people
say low
vote.
information, like they're just like, you know, by the standards of the people who measure low information voters versus high information voters, which is typically like on surveys, they ask, you know, how much time do you dedicate towards reading about politics? What newspapers do you read? Things like that. I think it just is the case that a substantial portion of people are like
but that's the majority of America anyways. The majority of America is ill-informed.
Sure. I mean, like half of adults don't even vote, right? It's like voter turnout is like 60% or whatever.
Yeah, so I'm sure he took advantage of that, but he also lied. He didn't just take advantage of our acknowledgement.
So I think
he lied to our faces.
Richer people vote more, I believe, but regardless of that,
true?
I'm pretty sure. Now that my chat said it, and it feels like something I have indeed heard before, and I bet you could look it up and there'd be decent data on it. I don't know what.
Maybe richer people vote more on one side.
Well, they probably do by now lean Democrat, but I think they're just saying voter turnout for richer people is higher overall. But so like I assign like some blame to American voters or whatever. I assign more blame. No offense, Manar. I assign like more blame to you because like you are a person who just like spends a substantial amount of time.
Because I reported on what was given to me at that point. Like because I reported on the facts of the matter of
because you're not like I don't know, maybe you kind of are a little information, but like you dedicate a decent amount of time to talking about things like that. So I think like you should have known better. Whereas I don't like fault a lot of American voters for not.
Okay.
Better.
Tell me how I was supposed to know better. The only thing I could rely on was his previous presidency. In his previous presidency, he followed up upon a lot of his promises. His promises were to reduce immigration numbers, to try to give people checks, to try to put a stronghold on COVID. There was a couple of things that he had, and he did it very well. He was able to push out his vaccines. So there was a couple of things that he claimed he wanted to do in the first trimester, and he did it very well.
Like build the wall.
That's what I had to
Mexico was
rely
going
on.
to pay for it. Like build the wall. Mexico was going to like.
Well, okay, that one, I didn't. That one I was kind of glad
I was
for.
going to say this to Hammer,
we put a tuning
and now it makes it
fork
look like you read it
in
off the
the middle
chat.
of, like that long. Like I was like, there's some kind of environmental problems that could happen from having this long of a borders, like having a bunch of windmills all across the coastline.
How do we bring windmills into this?
But I'm just saying,
there were like a lot of
I was actually against that wall. I didn't care about the wall. I thought it was going to be expensive, and I didn't want Mexico to pay for it. So I was okay with him failing on that, to be honest with you. And I thought that he failed on that in a diplomatic way. Like he was, like Mexico conceded certain things so they don't have to pay for the wall. Like that's like he's so good. He was so good at manipulating me, okay, and lied to me so well. And you have to understand, there's a huge arm in the media and this huge coalition of people just lying nonstop, just like BS.
Yeah, and I think Trump is like partially responsible for making that problem worse. I think Trump, by lying so much, by starting his political career about lying where Obama was born in, the country he was born in, I think by constantly lying about the 2020 election, and by being friendly with anti-establishment figures, using anti-establishment rhetoric, has worsened that problem to a major extent.
You're right. You right.
You agree that like Trump, I don't want to say flat out like won't work, period or whatever, but like part of the standard for being in like the MAGA camp is denying that Biden won the 2020 election. Like Trump's cabinet appointees won't say in Congress that they think Biden won the 2020 election. And that's all like just a total lie that Trump spread, that Fox News spread, and Tucker Carlson got fired because of it and made his own podcast.
Why do you have to defend the electoral system? Like, why can't you? Me and you were working class. We can just say, yeah, we don't. I'm sure there was some issues.
Well,
with the
I'm just saying, regardless of whether or not I defend the electoral system, I'm just saying I think Trump, like you're saying. We shouldn't have, or people didn't know better. You didn't know better because like a lot of the media is just like lying or whatever. I think Trump is like himself responsible for a lot of that. And I think that you should have known better, that you, as someone who knows more about this stuff, like should have known that Trump was going to be more pro-Israel, should have known that Trump was going to fail to get a deal in Ukraine. Like these things were just like kind of obvious things.
You're right. I should have known. And I might, it was going to be very hard for me to tell people to vote for Kamala. Okay. It was always going to be hard for me. Not only because she's a woman, because she's black. Okay. I can't tell them. After Obama, no, I'm kidding. Listen, what happened was, you're right. It was going to be impossible almost for me to say something about Kamala, to tell my viewers, but she made it very easy for me to not tell anybody to vote for her, because she herself conceded that she would do nothing better than Biden, showcasing that she would have had another 4 years of mundanity, ridiculous status quo bullshit of just exasperating the budget, inflationary actions, more sanctions upon Russia, and more destruction on European.
I don't know. You keep appealing to the sanctions on Russia. I just want to be clear. We still have sanctions on Russia. Trump didn't get a deal. He met with Putin in Alaska, and I think in a European country
Putin
as well.
Is done. I mean, Putin said he's done. I mean, he's not. Putin said that before Trump. He's not gonna stop this. I mean, he needs the concessions from Ukraine.
Okay.
And Ukraine won't concede.
To be clear, unless I'm missing something, the war in Ukraine's still going on, right? They're still killing each other over there, right? Like, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If I go to the Wikipedia article for the war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it doesn't say was. It doesn't say was. It says is.
Your claim is Kamala Harris said she will end that war. That's what you're claiming. Well, I
don't think Kamala. So I do think
Trump said he will end that war.
So I think her policy in Ukraine would have been preferable. But I'm just trying to let's stay on.
Once did she say she was going to end that war?
Let's stay on. I don't think the Democrats' position is that.
My claim is the guy lied to me. My claim. You're telling me I'm ill-informed. I'm telling you he's a liar. And you tell me I was supposed to know he lied. Well, the other side wasn't giving me better options, and they didn't even have to lie. They said the truth. They said they're not going to do anything better.
Wait,
they did not say that they're going to help Gaza. They did not say they're going to stop the Ukrainian war. They said literally face to face to my face, we will not do anything to better your life. Different.
Okay, wait.
And you want me to go and tell my viewers go vote for that?
So I think there are reasons for why her policy in Ukraine would have been preferable. But I just want to be clear. So is your position now that in hindsight, like the sanctions are kind of I don't want to say totally moot point, but kind of moot point because Trump also failed to like get rid of a lot. We might have less now because Trump is like sucks up to Putin sometimes, but Trump failed to end the war.
Biden refused diplomacy completely outright. Didn't allow Zelensky to even go into meetings with Anthony Blinken and the other guy.
What do you mean? Trump doesn't. What? Zelensky wasn't at the meetings that Trump had.
Zelensky, don't even go to these meetings to have diplomatic talks so you can sign Minsk.
Neither did Trump. Doesn't let Zelensky go to meetings.
What I'm saying is it had already exasperated in a level that now Ukraine still refuses to concede to the concessions. So now we can't even have
what
peace talks.
concessions?
There's no diplomatic talks anymore. anymore. Now there's just concessions, and nobody's gonna have concessions. So now you're telling Trump to stop something he never even started. So it's gonna be harder for him to stop it. But the other guys weren't even talking about stopping it. They were pushing
because
it
I think they,
on.
I think they wanted.
Exasperate. They were forcing exasperation on. They were making sure that the peace agreements do not go through, and they were pushing. Lindsey Graham's biggest love he did was that he destroyed these peace talks before he died.
Yeah, so you might have a different view on the war, and we've probably spoken about it a bit before. It's not wholly worth getting into now, but like I think it's the reason why there's not like rhetoric on like ending the war or whatever is because I think the Democrats generally don't want to make concessions to Putin. They don't want to make concessions to Russia. They don't want Ukraine to have to concede. I mean, I think it's inevitable that they're going to lose some territory, but like they don't want Ukraine to have to concede a lot of their territory or like some security guarantees and such, right? They want Ukraine to be in a strong position. They want to deter Putin. They want a strong NATO alliance. I don't think Trump wants that.
That's crazy, though. That's crazy. Today, if America stops funding Ukraine, the Ukrainian war is over. Ukraine concedes everything.
Because Ukraine loses. Yeah, Democrats don't want that.
Why are we funding a war zone and a proxy war?
But you just
Why
want
are we funding it?
You're just like okay if Ukraine losing. You're just like okay if Ukraine.
I am okay with allowing American money to stay in America. Why are we funding more death and destruction overseas? When we are the hand that's keeping this war active,
don't say the balance of payments.
Tomorrow can say, listen, Russia, if we end this war, you need to give us concessions tonight, and we will not give any more weapons to Ukraine. Because we don't give them any more weapons, this war is over. We have you right now. We got them by the balls. Give us these concessions. You can do that tonight. Nobody do that. Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah, so I think that's a broader discussion. And
why is Ukraine our war?
So I think that there are because Ukraine is like a European ally of ours, and because there are benefits to funding Ukraine in terms of just probably the broader stability of Europe and the broader stability of the world, because we're essentially trying to uphold some type of international order. We're trying to set the precedent that, democracies are willing to defend each other. Okay, America is the arsenal of democracy that we are willing to say to authoritarian leaders that if you invade a like peaceful nation, you're going to face resistance to that.
Misinforming your viewers. We are independent
what did I say
media.
That's misinformation?
We are independent media. The truth is they wanted this war because they wanted Russia to be belittled and drop down to its feet, because it's the only thing that is capable of holding, with the help of China, off the hegemony of America and the Western European nations. So Western European nations, with America's support, are actually taking a hit in order to weaken Russia so they can try to destroy it and balkanize it so they can actually take over its economies and resources. Why are we lying about this? We don't have to lie about this. We know the whole game. We know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think there's much basis for believing that. So I think it is true that
America's just a force
and
for
we might have some disagreement about this.
A force for good. Because I watched the movie.
I think that a world where America is, the hegemon is probably preferable to a world where Russia and China are. I think that's probably true. But I think that's
America
just a broader,
such a force for good, why did they
question.
infiltrate so many countries? Why did we just kidnap Venezuelan Christian president and his
wife? Because
of
Trump. You agree Kamala Harris wouldn't have done that as well, right? She wouldn't have done the boat strikes, the illegal fucking boat strikes in Venezuela.
How do I know that? How do I know that they wouldn't have done that? This is not something that Trump has done. This is something that the American military is trained for.
Because Biden tried to.
Why do you have these capabilities if you're not going to use them? I'm supposed to believe that you just have these capabilities and you're never going to use them. I'm supposed to believe that.
Because Biden tried diplomacy with Venezuela. He made a diplomatic deal with them. Now it didn't end up working out. Deal ended up basically falling through because Venezuela
now you're
didn't.
Actually acting dumb. Now you're actually acting dumb. We all know that America needed the oil from Venezuela because they knew that Strait of Hormuz was going to close down, and they needed that Venezuelan oil, which is why they actually went to Venezuela before.
I don't think the Strait of Hormuz wouldn't have been closed under Kamala Harris.
After they went into Venezuela, the first thing they did after going to Venezuela was privatize their oil industry immediately, suck in all the oil and allow their American private companies to take all of Venezuelan oil and actually get paid by America to do so.
Yeah, so I think the fact
we're
that
gonna say that we just had diplomatic negotiations. No, we knew that we were gonna run out of oil, so we knew we needed to get hold of their oil. This is a complete evil imperialistic coalition and intention, and you are defending it. And then you're gonna sit there.
Wait,
and blame
what do you think
me
I'm
'cause
defending?
I voted for Trump because I thought he was gonna do a little bit better.
Wait, I'm
you
confused.
defend
What do you?
this world order. You just defend this imperialistic world order.
I think it's probably contrary to world order that the president of the United States is ordering illegal boat strikes on Venezuelan.
Venezuela was kidnapped. The president of it.
Yeah, Maduro. I think that like is also mostly contrary to global order. I can see an argument for it not being, but I think that
why
is.
Do you wonder about Russia and treating their Muslim population? How about America and how they treat their Muslim people?
Who do you think treats Muslims the worst? Trump tried to do a Muslim ban in his first term, but
that's what I'm talking about. This guy wants to talk shit about Russia and how they treat Muslims. Look how America treats Muslims. You guys, hey, don't act like this is only.
But these are all things. Again, these are all things that like I think were obvious. I think that like you should have known that you should factor in when considering who to vote for. Like,
I'm sorry. I had a guy that was telling me I pulled out of Syria. I wanted to pull out of Iran. They told me I can go and bomb Iran tonight. Instead, what I did was I killed their general so I don't have to go into Iran. They told me that I need to stay in Syria. I told them go fuck themselves. I went and did deals and made sure Taliban, I can pull away from them. I got one guy saying that.
Biden supported too.
I got the other guy saying 6 weeks ceasefire in Gaza. After that, we're gonna bomb hell on them. The fuck do you want me to vote for? I'm sorry. How am I'm gonna vote for the guy telling me I'm gonna end the Gazan war. I'm gonna have diplomatic peace talks with Russia and get the Ukraine back on the table with them. I'm going to make sure. I'm gonna make sure that no more wars start under my rule. He's saying this. The other guy saying, then you blame me because I went to the guy that was actually lying to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got lied to. You're right. I will never.
Yeah, but like when you say
right.
that, like just honestly, what I hear is just like I am just stupid. Like I'm stupid. I'm low IQ, and I fell for it. Like that's what
I'm not stupid.
I think I'm one stupid.
I asked for things. One guy refused to placate for me and placate for my vote. The other guy bent his fucking whole head down and kissed my feet.
Yeah, I think by nature of the fact that Trump has like always been like more hostile to Muslims, the fact that like he can't talk. I don't know if he's precisely some of the comments he's made about Obama, but like I know with Muslims. Can I finish a sentence, please? So I know, for example, Trump has made like true social statements about capitalizing Obama's middle name Hussein, right? Like in all caps, Barack Hussein Obama. Trump, lied about it where Obama was born at. He said he was born in Kenya. The fact that Trump tried to do a Muslim ban that even the Supreme Court said he couldn't do in his first term. The fact that Trump did a number of pro-Israel actions in his first term. The fact that he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. I believe that he also recognized the annexation of the Golan Heights. The fact that he bombed an Iranian general and pulled out of the JCPOA. All these things like should have just been clear that like Trump is lying to you. He's obviously lying to you when he says shit like no wars. Okay, like that's just obviously lying.
Bro, the problem is you're forgetting I came from the age of liars. That time Biden was lying to me about why my food was going up in price. And at that time they were telling me how I need to sacrifice for the benefit of Ukraine. At that time I couldn't even eat. I couldn't even get food. There's no jobs. What are you talking about, man?
There were no jobs under Biden. There were no jobs under Biden, really. That's
Biden wasn't doing anything to help anyone. What did the Biden do to help anybody in the working class? Did he do anything?
The American Rescue Plan, which I think was even too big.
From that? Did you get $1 from that?
My parents did. I didn't. I was a dependent.
Well, I didn't get anything from that. What did you get? $1,000 tax?
I don't know. I don't know what they got, but it'd be a decent amount. They got.
I got zero. I got nothing.
Some people got a $6,000 child tax credit. Like you might have got nothing, but the majority of American citizens got something. They got stimulus bills. Okay. But I think
that's great, man. So your argument is Biden would have done better. That's what your argument is.
Yeah, I think Biden was a better option in
Hey, well, how about this?
in every
How
year he
about
was
this?
running.
No, he wouldn't have done better. He would have done much worse. He would have probably
Yeah,
destroyed the
what's the
economy
basis for
worse.
believing that?
He would have destroyed the economy worse. Inflation numbers were fucking unbelievable underneath unbelievable inflation numbers underneath his presidency.
During COVID, but they were inflation. I think is higher than higher now than it was under the end of Biden's term.
He lied about giving college tuition and freeing those up.
I know he did. Which, first of all, it's inflationary. First of all, that's inflationary. So if you don't like inflation, you shouldn't do that. But second of all,
why would he lie about it?
I don't think he did. I think he tried to do it, and the Supreme Court struck it down. And then he tried to do a more limited plan, and that did.
We
some of that got
knew
through.
he could have done it. He could have signed an executive order and immediately removed these debts, and he refused.
No, I know. Maybe you're used to a world where Trump
it would have
just
been
kind of
inflationary. Everything America's done since though has been inflationary.
True, but
It's all been for Ukraine. For Ukraine, it's okay to inflate the country and ruin it, but American people, God forbid.
We spent like 200 billion on the Ukraine war under Ola Biden's term. That's just like peanuts compared to like the
200
PPP loans
billion
and even
with the G7 country coalitions sanctioning your Russian oil and Russian economy and commodities. You're gonna say 200 billion. That's all we spend. You're talking about the arms we send that we don't even know where they are. That's all you're calculating. You're not calculating the trillions of dollars in the economical warfare that we committed. Trillions, yes.
Trillions.
Economical warfare. Countries are falling apart right now. France has Germany has a crisis, a fuel crisis. France,
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true anymore. But irrespective of that,
they're still shutting down their auto factories. Go look.
I don't
Germany
think
just shut down another.
Yeah, so I don't think Biden lied about student debt forgiveness. I think he tried his best to do it, and some of it did successfully get through. I understand you might be used to a world where Trump just does whatever the fuck he wants, and when the courts tell him no, he just like says nah, and like does it fucking anyway. Like, do you agree that like Trump has done things like, for example, invoking the Alien Enemies Act and deporting people that like Biden would never have done, and the Supreme Court ruled even those deportations illegal, right? And speaking of talking about being pro-Israel, okay, Trump has deported people for First Amendment protected speech, or at least attempted to deport people for First Amendment protected speech in support of Palestine, right? Like Mahmoud Khalil.
Were they successful? Were they successful in doing so?
Mahmoud Khalil, no.
Okay,
but I think there have been people whose like student visas have been like denied and such. I think probably for First Amendment protected speech.
Yeah, or they were kicked out of the college. So to be honest with you, the colleges are kicking them out.
Which like you agree that people on student visas have like a First Amendment right still, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I don't see them
as
different.
like
I don't see them that they should deserve different rights. Really, yeah, I don't see that. They're humans.
Well, it's not even. Like descriptively, they just are entitled to the First Amendment.
Well, even undescriptively, they are humans, so they're entitled to anything I'm entitled to.
And I agree with that too. But I think that makes my case stronger, right? I think that makes my case stronger. That like even if it wasn't against the First Amendment, like legally against the First Amendment, I think it's still like principally just like bad to deport people or not grant people student visas.
You're arguing that Biden would not have tried to squash and end those college protests against Israel.
Not nearly to the same extent Trump did. What the fuck did Biden do ever?
He tried to squash the train strikes.
The
railroad
fuck
strikes?
Does that have to do with? First of all, the railroad strike got a pretty favorable deal.
To go back to work.
Based, but they still got a pretty favorable deal. The railroad workers still got a pretty favorable deal, and I think that
he didn't even allow them to strike.
Yeah, because I think so. The justification for that.
He made it illegal for them to strike, and then they had to take whatever deal they were given in the first place. No, what are you talking about? He actually was.
I don't think it was a deal that they were given.
I'm just showcasing to you an example of Biden squashing the working classes coalition when they come together and they go against the status quo. So I don't think you have evidence to show me that Biden would have done better in squashing these college protests when the colleges try to ask for his help to try to get these colleges back on track.
Yeah. Okay. So I think the justification for what he did with the railroad workers was that it was going to be like just a big economic shock if the railroad workers went on strike and they just like weren't shipping goods. And I think it was the railroad workers, from my memory, the railroad workers didn't get everything they demanded. Like they didn't get the number of sick days they demanded, but they still got a pretty favorable deal. Like it wasn't just the first thing the company offered them. But
they got a 23% raise, something like
Biden, I think
they work like 7 days a week.
Can I finish a thing? Biden, I think, number one, we were talking about like First Amendment threats and First Amendment threats with respect to also being pro-Israel. Biden's just like infinitely better on that issue, I think he's like just way less egregious when it comes to any type of First Amendment violations. And I think he's just like more pro-Palestine and certainly lets pro-Palestine speech happen. I think he lets
I would argue Trump would have done the same thing, given them a smaller little raise, 10%, 20% raise, kick them out, and then stop and then force them. I would have argued the exact same thing. So if Biden and Trump are going to do the exact same behavior, when it comes to working class, how am I supposed to believe that Biden will be any different when it comes to squashing other protests and other situations?
How many people at the NLRB did Trump fire? The National Labor Relations Board. Biden generally was very pro-union. He supported a PRO Act, which ended up getting passed.
Until it was affecting the supply chain you were talking about, until it gets to nationalistic.
Saying someone is more pro-union doesn't entail that in every instance they must be maximally pro-union. I still think that that
doesn't mean that he wouldn't have squashed the college protest. That doesn't mean that. Maybe he would have done it a little bit nicer.
Who was president during October 7th, bitch? Like the first 2 years of the war, Biden was president.
But all we have to do is to see the previous acts that the president had. All we have to see to.
And what did Biden do? You agree Biden didn't do anything like trying to deport Mahmoud Khalil, right?
Every time protesters got together in the working class to try to get something out of their coalition together, he would squash it either with legal force or with more.
So I don't agree that's the case, but even if I granted that, you agree that's not because of their speech, right? That wasn't because the railroad workers were pro-Palestine. It was just because the railroad workers pose some threat to the economy in Biden's view, regardless of whether or not that's true.
Well, the argument is that they're not following the status quo. They're not following the leaders' commands.
No, I think the argument was that
it doesn't matter. I mean, the railroad guys can say anything they want to say. They can do. We're here for Israel. They're gonna still tell them legally you cannot. You're gonna lose your job. And you're gonna get sued.
But that's what I'm saying. But that kind of supports my point even more. I think the speech is irrelevant there. The speech is not a relevant factor.
No, it supports my position more that Biden squashed and shows precedent of squashing coalitions of.
We're talking about speech right now, Manar. I want to talk about the fact that
I'm talking about protests. I'm talking about protests of the working class. That's what I'm talking about.
But you're talking about protests being crushed by virtue or people, being targeted by virtue of like their speech.
I'm saying
or their
you
views on Palestine.
have making a claim that I should regret that I voted for Trump. I'm telling you, you're making that claim, but I don't think you can actually. You were convincing me before that, and I don't actually believe that Biden would have done anything better after either. So when I use the precedents that Biden created himself.
Just like narrowly, do you think Biden would have tried to deport Mahmoud Khalil?
Yes. I 100% believe so.
Why?
100%.
What's the basis for believing that?
Because I believe that this push against the Israel and going like you have to be pro-Israel. You cannot be anti-Semitic. This push is not a Republican push. This is not like an organic Republican push. This is an inorganic elitist push. That means this was coming no matter what. From the moment the elites make that decision, the elites were going to make that decision. And the moment Biden would have followed through.
I don't even want to grant any concessions because I feel like if I give an inch, you're going to take a mile.
You agree with me? This college thing is for Israel. It's not for anything else.
Well, under Trump, maybe kind of, yeah. But I think that's a fault of Trump, and I think that's something that he should have known. He should have predicted.
They were going to protest the same thing under Biden. He started the war,
and Biden didn't. I wouldn't say Biden started the war, but we saw plenty of protests under Biden. They were not. There were not people like Mahmoud Khalil being deported by virtue of their speech, right?
Because they weren't protesting that hard. They weren't protesting
you
that
just
level.
You
they
don't
were
think
closing down college rooms and dormitories and standing out in the streets in kufias.
They weren't doing that in 2023 and 2024. Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? Are you crazy? In Harvard. Show me a video in Harvard where they're sitting there closing up.
What year did October 7th happen? What year did October 7th happen? Just look up the Columbia protest. Yeah, look up the Columbia protest. Look up Columbia Gaza protest or like camp even. Protest camp 2023. I think they probably had one in 2024 as well.
Columbia University disciplined nearly 80 students with suspensions, expulsions, and temporary degree revocations.
Wait, that's talking about Trump though, right? What? I think it started 2024. These Gaza solidarity encampments, April 17th to April 30th, 2024.
So the university administration and the federal government have sought to repress their protests, which they have called anti-Semitic. And then in 2025, the university became a focus of President Donald Trump, whose administration citing what he called
notice the phrasing there.
Yeah,
became a focus under Donald Trump implies that it wasn't a focus under Joe Biden.
Yeah, but
I think it's just obvious by virtue of the fact, like Trump, I forget the exact name of the executive order, but they're just like was an executive order. It's like is it an executive order that says like that just has more stringent standards on student visas and people who can come here when they express certain views that are like quote unquote in support of foreign terrorist agencies or whatever.
Well, to be honest with you,
wasn't a thing under Biden.
No. Because I'll tell you why. Because what was happening was it exasperated a little bit. I'm not saying that Trump was right on this, but I'm telling you the situation was a little bit different than Biden. Because if you read a little bit more about the Columbia protests, in April 29, for example, there was they removed they were supposed to change the hall name to Hind's Hall. They didn't do it, so that's when they started doing the sit-ins inside these big halls and the rooms and kind of shutting down the college. That's when the colleges asked for the president's interference. The colleges were not.
I forgot about this, by the way, but
yeah,
Tushka, you're right. Mahmoud Khalil was, I believe, arrested for supposed like pamphlets he passed out in a protest during Biden's presidency because he was doing it in the Gaza solidarity encampments, which were under Biden, and Biden didn't do that. Biden didn't go after Mahmoud Khalil.
Yeah, but you're assuming, but at that level, it wasn't as big as it was right now. Like,
what
at
do you
level,
mean?
They were not shutting down halls. They were not
yes,
closing.
They were.
And when they were getting disciplined at that time. And it wasn't full. It hadn't become a full like college event where every college is doing sit-ins together.
That's not true. If anything, it was bigger back then.
It's true.
Biden was getting criticism for not like quote unquote doing enough. Do you know who Cam Higbee is?
Yeah, I know Cam Higbee, the loser.
Yeah, I agree. He was like, at one of the encampment things, it was like getting pissed that Biden wasn't like doing enough. He was like,
good for him. Who the fuck gives a fuck? He's a fucking right winger. He's a 7,000 paid shill.
Wait, but I'm just saying he's
xenophobe.
Isn't that evidence that like Biden wasn't like that they were in fact like shutting down campuses or whatever? I think I think he's like greatly exaggerating the shit that happened, to be clear, but like I
think you forgot a lot of things. I think I don't know.
Denied entry
what happened
to
with
some
you. This
some
is
shit
crazy.
Or whatever. But, like,
somehow Biden. I mean, if I was to believe you, Biden was the best president on earth.
True.
Yeah, I mean, he was God, and he came down, And you know what I mean? Trump fucking ruined everything. If only Trump didn't come, we would have peace in the Middle East and in Ukraine and in Gaza. We would not have college demonstrations being stepped on their heads. College students.
I think it just like is true that like you wouldn't see people being targeted for pro-Palestinian speech.
Israel, you wouldn't have calling an Israeli a Jew fat be a fucking illegal lawsuit, precedent. You wouldn't have that, right? If Biden was there. Man, go away, man.
Yeah, I don't think Biden.
You're such a have you been living in the past 4, 5, 6 years? Were you here alive during Biden presidency?
Yeah,
what did Biden do for you?
I'm not sure that you were.
He destroyed your life. You weren't allowed to buy a home. He exasperated interest rates and inflation.
True.
The economy was destroyed. He told you to sacrifice yourself and your economy for Ukraine. And then it never stopped. What are you talking about? Why would I want that guy to be in office again?
Stop. Interest rates have come down.
I want that guy in office again because Mahmoud Khalil gets to protest a little bit longer in university. That's why I want him to be there.
I think I'm appealing to your standards. So I think Biden would have also been better on when we can talk about this as well on like the interest rates, the deficit inflation. Like I think probably Biden would have been better, or Kamala Harris. But irrespective of that, I'm appealing to your standards, right? I'm saying like these are like insane things that I think you care about that Trump is doing.
I'm telling you, I got lied to. He told me he's gonna help me.
Yeah,
he's gonna change.
But
I got lied to, and you're telling me, no, you should have known that you're being lied to, and you should have came to the team that told you they will do nothing for you, and they'll keep your life shit.
Yeah,
but at least they're nice people, they let you go run around and yell in the streets.
You should have known.
That's what you're telling me right now.
You should have known that Trump was going to be more hostile to anti-Israel speech. You should have known Trump was going to be more hostile to...
The other side did not offer me anything. What did you offer me? That you're gonna transgender my children?
I'm just comparing
to.
Were
you gonna make my life better? Were you gonna open up more jobs? Were you gonna stop the war in Gaza? Were you gonna feed my family and give them more food? Were you gonna stop inflation? Were you gonna bring back interest rates down? Were you gonna make housing more affordable? Were you gonna do anything?
So I think there were plans. I think there were plans that Democrats had to do some of the things. Like Kamala Harris, for example, did have a plan to make housing more affordable by trying to work with local communities to get rid of certain zoning laws.
She didn't do anything. She had 4 years. She didn't do anything. She didn't build a single house.
So there were. That's not true because there were. I mean, she was the vice president. But under Biden, there were, for example, changes made to the Housing and Urban Development Department, HUD or whatever, that did encourage building more homes. I have a list of some of the things they did. I can pull up. But regardless of that, I think that my claim is that like. It's kind of twofold. One, like Biden / Kamala Harris just like were the better options, and that you should have known they were the better options. And I think that holds. I think that so I think that holds. But just to be clear,
because she's nice,
I think that
she
holds.
Lets you protest.
I think that is the thing that matters. But I think that holds regardless.
It doesn't matter to me if my economy is going to be more destroyed. Go ahead, finish the sentence.
So I think like
just assert that she's better, but we don't know how.
I feel like I provide evidence. I'm feeling the things you care about. But I think regardless of whether or not you think Kamala Harris is like sort of like the positive case for Kamala Harris was particularly strong. I think the negative case for Trump is like sufficient, and there were things that Kamala Harris advocated that you might appeal to you, but I do think the status quo is greatly preferable to Trump and what we have now. And I think we've talked about some of the evidence for that. One of the things is appealing to your standards. The status quo about how students were treated in Gaza protests under Biden was just way better than how students are treated now.
The only difference between the status quo today and the status quo in Biden's time is that we're in war with Iran. That's the only difference.
No, there are. Maybe you think like the donor class would have made Biden do this anyway, but it just like is true. It is just true, empirically, obviously true that right now students have to worry about being deported for speech about Palestine that they wouldn't have to worry about being deported if they said under Biden. That just like is true. And that's a stated policy goal.
I'm very happy for them. I'm very happy for them. Their life still sucks. Their life would have still sucked. There would have been zero avenue for Ukrainian and Russian diplomacy. Gaza would have got 6 weeks ceasefire after that. Finished bombing the shit out of them. And then I don't know. We're gonna assume now there's no new wars. Biden started in his first 4 years. I just want narrowly. But we're going to assume that there were not going to be any new wars when Biden shows back up. By the way, Biden never told me once what he's going to do different in the next 4 years. Kamala Harris herself said she's not going to change anything that he did either. So I got a senile man who just finished ruling over me for the past 4 years. Then I got another girl telling me she's going to make my life just as bad as he did. And I'm so dumb and loser that I didn't vote for that, guys. It's my fault that I didn't tell my viewers to vote for that. Okay, man, great discussion. Thank you so much for this. You helped me a lot understand what happened. I mean, you really must forget a lot, or on purpose, just for, I don't want to say it, but okay. Just on purpose, oblivious. I don't know why.
So I think I just want narrowly here. You agree that it just is the case that it is a stated goal of the Trump administration to be more restrictive about who we let into the country on the basis of their speech about Israel. That just is a stated goal, and they've done executive orders to advance that goal.
Okay, I'll tell you what would have happened. I'll give you the compromise.
Can I just get an answer to my question?
I'll give you the compromise. I'll answer the question. I'll give you the compromise. I think this is what would have happened. I think you're right. On the immigration, he would have been a lot stronger and a lot harder and extremely xenophobic, which he showcased in his first year. But I'm saying in the economy, Biden and Kamala Harris would have destroyed your life. You would have $5 to $6 gas already. You would have insane interest rates right now.
I disagree with that, and I want to talk about that as well. But I just want to focus on one narrow thing here, which is that I think there are reasons for believing at least the status quo on certain things was preferable to the new reality under Trump. One of those things, and I'm appealing again to, I think, things that you care about. We might have differing views on the war in Ukraine, but I don't think we have that substantially differing views on how the rights of students who support Palestine ought to be protected. And I'm saying the status quo of their speech being broadly protected, or at minimum tolerated under Biden, is preferable to the new reality of they have to worry about being deported. They have to worry about their visas not being approved, right? And this is just a stated goal of the Trump administration, and just is a empirically true, verifiable thing that has happened.
I can see that. Democrats are nicer people. If you want nicer people to rule you, while they destroy your life, they're smiling in your face. I agree. You're right. If you want people to smile in your face while they start wars and tell you to sacrifice your economy and economical welfare and your ability to buy a house and increase your interest rates and destroy supply chains and create sanctions on some of the biggest global economies in the world, if you want me to tell you that while they're doing that, you want people to smile in your face, then vote for a Democrat. But if you want somebody to at least be obnoxious to your face and be an asshole, at least the American people woke up. At least the American people knew that they were getting fucked. Under Biden, they had no idea that the Russian sanctions are destroying their dollars. I'm happy that we have this ugly demonic face.
So
I'm happy that we have this ugly demonic face to the economical sanctions and the destruction and warfare. I'm happy that the American people woke up, because if we had a Democrat, they would be asleep. They would be excusing everything he's doing. They would say, okay, he's going to get us a 6-week ceasefire with Venezuela. They would have been absolutely... I don't know what would be happening right now with the Ukrainian-Russian war. Holy shit, I don't know what would have happened right now. And I'm so happy. Under Biden, we had an exasperation of nuclear talks. So this idea that Trump is the evil guy and that the other side would have been giving you rainbows and sunshines, a complete misrepresentation of the facts of the reality of the case. What's happening is both sides are lying to their faces. One side lied better. One side is nicer, the other side is less nice. That's it. But both sides do not seem to be wanting to help the American people. Both sides are exasperating the deficit of the American people, of the America's economies. both people are creating and sanctioning world economies in the detriment of the American working class. And both people are using the working consumer as a pawn.
Okay, you said a lot of things.
One side is nicer, but I'm never voting again. And if anybody votes, you're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. Because then you get this guy who's low T to come and tell you that you're fucking low information because you're a low informed voter and that you should have voted for Kamala Harris. Look at this. Now I'm to blame. Not Trump that he's a lying son of a bitch. Not Biden that he started fucking world wars. As if Ukraine is not a proxy war. It's my fault that I told my viewers to go vote for Trump. God fuck me, man. You're right. I'm never going to tell anybody to vote ever again.
Okay, so I think, like, you know, I feel comfortable with having demonstrated to hopefully rational people that there are reasons for thinking the status quo would be preferable to many of Trump's actions with regards to free speech and some of the corruption issues. But if we wanted to, like, talk about the economy, which it seems like you want to do, and I want to talk about that as well. I want to get off of this topic, bro. So like, if you want to talk about devaluing the dollar, if you want to talk about the economic impacts of sanctions, why should I believe that, like, you know, tariffs aren't worse than the sanctions on just Russia? We have tariffs on, like, every fucking country in the world, and those are probably having a negative impact on the dollar. You've seen dollar devaluation, which I don't think in and of itself is bad, by the way, right? It's not, like, necessarily good or bad to have a stronger or weaker dollar internationally, but, like, you know, I think if that's your standard, then I think Trump is just, like, failing on that, and, like, that was a promise of his.
Good point there. Good point to bridge in the tariffs and the sanctions. Good point there. So, okay, so I guess the Democrats win. I guess vote Democrat because these guys, they're nice to you.
I'm just saying by your standards, you're
they
saying,
don't tariff you. They just sanction other countries instead of you.
You're saying, you know, you think Democrats would have been so horrible for the economy by virtue of some of the sanctions that they did in other countries. But, like, I think obviously tariffs and sanctions are not, like, going to be literally economically equivalent in all cases or anything, but it's just like, it's true that they are going to have, like, similar economic distortions. They, like, similarly are going to limit
the thing about the tariffs is I think they're less populations felt those economical difficulties, like the increase in prices.
The evidence for that?
Well, my understanding is the tariffs were, first of all, instituted not uniformly.
Mm-hmm.
And only certain nations, the production from there is actually tariffed at a really high rate. Like, I don't think the tariffs in China worked, for example, but the tariffs from Japan worked.
What do you mean they worked from Japan? What do we get?
Like, right now, if you buy anything from Japan, you have to pay tariffs for it, for them to deliver it to you.
Oh, that's just what you mean?
If you buy something from Temu, for example, you don't have to pay an extra tariff. I don't believe
so. So it's my understanding that there are higher tariffs in China than most other countries still. The tariffs in China have been consistently higher than the tariffs on other countries.
Okay, then
I don't know where Japan stands as of now with regards to tariffs.
So can we claim that the tariffs are sanctioned?
But I don't think, like I said, I don't think they're literally equivalent. I just think that, like, if you care about international trade, international economics, like,
but
I don't
they're
know,
not
I don't know what the
equivalent
basis
literally, but they're equivalent in the detriment to the.
No, I think tariffs are probably worse. And I think the fact that they're not uniformly implemented, by the way, only adds to that, because I think the uncertainty is also bad. The uncertainty that business owners don't know.
I agree on that. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say here defend Trump. I'm going to be the last person to defend Trump on this shit. He fucking ruined my life.
But, like, isn't that, I don't know.
He lied on everything.
Isn't that another? But he promised to do tariffs. He promised to do tariffs, like, arguably higher than he has now.
Okay, how about this? Let's end it this way. You really, face to face right now, with full honesty, you're telling me you will vote Kamala Harris?
And well, I mean, I think she'd be preferable to Trump.
Well, I
wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris in a primary. I wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris in a primary, but I would vote for her in the general if she was up against basically any Republican.
Okay. Let's say she is in the general, but she doesn't have to go against Trump. She has to go against another Republican. You honestly are telling me if Kamala Harris is your
almost certainly, I would vote for Kamala Harris. There might be some
even
mythical
if the
Republican
is touting and giving you everything you want to hear.
It is like
he's telling you he's gonna.
It is conceivable.
Trump.
It is logically possible for there to be just like for whatever reason the next Republican primary, the like non-faunist president wins. I think that is highly unlikely. So I don't have any faith that would happen. But there is a possible candidate I would prefer to Kamala Harris. It's just highly unlikely that they would be Republican.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure you're not intellectually hijacked, that you're actually out for the truth and you're not just out for the party.
I don't particularly like Kamala Harris. I would not vote her in the primary in virtue of her having lost the last election, in virtue of her actions in California as Attorney General.
But you're okay with the Democrats losing, right? You're okay with the Democrats losing if it teaches them a lesson, for example, if it makes them better? The next election?
In most cases, no. It's conceivable.
According to you, shouldn't this be the best case scenario, that the Republicans voted their president? President was so horrible that the Republicans themselves say they will never vote for him again. Doesn't this give an opportunity to the Democrats to showcase how much better they can be?
So I think there's a few issues with that. So number one is that I think it's not unlikely that many Democrats will learn probably the wrong lesson from things, right? Like, I don't know. Like for example, in some senses might not be the wrong lesson, kind of unfortunately, but I'm sure that you have some issues with some of the DSA candidates running or whatever. I think one lesson that some Democrats are taking away, not all of them, is that like Democrats need to be more progressive. They need to be like more economically populist. And I think those are just like largely bad ideas in terms of the effects of them. They might be good for voters, at least in some cases. So I think it's possible that many Democrats learned the wrong lesson. Secondly, I think that like there's already been a meaningfully negative impact on democracy. And I think that makes me, by the way, worried for when the next Democrat comes into office. Like, I have faith that AOC is not going to abuse executive power in the same way Trump does, but I don't like that AOC is going to have ownership of Intel, right? Because Trump bought some Intel stock. I don't like that AOC is now going to have that power in the future. So I think there's already been meaningful impacts in that way. And that makes me more worried about what happens when people come into power in the future, Democrat or Republican.
Okay, I appreciate you hearing that. I think the viewers are going to appreciate that you're not just beholden to a singular party, that you're beholden to the truth, and that you're beholden to the American people's and the working classes benefit. And it makes it easy for us to trust you, non-fun. It's hard for us to trust somebody that's extremely partisan.
And I'm like, I don't know. We haven't spoken in like a year and a half or something or whatever. Like, I don't know if you've seen a lot of my content recently, but like, I think I'm like critical of people to the left of me, like to a fault. Like, I think I should like be more critical of the MAGA, of the right wing.
Yeah, look at me. I'm the first guy to tell you I regret voting Trump. I did not. I should have seen this. You're right. I should have known that he lied to me. I should have known that he was going to lie. Honestly, from now on, I'm telling all my viewers, don't vote. I honestly am going to tell all my viewers, don't vote. Don't get yourself involved.
I mean, I don't think that's much better.
Oh, I think that's the best option. I really do believe so. Because, you basically wash your hands clean. You have nothing to do with the situation.
That's pussy shit. That's pussy shit.
No. I want to, I mean, pussy, you call it pussy. It's also peaceful.
I don't think it's peace. I think it's pussy shit. I think if you think that someone is better, they would be preferable. You should be willing to vote for them, or at minimum spoil your ballot. Just like go in and write in fucking dick balls.
They're liars. I've tested it too many times. They're all liars. Turns out these politicians, they just want to go in office. Once they're in office, they just forget about you. They just forget completely.
I just think like by that standard, like. There still just is like a clear. You should prefer
I think
Democrats.
Democracy is flawed, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's the Democrat and Republican thing, but I don't think there's a democracy. I think democracy is flawed. I think because you live in a capitalistic system and money is so influential, you cannot have true democracy. It's impossible.
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
That's just it's a much broader conversation.
How can you have a democracy when you can fund politicians when politicians need funding to even run, they need to fund their own. And where are they going to get that funding? The government doesn't give it to them. They have to go and ask random people in the streets for funding. They're not going to ask the homeless guy. They're going to ask the guy with the money.
Yeah, so
the guy with the money is going to fund my campaign. He has power over my campaign. So when you have a system like that, how can you claim that you have a democracy? I don't get that.
There actually is some public funding of elections in the U.S., and I think that it arguably should be more expansive. Like a lot of people support more public funding for like third-party candidates if they. I think if you get 5% of the vote or something, you're entitled to public funding for your campaign. And that's why third-party candidates try to reach that threshold.
To get to 5% is impossible.
So regardless of that, yeah, I think it's hard. So I think there's arguments that should be expanded. But I don't think democracy means that interest groups can't have influence over the government. In fact, I think it's a healthy component of democracy that there is a civil society that is
the democracy of the rich. Because if I don't have money, how am I supposed to give?
So I think it is a
democracy.
Necessary and good component of democracy that interest groups do like lobby for policy, and I think there are many cases we view it as good. We view it as good that the ACLU lobbies for certain things, that think tanks lobby for certain things.
The guy with the most money has that loudest voice. How is that good?
So I think everything's on the margin. Okay, so like on some margin, like money in politics would become bad. Right. And I think there are certain cases of that even within the US. And I don't know how to fix some of those things, but I don't like that Elon was able to buy. I don't like Elon was like able to buy Twitter and have as much influence as he has. I think Trump specifically is like very bad on the issue of corruption and billionaires and stuff of that nature. That makes me like
Trump is not the only problem in all of America. Like there's a system in America that is being taken advantage of by the rich.
I agree he's not literally the only problem. I'm saying that I think he's kind of the worst part of it. So by the standard
where the rich get richer and the poor are the ones funding the bill, paying the bills.
So I don't think that's I don't think that's empirically true. But regardless
the deficit is not being, for example, the deficit is not being answered by any party. So Biden and Trump would have done equal amount of damage to the deficit. So
I don't think that's true.
Your literal argument against Trump and Biden, why you like Biden over Trump, is a moral argument.
Yeah, so I don't think it's the case that Kamala Harris would have been worse in a deficit. I think she would have.
How do you know that? How do you know?
Because she had a tax plan. Because she had a tax plan. She stated that her plan.
They were exasperating the deficit the whole time. Joe Biden was there, exasperated the deficit.
That's not true. That GDP declined under Biden for some period of time. Now, in fairness, partly because of inflation. Biden somewhat inflated away the debt. But regardless of that,
if when Kamala was in office, when they were in office, they did not exasperate inflation and raise up all this prices and all these problems, I would believe you. But actually, there's no actual evidence
hold on. Just to be clear, inflation, all else won't be equal because of the Fisher effect and interest rates. But just bear with it. All else equal, inflation actually reduces the real deficit, right?
What?
As in, like, inflation will reduce the burden of debt holders, right? Because essentially the way like it just makes the money that they're paying back less valuable.
Yeah, but it makes everything. Well, you're assuming that wages rise with inflation. I mean,
no. What?
Yes,
I'm just saying it, with regards to any like fixed interest loan, so when I say real interest rate, I mean interest rate adjusted for inflation. If you take out a loan at 5% interest and inflation is expected to be 2%, the real interest rate on that loan is 3%, right? The creditor giving out the loan.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it's cheaper for a little bit.
They're going to get
you agree with me later on it'll be more expensive.
Bear this out. They're going to get a 5% return, but 2 of that return is going to be eaten up by inflation in that period. But if inflation is unexpectedly high, meaning inflation is like 4% instead of 2%, now the real interest rate on that loan, I only made a 1% profit, right? And the person, the debtor, had to pay back money that was less valuable than like the money he borrowed. So because of that, inflation
Yeah,
actually...
you're assuming the interest rates are not rising or the price of goods are rising. Price of goods and
yeah, so interest rates
rising,
interest rates will... well, price
you're
of goods
right,
is
my
like
debts,
inflation.
thank God, yeah, my debts right now, they're actually gonna get better, but my future debts are gonna get worse.
Yeah, so I think so. There's some mechanism with regards to interest rates that I think here like it is worth pointing out, that like if people expect higher inflation and such, or if there is in fact higher inflation, it will lead them to expect more inflation in the future, and that will be priced into interest rates. But in the short term,
okay,
and holding all else equal, it will reduce the burden of the deficit. But if you want to talk about that, do you condemn Trump's indictment of Jerome Powell that got thrown out because it was so fucking trash, and his repeated attempts to lower interest rates?
I thought he loves Jerome Powell. I thought he loved Powell.
No, Trump hates Powell. Trump hates Powell.
Wait. What's happening right now? What's the drama? Why is he not doing what
you don't
he
know
wants?
about this?
No,
yeah,
this
Trump hates Jerome Powell because Powell refused to cooperate. Cooperate's the wrong word. The Fed is an independent branch, right?
Yeah, but he's allowed to influence the Fed chair.
The Supreme Court... No, the Supreme Court has upheld that the Fed, with respect to Lena Khan, is independent.
Right. He's not allowed to influence the head chair, but he's allowed to pick.
What do you mean influence?
What was it? Well, what he does is he
nominates the Fed chair. He does. It is true that he nominates the Fed chair, and he nominated Powell, by the way, which is funny because he hates Powell so much. But basically, Powell was very oppositional to Trump, as he fucking should be. And I don't even like that word. It's more Jerome Powell was just like a good person, and Trump was very oppositional to him because Jerome Powell's responsibility is to the American public. It is not to the president.
Do you know Jerome Powell's rise to fame?
I don't know.
He shorted the sterling. He shorted the European pound.
I don't know if that's
he shorted
true.
The
he was
British
a lawyer
pound. That's
before.
literally what made him so famous. He's
I don't know if that's true.
He's actually extremely.
Might be thinking of fucking George Soros or something. I don't know.
No. I'm pretty sure it's Powell.
I don't think that's true. Powell is not even an economist by training. He's a lawyer, and Google AI overview is telling me that that's not the case. I think you're, and it's funny, Google AI overview is also saying you're probably thinking of George Soros.
Who did George Soros? Who did it with George Soros?
Yeah.
Who did it with George Soros?
Who did what with him?
Who shorted the pound? Somebody with George Soros.
George. I don't know. I don't know who did it with, but George Soros did make a lot of money shorting the British pound.
Yeah,
that
but
is
George
true.
Soros
That
and
is
Jerome Powell.
Jerome Powell was a lawyer before becoming Fed chair. I don't know if he even worked at a bank beforehand. He probably did some at some point, but he I don't think he was like a trader anywhere.
Oh,
but irrespective of that, I don't know how that's relevant. I don't know how that's relevant.
The Secretary of Treasury, the U.S. Secretary of Treasury. Sorry, I was thinking about the U.S. Secretary of Treasury. You're talking about the Fed, Secretary.
Yeah,
of Fed.
I don't know how that's relevant, but you. First of all, you agree the Fed is an independent agency, correct?
Sure, yeah.
And you agree the Supreme Court has recently upheld...
It's a central bank. It owns our government, yes.
True.
It loans us our own money. Yes, you're right. I'm conceding.
So when I say independent branch of government, I mean not part of the, well, in some sense that's part of the executive branch, but not wholly under the control of the executive in the executive branch. They have some degree of independence in decisions.
Well, they're not upheld by state laws. That's for sure. If that's what you mean by federal,
they're upheld by the Supreme Court and by federal law.
What federal law upholds them?
The Federal Reserve. Wait, what federal law does what?
Upholds them. What are you talking about?
I believe they're in the original Federal Reserve Act. There are 4 cause requirements for the firing of certain leaders, and there are it states that the Fed's goal is with respect to inflation and or price stability and employment, and that the president himself does not have control over the Fed chair.
So you're talking about it being an independent kind of financial.
I'm saying,
system.
first of all, we agree that Jerome Powell is not mandated to listen to Trump, right? Like that's not.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
In the same way that like I think it's unfortunate that this is the case, to be clear, but like the DO.
I mean, obviously the president. The president's very influential, but yeah. The Fed doesn't have.
Well, he's not supposed to be influential over the Fed, even.
Well, it's a president. I mean,
not very influential.
You sit in the room with him. You're influenced by him. I mean,
that's not true. I mean, well, what do you mean influence?
What do you mean it's not true? Literally, that's all he does. He uses his influence. He uses his position.
It's not typical. It's not typical for the president to even meet with the Federal Reserve chair. There's only been like a few times where like it happens with the president.
It's not illegal.
That doesn't make it good.
No, it's not bad.
I think it is bad. and I can get it. I can get.
President's allowed to meet whoever the fuck he wants that works for him. What are you talking about?
The president is allowed to say the N-word. I don't think saying the N-word is good. Unless it's really funny.
Bro, the president, I'm sorry that the president meets, okay, it's like Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. I'm sorry. Like, the president is going to be so influential that a girl is going to want to suck his dick. Yeah, he in the end can say yes or no to it. But it's the president. He's going to have influence just by his existence in the room.
So remember when you were talking about how, with the inflation, people are going to demand essentially more money because they expect more inflation. You said non-fund, you got to account for the fact that interest rates are going to rise as well, right? Remember we were talking about that?
Sure, yeah.
So Trump, who repeatedly has said he wants to lower interest rates and repeatedly wants to like exert influence over the Fed, don't we think that like having that type of institutional arrangement where the president has a substantial degree of control over the decisions of the Federal Reserve, don't we think that probably makes other countries and investors, even domestically here, say, hey, I don't trust that the Federal Reserve is going to have 2% inflation because the president might just not fucking care and the president might want lower interest rates at the short term at the cost of long-term inflation.
Yeah, but the president...
So isn't that a potential reason why it's good to have the Federal Reserve be somewhat independent of the president?
Yeah, I agree. The president should not be the one telling the economy how it's running.
So don't you think it's bad that not only did Trump threaten Powell repeatedly and beg him to lower interest rates, but then Trump indicted Powell on bullshit charges that were thrown out because the whole time that they were bullshit and the government never even supplied any evidence for them when they were asked.
So
that's why you can read the judge, what the judge said. They said, we asked the government for evidence and they just like didn't provide it because they were bullshit.
Okay, I get it now. Your issue is that the president is not allowed to interfere in that level, and you're not okay with this level of interference. It's unprecedented when it comes to the Fed. And that, I guess for you believe that the president could detriment the American economy because of these actions. Because
if you're worried about the economy, if you're worried about interest rates, if you're worried about the deficit, I think one of the things you should be most worried about is the independence of the Federal Reserve.
Okay, interesting point. So basically, your point is Trump is the devil. He's the worst things to ever happen to America. Now, here's my question to you is, if he was successful to become the president, how can you stop that from ever happening again?
That's just like, it's not really addressing any of my points.
Because, addressing, I mean, I agree with you. He's the worst human being on earth. I agree. Let's say I concede to you your points, that he is the worst human being on earth. Nobody should ever vote for him again. The problem is, how do you protect yourself from the next guy who's going to lie to you and then push the same agenda? Because we've seen this happen for the past 12 years. I mean, this is the normal order of things. A politician shows up, says he's going to do things, he doesn't do them, and he ruins your life.
But I think Trump is way off the scales with regards to that.
But do you have any remedy to stop this from happening in the future, or you're just going to vote?
So I think there are political reforms worth doing, but I think that's just a deflection from the point, which is that Trump is a man with agency who does bad things, and you are a person with agency who supported initially the man who did bad things.
I don't think the point is that Trump is horrible. I think that we already know that Trump is a horrible being because he literally did everything he said he was not going to do. So I think we agree there. I think the point is, how do we stop this from the future from happening again? Do we just vote Democrat? Are the Democrats going to be better? Do we
Yes,
bring in a new
that is
party?
that is part of what
Is there
I'm
another way
I'm
to see if the vouch for these people? Is there like something we can look at, a historical reference point?
yes, look at Obama's term, like a Biden's term, like.
Well, I wanna do this. This is what I want to do, non-fun. I'm gonna vote Democrat next year. And
Sweet.
I'm gonna come in.
Well, you can vote for them this year, actually, in the midterms.
So hard. I'm gonna tell you, they didn't let me come out. They wouldn't even fuel my jet whenever I wanted to go travel to Syria. That's xenophobia. They won't even let me go back to my country. This is against my rights. I'm gonna make up all this shit that you were doing against Trump. I'm gonna.
What am I
make it
making
up
up against Trump? It seems like you agree, but I'm not making up anything.
The only difference is gonna be that Biden's gonna say, "Oopsie, that's why
No,
you're not allowed to travel."
I just
and
want
you
like an
don't have your ability
example.
to have
What did I
freedom.
say about Trump that was made up?
I just don't understand how America is in a different position because of Trump than it was against Biden. Against Biden, we would have still had the data centers. With Biden, we would have still had the Ukrainian war. With Biden, we would have had still sanctions on Russian oil, which exasperates the markets. The only thing that might be good is that the college students are going to be protesting in the halls of every major university and not allowing you to go to school. And what would have happened? Exasperation of fucking illegal immigration. That's the only two things that are different. Other than that, and maybe no tariffs. Other than that, your inflation is going to be the same, rising. Interests are rising. Yes.
Why would inflation be? I think the Iranian war probably has put upward pressure on inflation. It has raised oil prices. I think Kevin Warsh and Trump's attacks on the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, former now, also probably put some upward pressure on inflation expectations. Those were moderated by the Supreme Court, thankfully. But like in long-term interest rates are going up right now. I think they are still going up, but they did spike a decent amount.
All right, non-fun. I don't know. Like, basically, your remedy is let's vote Democrat. I'm telling you, that's not gonna solve anything. I'm telling you, that's not gonna solve the equation that you're.
Why? But it seems like you're not addressing the things. So here again, I'm just gonna reiterate some things that I think would be better if Kamala Harris is president, as opposed to Donald Trump right now. 1, freedom of speech with respect to those who are voicing criticisms of Israel. 2, the war in Iran. Don't think we would be at war with Iran. 3, Venezuela. Don't think we would have done the illegal boat strikes in Venezuela. Don't think we would have done the kidnapping the president of Venezuela. 4, the tariffs. We were not of the tariffs. 5, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve would not be under threat by them. I think 6, just like general kind of corruption issues, political prosecutions. James Comey would not be prosecuted. We wouldn't have seen the quid pro quo with Eric Adams. We wouldn't have seen the Trump meme coin, things of this nature. You wouldn't have seen the FBI director fired, even though they usually serve 10-year terms and they're not supposed to be partisan. You wouldn't have seen Trump sue ABC or Trump sue some other people. You wouldn't have seen Trump sue the fucking IRS to try to get a slush fund for the January 6ers. You wouldn't have seen the January 6ers be pardoned. All of these things would be better under Trump, or better under Kamala than Trump.
That's fantastic. You have zero evidence for any of that, but yeah, sure. You can.
Do you think Kamala Harris would have pardoned the January 6ers?
No, but he gave unprecedented pardons to drug addicts, illegals.
First of all, Biden, Kamala Harris is not Joe Biden.
He gave his son up unprecedented Biden. He gave.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I don't think he should have pardoned Hunter. I don't think he should have pardoned Hunter Biden. He gave drug dealers pardons and kicked them out of prison. What are you talking about? You think drug dealers are worse than January 6ers or better? I don't think he should have pardoned Hunter Biden. I think you're misrepresenting some of the actions he did with regards to. I think he did pardon or communicate some sentences of like nonviolent drug dealers who like for marijuana. Well, but I think that's probably good. But I just want to be clear. You said I have no evidence for any of these things. I just want to be clear.
No, you're talking about January 6th. I'm talking. You're forgetting everything. That's the thing.
Just very narrowly. You agree that Kamala Harris would not have pardoned the January 6ers, right?
That's fine. They pardoned worse.
So I do have evidence that at least that would have been better under Kamala Harris, right?
Okay, you don't have evidence that they wouldn't have pardoned anybody, but you do have evidence they wouldn't have pardoned. I agree with you on
so.
that.
First of all, I think
but I think they would have pardoned worse people. I think they would have pardoned drug dealers and criminals. Yes.
Yeah. So had Kamala Harris won the election, I think it's likely that they actually wouldn't have pardoned a lot of people because they wouldn't have to worry about them being prosecuted, right? They probably wouldn't have pardoned Anthony Fauci because Fauci would never have been prosecuted under Kamala Harris.
I mean, at the end of their campaign, yeah. Like at the end of their years.
Why would they? They
usually do the most amount of pardoning.
I don't think they would do that because unless Trump was going to run in 2028.
They haven't started yet. Trump is right now getting ready to pardon a lot of people. Like you usually pardon the most at the end of your.
He's already. He's pardoned. Trump even his first term, I think, has probably pardoned people like worse than Hunter Biden. Like he pardoned Paul Manafort, right? The fact that they
wouldn't have pardoned Anthony Fauci because they wouldn't have tried to pursue charges against him. That's your argument.
Yeah. So number one, I think that had Kamala Harris won, you wouldn't have seen a lot of pardons because a lot of the pardons were preemptive pardons for Biden because people were worried about being prosecuted under Trump. But second of all, I think just more generally, the pardons under Donald Trump are just way more egregious than the pardons under like any Democrat. Like, you want to talk about drug dealers? He pardoned, what's the guy's name from Honduras that he pardoned? Oops.
Oh, yeah.
and also, I think this one is more defensible. I don't know if it's not that good or not, but if you hear about drug dealers, the Silk Road guy, Ross, whatever his name is.
Wait, who's the Trump pardoned
him? Ross Albright, yeah, was a do you know what the Silk Road is? It was like an online drug selling thing.
Yeah, I guess it was a kid who he went to jail at 16 or something. What was it? What was the story of him?
Yeah, so I think I think that one is like more defensible, to be clear. But your standard was like drug dealers, and like he did enable a lot of drug dealing. You're like, what's a drug dealing? But yeah, he was like relatively young, and he made the website and like sold a lot of fucking drugs on it.
Hey, that's crazy. You're gonna tell me the guy that made eBay is harming people because people sell golf sticks on there and somebody smacks somebody with a golf stick? Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Why? It's a website made specifically for drugs.
That's not true.
He enabled.
What these websites usually are not just, oh, here is drug. These websites,
the Silk Road was primarily about drugs.
Extra that you want.
It's the Silk Road.
Basically, it's like a Temu, but with extra shit.
No, the Silk Road was primarily for drugs. I don't even know if it let non-drugs be sold there. I think there's like a lot of libertarians supported his fucking pardon or whatever. I think there's like
it functioned like an anonymous version of eBay or Amazon for contraband, where you use Bitcoin to hide.
What do you think contraband means? Yeah, it was not like eBay. It was not like a legitimate company that paid fucking taxes that just like happened to have some drugs in it. It was
also a bazaar.
It was made for evading law. What do you mean it was bizarre? What?
Like people would post anything that they had that they thought would not sell on eBay, and it could be posted there.
It's primarily. My understanding is it was primarily for drugs. It's possible that it also had other things, but it was mostly, yeah, okay, mostly illegal drugs and services. That's why he was charged with like drug trafficking. There's some argument you can make that like his punishment was overly harsh. Like I don't 100% disagree with that. But if you care about drug dealers or whatever, if that's your standard, it's like way worse that he pardoned him and the Honduras ex-president when they were like major drug dealers. Biden just like commuted some. The thing I'm aware of with Biden is he like expunged and commuted the sentence of non-violent marijuana users. In most of those cases, they were also like in jail for another thing, and they just had the marijuana charges removed by virtue of the pardon. And it was only for like non-violent offenders. That's what I'm aware of Joe Biden. I'm not even certain any of those people ended up.
He was
back on the fucking
by
streets.
the way sentenced for life in prison.
Yeah, like I said, I think there's an argument to be made that his punishment was too harsh. I'm open to that. I don't like really have strong feelings one way or the other, but like I think that like if your standard is, oh my god, Biden pardoned all these drug dealers, this guy was a major fucking drug dealer along with the Honduran ex-president, and Trump pardoned both of them.
That's fine. Yeah, I agree with you. Trump is the worst president on earth. He's the worst human being on earth. Yeah,
Sure.
I guess, yeah. You win. GG, you win. You win. Finally, non-fun won one thing. He found the worst human being in the history of all of humanity, worse than Adolf himself.
I'm not like, I'm just claiming I think Democrats are preferable to Trump, and I think you should have known.
No. You are saying that. You are telling me to go vote for Democrat. That's what you're literally
Yes,
saying.
I am.
Right
yes, I just said that. I agree. Yes, you should vote for Democrats.
That's all.
I think that Democrats are preferable to Republicans in like 99% of cases right now.
I'm not, and I'm going to remind you of this.
I think you should have known.
I reminded you of Biden when you voted for Biden. You were embarrassed by that. I'm going to remind you again.
I mean, I voted for Kamala Harris because Joe Biden dropped out.
And you were humiliated for
Trump
Biden.
finally got it
When we were talking
to a larger extent. Like Trump is like the most fucking dog president we have.
A little bit honest about this. At least Isaac would have been clear and been like, "Hey, you know what? You're right. The Democrats are no better." I don't think
Isaac would say that.
I honestly think so. I think so. I think he would have been like, "Nope, I concede. I'm not voting."
I don't think he would say that.
I think so. I swear, I think he does. Fucking Isaac. Bro, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I thought my life was gonna get better. I really did think so. I honestly did. I thought that guy actually, I don't know, was a Christian. He cared about humanity. I forgot that he was a baby eater, baby muncher. Forgot that our whole fucking economy is taken over by disgusting human. I don't know, the worst of humanity. I don't know what to tell you. Like, so the stories that are coming.
So because that hasn't happened, are you? But you're just not going to vote Democrats in the midterms, though, because you just like don't care.
Sorry. I'm supposed to vote Democrat now. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you're saying Trump failed in all these respects,
you're so not fair.
Why are you not open? Why are you not open to voting Democrats in the midterms?
You're so not fair, dude.
What do you mean?
So the reason I voted for Trump was because of how bad the Democrats are. Now you're telling me I'll go back to the Democrats.
Now you're saying Trump failed on all these things.
And I'm like, how about I go test out jumping from the bridge into the middle of the ocean? I would rather do that than test out another Democrat because I know exactly what the outcome is going to be. Another Gaza war, more sanctions on Russia.
What do you mean another Gaza war? If Abdul El-Sayed wins his Senate seat, there's gonna be another Gaza war. Like, what the fuck do you mean right now? What are you talking about? I think if anything, like the worst, by virtue of the fact that Trump is president, obviously senators serve 6-year terms, but like, you're not gonna get hardline Democratic policy out of the Senate. Even if Democrats get a majority in the Senate, you're going to get things like holding Trump accountable on the Iran war, potentially holding some of Trump's cabinet appointees accountable and not approving some vacancies and things of that nature. You're going to get things like removing the national emergencies for the tariffs, which even some Republicans did with respect to the tariffs on Canada. So I think
with the Democrats, and that's going to equal to affordable housing and lower inflation rates. And
I'm saying the things you don't like about Trump are probably most of the things you don't like about Trump are going to be addressed by a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House. But most of the things you don't like about Democrats are not going to happen with the Democratic Senate and a Democratic House by virtue of the fact that Trump is still president, and their margin would be narrow. And I also just don't know what it means to say there'd be another Gaza war if Democrats want this.
Let's do another discussion because I feel like this discussion, you try to convince me about Trump. Try to convince me about being Democrat. You try to convince me that Trump is bad. I agree with you on that, but you need to convince me that the Democrats are good. You need like 4 hours.
I just like view these things in like in a relative like there is a positive case to be made for Democrats, but I just think like I honestly just think that's like one, like weaker than the negative case for Trump, and like two, just like almost
Yeah,
a
but
almost
that's
like a
the thing. You're
distraction. But
comparing
like
Trump,
Menard,
you're
like
not-
I honestly just like feel like it's a.
But we agree
can
that
I
Trump is the worst
just
of the worst.
just let me like
Everything
finish
in the
this one
world's gonna
thing?
be better.
Well, yeah, but by virtue of the fact that Trump is the worst and worst, or whatever, I honestly just like feel like it's like a distraction to like to just say like, oh, I think like Democrats just like have better housing policy or like have better fucking opinions on central bank independence. I feel like that's almost a distraction by virtue of the fact that Trump is like just doing like insanely unprecedented things.
So what? All you gotta say is Trump is bad. Like so you don't need to show me why I need to vote for Democrats. You just need to show me how bad Trump is. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work for me. All I'm gonna do is I'm just not gonna vote.
I think for a rational person it should work, but regardless of that.
No, I think for a rational person they're gonna say, well, last time I voted for a Democrat, I got fucking bad shit. Last time I voted for a Republican, I got bad shit. Both of them lied to me. How about this? I don't vote because both of them don't want to tell me anything except that the other side is worse. So how about you tell me something about the good side and why your side's better and how you're gonna better my life and give me actionable steps. Give me how many houses are going to get built. What's the timeline on that? When is the immigration laws going to be brought down and ICE pushed away? Because that's a big issue for me right now. We have a police force that's out for American people. We need to get rid of that. And
yeah,
stuff
I think
like
that.
Like you need to give me a line,
so there's
timeline for all of these things.
Democrats,
you can't just tell me vote Democrat. It's better than Trump. Because hey, I'll tell you what. If Biden was just sitting there and all he had to say was I'm just better than the other guy, then at some point he becomes the worst thing on earth. I'll tell you that. That's what happens usually.
I've given things I think Democrats are better on, and part of that involves like me laying out some positive case for Democrats.
Nice
but if you just I think that's a really good thing with respect to protecting their First Amendment rights.
You need to give me something better.
Like
under Democrats, you can buy a house. Under Republicans, you lost the ownership of your homes.
I think that Kamala Harris did have a plan for housing affordability, right? She did have a plan to try to attempt to build 3 million new homes, to try to work with some local communities to like incentivize them to reform their zoning laws so that more homes could in fact be built.
Make your case strong. Make it really strong, because I need a timeline of the housing, because you're gonna give me more promises that Trump. The reason I'm not voting for Trump is because he gave me promises and he failed. The Democrats gave me promises and never fulfilled on them either. So these promises I cannot believe. You need to show me exactly what they did while they were in office.
So here's a list. Here's a list of some of the things, okay, that Biden did during his term for housing affordability. The Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, is announcing the availability of $100 million to communities to identify and remove barriers to affordable housing production and preservation. The Department of Treasury and HUD are announcing a major improvement to the federal financing bank multifamily risk sharing program that will provide greater interest rate predictability for state and local housing finance agencies. Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act and Railroad Rehabilitation and Improvement financing loans used for conversion products may be eligible for a categorical exclusion under NEPA, which is like an environmental law that oftentimes restricts the building of new housing. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation proposed a new tool that would accelerate historic preservation reviews for millions of federally funded, licensed, or owned housing units. HUD anticipates finalizing a rule to update its manufactured home construction and safety standards. The new rule, if finalized, would enable duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes to be built under the HUD code for the first time. The Council of Economic Advisors analyzed the importance of state and local governments' actions to permit and improve new developments more quickly, including examples from HUD's pro-housing grants. Reforms to streamline permitting processes can lead to more housing being built more quickly, which will lower housing costs.
Yeah, so just more houses getting built, lower housing costs, more promises.
What did you ask me, Menard? Menard, you asked, what are some things that Democrats did to make housing better? And I just gave you a list.
You need more housing is not enough. You need to have an infrastructure and a clear plan, concise plan on the economy and how you're going to lower inflation, how you're going to stop the exasperation of the deficit, $40 trillion, and counting that I got to pay for and my kids are going to have to pay for.
I think Kamala Harris at least had a better plan than Trump on that.
You're gonna have to prove to me that you're gonna reduce spending on defense. You're not gonna be able to prove any of that to me. I'm never voting Democrat in my life.
Yeah, I think it's just an impossible standard.
If I tell me we're gonna build more houses. That's not gonna reduce the price of the houses. That's not gonna reduce the price of the houses when inflation
you don't think building
exaggerating.
You don't think building more houses is going to at least slow the rate of increase of houses?
No, I'll tell you what, something more successful.
Okay.
No, what's the use if the houses are just as expensive as the houses today, or if private equities bunches up and jumps on these houses immediately when they're getting built? What the fuck is the use? They're just gonna get taken over by. Sorry. Do you think that we don't have enough houses in America?
Yes.
Do you think that we don't have enough houses? We have enough houses to house everybody in America. We just can't afford them.
No, not true. The thing people say that like there are more vacant homes than homeless people. It's not really true. It's very misleading because most of the vacant homes are like either a lot of them are just a lot of them are like ruins. A lot of them are slums. A lot of them are not available. Can I finish a thing?
12 years.
They're not available.
People live in an apartment complex for 12 years. Because they can't find a house to buy, or because they can't afford the house to buy?
Because they can't afford a house to buy by virtue of the fact that housing supply is largely restricted.
Yes, because housing is so expensive. So this idea that housing, you're just going to build more houses and somehow now I can buy a house. No, it's not. Because
I think housing is expensive. I think housing is expensive.
Houses all around me. I can't afford them. There are already houses all around me. I can't afford them. So just building a house is not going to change anything.
Housing is expensive by virtue of the fact that the supply is restricted. Housing is expensive by virtue of the fact that the supply is restricted. And you have more people bidding for less houses.
Housing is expensive because the exasperation of inflation, the exasperation of the deficit, and the economy.
But the inflation-adjusted price of housing has gone up, right? You can adjust for inflation in the price of housing.
No, nobody can adjust for that. Nobody can adjust for that. Wages are not going up. Inflation is eating up all people's
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can know houses aren't like just going up purely due to inflation because you can compare housing to overall inflation, and housing grows at a faster rate than overall inflation.
Housing grows as an asset, sure, like every other asset, but
the cost of housing, which also because housing is an asset, is going to increase the value of the asset.
You're saying it increases higher than inflation, faster than inflation. That's what you're saying.
Do you disagree with the fact that the price of housing has
yes,
differs by area?
I agree with that. That's why affordable housing
But it's not just due to inflation.
So you're saying right now, I'm saying inflation can be a start. Fixing the deficit. Did I only say inflation? Did I not say fixing the deficit and reappropriating all these fees?
Wait, how is fixing the deficit going to help with housing? I think it could, but only by virtue of the fact that it would lower inflation and interest rates.
When we stop spending money we don't have and then creating more buybacks to buy our own bonds because nobody's buying them because we don't have our economy is fucking fake. You're the economist. Our economy is fake. We're buying our own bonds.
True.
So when we have something happening like that, you can't tell me we build more houses and you're gonna be able to own a house. We're fucking destroying our own economy. We're building. We're growing. We're drilling a hole that we have to fill later on, me and you, that nobody else is gonna have.
I think the deficit should be addressed. I think that Democrats are in a better position to address it than many Republicans. They're like certain progressive Democrats. I think we just go way too far in the spending direction. But
the Democrats' argument is they're not gonna touch the deficit or have any effect on the GDP and economy. And reduce.
I think Kamala Harris's plan would have probably reduced the debt to GDP ratio. At least relative to Trump.
We didn't see that. Under their 4 years,
they
exasperated the deficit.
because of inflation partly, but like the debt to GDP ratio I think did decline under Biden's term in 2023.
No, they exasperated the deficit because they refused to do any of the things they said they were. They refused to push in any affordable housing. They refused to reduce any of the defense spending. They refused to reappropriate any of the budget plans.
Wait, hold on. That's
why they exasperated spending, not because of just sanctions.
Just to be clear, Q1 of 2021, the
deficit expanded not because of sanctions.
The first time that Biden was in office, okay, debt to GDP 124%. If we go to like the end of Biden's term, debt to GDP 120%. So like, it did decline on net throughout Biden's term, and it declined from the start of his term until Q1 2023, and then it started going up again.
What happened? quarter of 2023. What happened?
That the GDP started going up again, but it never reached the level that it was when Biden first took office. It still went down on net.
Yeah, but that's the GDP is fine, but the deficit. What happened to the deficit? It never. He he never created any programs like he said he was gonna bring down the spending that were doing in America. He didn't do anything to bring that down. So how am I supposed to believe that you're saying
if I tell you someone is $10,000 in debt, or has a $10,000 loan out, do you think that person is in a good situation or bad situation?
Bad situation.
What if they were like super fucking rich? What if they were a billionaire and they had a $10,000 loan? Are they still in a bad situation?
But our deficit is over the GDP. It's
okay. I'm gonna ask again.
The GDP per year.
Do you think they're still in a bad situation? They're not in as bad a situation, right?
Well, we're not billionaires. We're like homeless people right now.
I'm
we're
saying
actually spending more than.
It's more useful to think of the deficit in terms of debt to GDP, because that looks at the deficit compared to our total income.
Debt to GDP isn't GDP like what GDP? Let me look at GDP.
What do you mean?
Our
What
deficit
is it?
per year is like $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion per year right now spending.
Yeah, and this is, it is over 100. I told you the numbers. It was 124% when he took office. It was like 121% when he left. So it went down, right? That's the GDP went down.
So according to you, if we have $30 trillion GDP, that means the deficit should be going down every single year. We should be able to afford the deficit. We should have like $29
I don't know what you're telling me right now.
to pay for this deficit. Huh?
I'm saying if debt to GDP goes down does not mean the total outstanding amount of the debt goes down, because the debt can still go up, but your GDP can go up by more than the debt goes up, and therefore debt to GDP goes down, but the total amount of debt still goes up.
Okay, so the growth of GDP is around the same growth of inflation. That's what I'm saying. It's about 2% per year.
Motherfucker. Can you, like, I don't know what you're reading right now, but read the full sentence.
Around 1.5 GDP growth rate is about 1.5 to 2.3% annualized, recently reported by the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Can you click on the Bureau of Economic Analysis? Say whatever you're reading. Just click on the Bureau of Economic Analysis website. That should be linked on whatever you're reading.
Real GDP increased at an annual rate of 1.5% in second quarter of 2026, according to the second estimate release.
Okay, read the first word again.
Real GDP.
What does real mean in this context?
Like real GDP, like GDP from sales, from actual economical driven.
Kind of. You're kind of close to it. It means adjusted for inflation, using a base year's price, or actually they use a chain weighted index now, but using a base year's prices.
Oh, so this is after inflation. You're still increased 1.5.
Yes, that's adjusting for inflation.
Oh, I see what you mean, real GDP.
And it's annualized.
So you're saying our GDP is increased 1.5% every single year, adjusted for inflation, after inflation.
What that number specifically is saying is, if we grew at the pace that we were growing at in that quarter, by the end of the year, GDP would be 1.5%. It would be 1.5% total real growth. That's what the annualized number is saying.
I see what you mean.
Overall growth, growth has averaged. So actually, GDP has not been particularly great under Trump. During his first the first quarter of 2025, I think. It might have been the second quarter of 2025. We actually had negative real GDP growth. We had negative 0.5% GDP growth, largely because of the tariffs and the uncertainty they caused. And 1.5% is not like that great a GDP growth either. It's typically GDP growth is like at least 2% annualized every quarter.
So under Trump, real GDP did not rise as well. Under Biden, it will rise better. That's your argument.
Probably, yeah.
Well, not if Biden wants to continue sanctioning Europe and every nation that allies with Russia.
We're not sanctioning Europe. Trump is
I mean,
putting tariffs on the EU though. You agree
Russia.
Trump put tariffs on the EU? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree. Fuck Trump.
Yeah, and Biden did not do any meaningful economic warfare against Europe.
Okay. Just find a way to. I don't think you can do it today. I don't think you're going to be able to convince me that I should tell my viewers to vote for Biden. Now, I for sure will not tell them to vote Trump, but there's no way for hell I'll tell them to vote Democrat in my life. No way for hell. Their life is not going to get better. They're not going to get better health care. They're not going to get affordable insurance. Their inflation is not going to lower. Nothing. You don't have anything. You cannot have less war. I don't even believe Biden will.
I think there are reasons for believing that there would be less war.
Do you even believe that Biden can end the Iranian war right now? I don't even think so.
Well, obviously Biden can't.
I mean, let's say whoever
if Kamala Harris won, we wouldn't have gotten into it in the first place. I don't think.
Yeah, but I'm saying let's say we're there now. Can she pull out?
There would be a cessation of the deadliest hostilities. I don't think it'd be possible to.
It would be a repeat. It would be a repeat of Minsk II in Ukraine. There was no way they will allow these peace talks to go through. No way.
I don't think so. So I think with any war, it wouldn't be possible to overnight undo everything, right? I think there's going to be a meaningfully strained relationship with Iran for a while. I think there's going to be meaningful tension around the Strait of Hormuz for a while by virtue of what Trump did. But I think if a Democrat just magically was in office now, there would be a cessation of the deadliest, most extreme hostilities that are going on.
That's just not enough. You're so pragmatic. It's not enough. We need. No, we don't need a little bit. We need a full cessation. We need a complete withdrawal.
I just think that would not be. That's just an impossible standard, Minar. That's an impossible standard, Minar.
Yeah, but we're done with this.
You're coming in. You're fucking coming in. Your guy is coming in and taking a shit on the fucking floor. He's fucking shitting in the fucking kitchen, and then the Democrats come in and clean up the fucking shit. The Democrats come in and fucking clean up the shit in the kitchen, and then the QA inspector comes in and it's this isn't good enough. Okay, there was shit here. It's there was shit here. Your guy fucking shit here. We did our fucking best. We cleaned up the shit. This is just an impossible standard.
Well, actually, if they're smart, they can do that. They can be like, "Hey, look, we are completely divorced from the old people." If Democrats are actually smart, they will do that. Well, they'll say we completely are divorced from Trump and all his policies. We do not condone them. We want to drive everything backwards.
But it's different.
But the Democrats are never going to do that. They're going to just
Democrats are trying to end the Iran war. There are war powers resolutions in Congress and Senate right now that have failed to pass by virtue of the fact that Republicans support them or don't support them.
Oh, this reminds me of the mansion issue.
What does?
Where the Democrats would have pushed in healthcare, and they would have pushed in this, and they would have saved your life, and they would have made your got the colleges went through all if it wasn't for Manchin not voting the bills through.
Bernard, do you agree? Man. Do you think if there was a Democratic majority in the Senate, do you think that a war powers resolution against Iran would pass?
That's exactly what we had. We had the Democrat, we had the Senate, and we had the presidency, and you guys literally did fucking nothing. Leave my ass alone.
That's not true. They passed the American Rescue Plan. They passed the American Rescue Plan. They passed the American Rescue Plan. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act.
What did that do for you? What did that do for you on inflation?
For me, I think the American Rescue Plan increased inflation. To be clear, I'm not even claiming all these things were net good, but I think it's indisputable. I think I disagree with some of the policy in virtue of the fact that I think it did too much. Oh, the CHIPS Act too, to hammer. That's right. The CHIPS Act they passed, right? The infrastructure bill, the big infrastructure bill that Biden passed.
This is such a waste of my time. I'm going to start a new channel. This is a waste of my time. I'm done with this.
What do you mean you're going to start a new channel?
This is a waste of my time. I swear to God, this is a waste of my time. I get anyways 20 views on every one of my videos. Fuck this. Who cares about politics? Man, I'm gonna start a new channel, talk shit about liberal women or something. I swear to God, fuck this shit, man. What a waste of my time. I gotta talk. Enough? This guy's telling you Democrats are gonna better your life. The last 4 years, what happened? America.
Manar, you just asked what the Democrats do. I just gave you examples of big legislation Democrats passed, and then you said they're bad.
That Trump passed something about economy. I can give you the economy bill that Trump passed too. Is that? Why I'm gonna vote for Trump next year? What the fuck? No,
Trump couldn't get an infrastructure bill passed. Trump tried to get an infrastructure bill passed. He couldn't. Trump couldn't repeal the ACA. Trump got his tax cuts. That's about it. But Biden got tax increases. Biden got the IRA. Biden got the Chips and Science Act. These were all bigger deals than just like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with respect to like how.
I'm gonna make my channel like nutrition.
Hold on, Menard, do you agree with that? Do you agree? Like to be clear, the question you asked me was what did Democrats do? Not even what did Democrats do well. Not even did they do anything good. Just what did they do? Weren't they constrained by Joe Manchin? They didn't actually get anything done. I just give you like 3 big bills that they got through, right? The American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Chips and Science Act. And actually 4, the infrastructure bill, right? And these were all like big.
Vote for Biden. That's why I'm supposed to vote for Biden.
I'm just answering your fucking question. I'm answering your fucking question. What did they do? They did have a lot of successes.
Oh,
even despite Joe Manchin, Biden had to call. Biden called Manchin and begged him to fucking vote for the American Rescue Plan.
Pass his ICE bill and allow ICE militias to be in the streets of America.
I don't think that's as big as I don't think that's as big as an accomplishment.
Trump was also able to stop all illegal immigration, almost completely shut down the southern border.
Without a bill, illegally without a bill through Congress, illegally without a bill through Congress. Do you, Menard, shut the fuck up, Menard. Do you agree, Menard, Trump didn't get a bill passed in immigration, right? Trump didn't get the SAVE Act passed. Do you agree that Trump has not passed a bill on immigration?
No, but he stopped all of illegal immigration and all.
We're talking about legislative success right now.
Shut down all the southern border.
Illegally. Menard, I think that's bad. I think it's bad in virtue of the fact that 1, it's illegal to do it with the executive action he's done. 2, I think immigration is just good.
Sign in any immigration bills either.
Yeah, and guess what?
He signed a proclamation.
He tried.
Bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit? They tried to pass a bipartisan border bill. In fact, there were 2 different immigration bills in 2020. In 2021, Biden had a proposed immigration bill that didn't go anywhere.
10773.
That's an executive order, is it not?
He had one proclamation, 10773, July 2023, at the end of his, or 2024, final.
I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, I agree. Biden passed an executive order after the bill failed. And I think the executive order was bad, to be clear. I think it was illegal. Menard, do you agree that that executive order was ruled illegal by a circuit court? Do you know about that? Do you know about that? Do you know that the ACLU sued him for that and said that, and the courts ruled actually Biden couldn't do that? I mean, it's moot now that Biden's out of office, but there was a ruling on that.
Poor president. President can't do something.
Menard, what do you think I'm trying to prove to you? What do you think I'm trying to prove to you with that? I'm not saying that Biden was constrained necessarily by that. I'm saying that is by virtue of the fact that Biden, when he tried to do executive orders restricting asylum, that was illegal. I think the fact that Trump has even more severe restrictions on asylum seekers and such, those are also illegal.
Good for you. I don't think this is going to better your life. I think your deficit is going to exasperate. I think you're going to be a 50 trillion in 2 years to 3 years. I think your dollar is being stolen right now from underneath you economists, you fake economists.
True.
You act like you know anything about economy. You're buying your
I don't claim to be an economist. An economist is a very gate-kept term. I would never claim to be an economist.
It's hilarious. China's already divorced from America. America has zero respect in the world order right now. Nobody has respect over the US dollar, and U.S. hegemony is completely
destroyed. What? They don't respect the U.S. dollar because of Trump.
Instead of worrying about your reputation in the world, and how detrimental and how you've detrimented your own people for so many years with this fucking fake facade system of diplomacy, how about you fucking upend and murder your politicians, execute some of them, and have the American people come back and live a normal life for once. You fucking disgusting people. How about go fuck yourself? I will not vote for anybody until some politicians die, because that's some fucking bullshit. What the fuck am I voting for? What am I voting for? So for my own demise? To be,
I think you're voting for things to be better.
Rescue plan in. Okay, good for you. You got the American Rescue Plan. How did that better your life? Did you buy a home because of the
that was
American
a big
Rescue Plan?
Minar, stop.
Man,
so first of all, stop fucking stop. You need to be able to track. You need to be able to track the conversation. So, oh, he's gone. Okay. Incredible. Fun time. Been a while since we spoke to Minar, guys. Been a while since we spoke to Minar. At least he agrees Trump's banned now. That's all I can say. Positive, yeah. I mean, it's just like unfortunate though, because I think like it's like for the wrong reasons, right? Like it's I can barely give him credit for thinking that, just by virtue of the fact that he believes it, because he like watches like slop and bullshit stuff. Yeah. Oh my God. Gotta take the wins where they are, but yeah, if it's for the wrong reasons, it doesn't much credit for. Yeah. It's just like, I mean, it's like it makes me worried about just like about the day after. Okay, it makes me worry that the day after Trump is not going to be any better if people don't like Trump for the wrong reasons. Like if they don't like Trump only by virtue of the fact that like a fucking Razog shit, right? Like for like thinking that Trump is like too pro establishment. It's just like gonna be bad. Oh, Menards.
You save big money when you shop Menards.
Yeah, but nice catching up with Menar. Oh, he's watching Ryan Mullally and Adam Contok. I haven't actually seen that yet. Microsoft Edge, why are you edging me like this, bro? It's not that. Did he not stream it? Would have been nice if he conceded that Trump's lives are fairly predictable. Yeah. Honestly, though, I feel like Menar's, he might have evolved a bit. I mean, most of the things he said were pretty dumb, and he like wasn't able to track certain things still. Like the exact topic shifted around a lot, and there are like a lot of things where it's like you know, like what do Democrats do? It's like, okay, well, they passed like these bills that I think did a lot of things, and we're in a political sense major successes. And he's like, okay, but how did that help you? What did that do to inflation? It's like, okay, so like, I think it's fair to say the American Rescue Plan contributed to inflation. I think it's fair to have the view that it was not bad, but like it just like was politically speaking a big bipartisan success that I think shows leadership, it reflects well on Democrats' governing ability in a way that like Trump's like doesn't have. Okay, no promises. But we'll watch at least some of this. No promises as to like finishing it. Because I know Adam and Ryan.
Across distinct independent entities. In order for that system to actually
Has Ryan seen the shrimp picture? Can we update him on the shrimp riz?
work, there must be some basic buy-in. In debating what constitutes a uniquely existential threat to America, it's first important to establish what exactly America is. Without knowing what constitutes its existence, we can't know what would
Oh no, shit. Oh no, shit, Adam. What exactly America is. Oh, get ready to hear some. Get ready to hear about the American moral prospect, baby. Oh no. American moral proposition. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Ugh. The good old days of a couple of years ago when bipartisan legislation was possible.
Constitute a threat to it? I would argue, and I think Ryan would agree, that there are multiple answers to that question because America exists in multiple contexts. Now, some of those answers might be more disputed than others.
Oh man, don't you know, Adam? There's only one answer, and it necessarily includes the. Actually, Ryan didn't say the existence of a creator. Gen Z attorney did, but necessarily includes like natural law, deontology. Okay, you can't be utilitarianism, consequentialism. That's all anti-American. Okay, and it's very narrow, meta-ethical view. Oh my god.
But here are a few that almost everyone can agree on. America, in one sense, is a sovereign state. In that regard, if a foreign nation was working to occupy and annex all of our land, it would pose an existential threat. America is also an assortment of people, places, and critical infrastructure. Under that definition, a sufficient number of nuclear weapons would pose an existential threat too. A third way to answer this question is that America is a constitutional system of government built around a particular conception of legitimate authority, a fundamental belief that the authority to govern is distributed across distinct independent entities. In order for that system to actually work...
Oh, shit, but you know, Trump has state rights, and fourth branch of government. I talked about when I spoke to Adam on it's just the little like podcast episode thing we did. I talked about this with him a bit because he talked to Ben Shapiro before Trump got elected as to like issues related to these or whatever. I remember saying this to him, like, it's always the people like most concerned about the existence of the fourth branch of government are for some reason the people that seem to be least concerned about the weaponization of it. It's like, if you think the growth of bureaucracy is like bad and like you shouldn't have a lot of these agencies or whatever under the executive branch, like I don't get why like getting rid of for cause requirements is good under that view. Like, wouldn't you rather a constrained bureaucracy than a bureaucracy subject to the whims of the president? Like, I don't get it. I understand some of the constitutional arguments for like at least more unitary executive, but just given the view that sort of the outcomes are like the institutional structure of having the fourth branch government or whatever is like bad. Like, why not? You should want them to be like more constrained, not less constrained.
There must be some basic buy-in or agreement to participate in it from those entities. Under that system, Congress has the power of the purse and the courts have the power of the gavel. But the power to actually do things, the power of the sword, rests almost entirely with the executive branch. It therefore follows that in order for that system to endure, it's especially incumbent on the executive branch to actually respect it, to treat the core powers of the courts, the Congress, and states and localities as binding rather than optional. It is using that third definition that I would argue Donald Trump poses a uniquely existential threat to the nation. To be clear, this does not mean that other presidents haven't done things that are materially worse than what Trump has done. In World War I, Woodrow Wilson cracked down on free expression. In World War II, FDR sent Japanese Americans to internment camps. There are countless examples throughout our history of overreaches and abuses that, measured by their human impact at least, dwarf the abuses of the Trump administration. So what makes the present crisis unique is not a question of degree or severity. I would argue it's a question of category. Because the unfortunate reality is that across many historical examples of abuse we could list, Congress, the courts, and sometimes even the American people were complicit. No system system of government is foolproof against the people that operate it. Voters can push for oppressive policy, Congress can pass it into law, the president can sign it, and courts can then uphold it. What's different about the present day isn't necessarily what Trump is doing, it's how and why he's doing it. No other president in American history has demonstrated such an explicit, shameless rejection of the legitimacy of our Constitution. The same document that he is sworn to protect and that defines the very office he occupies. Now, some may argue that this is nothing new, that other presidents also rejected the legitimacy of the Constitution. And you know what? That's entirely possible. But to use a phrase I often get from Trump supporters, you can't read the president's mind. What makes Trump unique here is that arriving at this conclusion doesn't require any amount of mind reading, because he's told us this openly, saying a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those—
Biden ocean mandate, Biden ocean mandate, Biden ocean mandate, Biden ocean mandate.
Throughout American history, presidents have declared national emergencies and even engaged in power grabs, especially during times of national crisis. But no president has ever called for the termination of the U.S. Constitution, let alone during relative peacetime. What makes this even worse is that we have ample evidence that Trump doesn't even believe the 2020 election was stolen. It's one thing to genuinely think that a stolen election is grounds to terminate the Constitution. It's another thing entirely to reference a lie as a pretext to do so. One could argue that as bad as all of this is, it's ultimately just a social media post, and that words do not rise to the level of action. Had the post been the full extent of Trump's conduct, I would say that's fair. But as we have seen time and time again, this statement that his discretion supersedes our system of government is something that he believes and something that he acts on unabashedly. This is not to say that he will die on every hill. Donald Trump is not a deeply ideological person, and to use a favorite word of his, he clearly lacks stamina. Even his supporters often complain that he relents, pivots, or distracts when he sees a battle he doesn't think is worth fighting. But the fact that adherence to our Constitution has now become a function of his discretion, rather than the context his discretion operates within, should be deeply concerning to everyone, regardless of their political leanings, because it is indicative of an underlying theory of power that is not just a novel or aggressive legal theory, but a view that is explicitly antithetical to how our government is supposed to work. This belief was also on display when Trump was interviewed by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan earlier this year. When they sat down with him, they asked, how would you compare yourself to other presidents throughout American history? In response, Trump gave them a 2-page letter written by a historian who ended up being Gary Player's caddy. The letter opened with the line, Donald Trump is the most powerful man who's ever existed on the planet by far. It went on to compare him to Mao, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, the Caesars, Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, and William the Conqueror. To be clear, this was not a moral comparison, and Trump said as much. It referenced those names to argue that Trump was more powerful than all of them, and that he was actually willing to use that power. This might just be a personal preference, but I think it's unacceptable for an American president to be thinking like that, and deeply worrying that he was so proud of this letter that he gleefully pulled it out to brag during an interview. Ryan and many of the people watching might not believe this, but if Donald Trump engaged in all the same abuses I list in this debate, but did so to advance single-payer healthcare, build new infrastructure, and establish a sovereign wealth fund, I would be making all the same arguments against him on this topic, despite the fact that he would align with me almost perfectly.
Don't you know we're gonna get the Trump sovereign wealth fund? Okay, we got intel. There was that like executive order that was like a week nothing burger to for Scott Besson to look into the possibility of maybe one day creating some type of possible sovereign wealth fund. Don't know where that went actually.
In fact, for one of the examples I'll mention in this debate, I liked what Trump was doing in a vacuum, but it was nonetheless clearly illegal and indicative of this belief system. Now, I have a general rule that the first time I debate someone, I treat them as if they're operating in good faith, no matter what other footage I've seen of them or what I've heard of them. It's my understanding that Ryan did not vote for Trump in 2024, despite aligning with him more than Harris on policy, because he found the 2020 fake elector scheme to be disqualifying. I genuinely find that to be respectable, and my hope for this debate is not to prove Ryan wrong, but to appeal to whatever principle drove that decision and actually convince him of my claims. Not to convince him to vote for Democrats or support progressive policy, but just that the threat of Trump is much larger than any disagreements we might have on tax rates or immigration policy, all else equal. That probably won't happen, but either way, I'm looking forward to a fun and interesting conversation.
All right, you had 3 minutes left. You want to go ahead and end it there?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to reset the timer here. Ryan, whenever you're ready. Guys, like the video, please. Let these guys get pushed into the algo. Let's do it. All right, Ryan, whenever you're ready.
Thanks. Yeah, hi, I'm Ryan Mullally. I'm a former teacher, as Adam referenced, former Democrat, currently on the right. I'm an attorney. I've litigated every level of the U.S. legal system up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm here tonight to talk to Adam, who by reputation is a good faith interlocutor. And like Adam, I prefer to match energy and I don't want to turn a conversation into a blood sport. I think they sometimes go that way. That's the way of the internet. But I appreciate the olive branch and for my part intend to take it. This is an interesting debate prompt. I think Adam kind of implicitly conceded in his opening that all presidents are existential threats to America. This is what makes it a challenging prompt for him.
Oh my God.
All presidents have them, they have the codes for the nukes. They could launch an attack on another country. They could put us in a Mad Max scenario in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. They're all existential threats. And if you look at American history, you're going to see that there's countless examples of what Adam conceded were abuses by presidents that dwarf in severity the abuses of Trump. Now, that puts Adam in a bit of a bind because it's tough to say that Trump is a unique threat when there are examples of FDR interning tens of thousands of Japanese Americans without even suspicion of wrongdoing. Abraham Lincoln suspending habeas corpus and arresting the government, the senators of states without congressional imprimatur. And in fact, Justice Taney, riding circuit, had said that it was unconstitutional for him to do so, and yet he did so anyway. There was also the confusion about whether or not you could, in fact, free slaves slaves given the Dred Scott decision, which was still good constitutional law, saying that there was no right for black people to be free in this country at the time of the Civil War. And then that was cleared up by the 14th, 15th Amendments after the fact. These are not inconsequential abuses. These are major abuses of the constitutional order. And the thing about these sorts of presidential, quote unquote, abuses is that people tend to look at them in the spirit of the history that they prefer. A very famous example was Thomas Jefferson was a strict constructionist of the Constitution, but he yet did the Louisiana Purchase, which doubled the size of America, adding Louisiana and most of the Midwest to the country. When he did this, Thomas Jefferson did not believe the Constitution permitted him to do this, or at least he had severe doubts about it. He didn't believe this was constitutional, but he thought it was a good idea, so he did it, and the Congress funded it, and here we go, America the Great. But this fundamentally transformed the country, and if you were one of the original states thinking that you were entitled to maybe a 13th of the voting power, you would be very surprised to find that the country doubled overnight and then continued to expand thanks to the work of one president. Now, we like the outcome. So we tend to think he was right about the fact that the president has this power. But at the time, that was not a given. There's countless more examples. Andrew Jackson invaded Spain without a declaration of war and essentially conquered Florida, which we then got via treaty later. We went to the Korean War, where 50,000 Americans fought and died without a formal declaration of war. And I could go on and on. The examples, I think, Adam would concede, are endless, and some of them more horrifying than others. And most of them, we tend to view through the lens of revisionist history. If we like the outcome, we think it was okay the president did that. But I think the more interesting conversation, and the one that I'm hoping we get to spend more of our time on, is where Adam started with defining America. And he talked about it being a place and a constitutional order. But he left out, I think, the most important part. America is a propositional nation, or a creedal nation. We, unique amongst nations in the world, were not founded on an ethnicity or a religion per se, but on a particular philosophy. And that philosophy is not articulated in the Constitution, it's articulated in the Declaration of Independence, which says that we find these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, amongst them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men, drawing their just powers from the consent of the governed. The purpose of the government is to secure these rights, these moral rights, the philosophy, natural law theory. These rights that pre-exist the government are objective and God-given and inalienable. And the purpose of government was to do just that, secure those rights.
Brother.
The problem, I'm doubling back. Justice Gorsuch gave a remarkable interview recently where he described this relationship, and he's a current Supreme Court justice, so I'd like to think he knows a thing or two about this. He described the Constitution as America's how-to manual. It's how you operate the government. But the Declaration is the mission statement. How does this relate to the topic? I don't think Trump is an uniquely existential threat to America. I think Trump is a uniquely existential threat to the progressive status quo. And what I mean by that is, starting in the 1900s, the progressives, slowly and surely accelerating through the administrations of Woodrow Wilson and FDR, irrevocably changed what America is. They consciously, conspicuously, and purposefully attempted to move beyond, progress beyond our founding values, progress beyond the values of the Declaration, which entail a limited government, a government that does not interfere with the states, the type of government that Jefferson imagined in favor of a evolutionary living model. They ushered into existence living constitutionalism and the great power grabs of the judiciary under that doctrine. They ushered into existence a fourth branch of government, the administrative state, which they would prefer wield the powers, the awesome powers of the executive, rather than the executive who's...
Despise progressives and the moderate liberals and enable them. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Deep stuff. Easy money.
Given those powers by the Constitution. They ushered into existence a fundamental change to what America is and how it works that is expressly contrary to the values of the Declaration. And here's their trick. They roll up the carpet behind them. They rebrand. They say, you know what? All those changes that we made to the American vision, to the American moral proposition, the values of the Declaration, our founding values, the mission statement of the country, it turns out those are all great. And that's what America is now. We've rebranded it, and America is the progressive status quo. And what makes Trump uniquely threatening to them is that, unlike other presidents, and I don't think he does this purposely, by the way. I think he's groping in the dark. I don't think that this is like a grand scheme on his part. But I think, like a blind man in a room, he is groping in the direction of restoring these values. And he knocks a lot of shit on the ground when he knocks a lot of shit on the ground. The plates are falling, the table's falling over. Trump's groping for the goddamn light switch, trying to turn back on American morality. But we're still in the dark. The plates are on the floor, and there the progressives are, pointing at us saying, oh my God, all these plates are broken.
If progressives didn't exist, the fight against Trump would be 10 times easier. Unfortunately, easy money, I think you would agree with this. I unfortunately just think it is the case that, like, a lot of the progressive stuff appeals to voters. I think you would probably agree that, the progressives are probably viewed as better on, like, healthcare than even like moderate Democrats are like still fairly, in a more general sense, like progressive on healthcare. Like they still basically will support like a public option or single payer, but like, you know.
Broken. And we're left saying, you're the ones that turned off the light switch. How can you be that upset that we're finally relieved that someone's trying to turn it back on? And that's the real difference in worldview. I'm probably not going to disagree with Adam about a large number of Trump's excesses that I personally don't like. And if Adam's combed my social media, as it appears he may have, he probably found any number of things that I've said where I've been very critical of Trump and his administration. And he correctly pointed out that despite my overwhelming policy preference for him, I opted not to vote for him because, for example, the 2020 election issue for me was something I couldn't get beyond. But that doesn't mean I can't appreciate what he's doing. And it doesn't mean that the threat to the American vision posed by the progressives is any less real. And it doesn't mean that I need to abandon the only chance.
Everyone hates economizing for healthcare. Yeah, no, but like, I think by nature that being the case, progressives kind of do better on healthcare. Like, from my understanding, just on like polls, like just a blind, or I don't want to say blind ranking, but like non-person generic Democrat ranking for like healthcare policy is like way better than Republicans, from my understanding, despite liking their insurance. Yeah. That's my understanding as well. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, I think some of this is unfortunate, as I think you know, but like, unfortunately, I just think it is the case that like a lot of the progressives actually do make the case for Trump like easier, because there are more people who are like interested in the rhetoric about like Trump cutting healthcare for a bunch of people with a big beautiful bill than are interested in the, which to be fair is like a real thing that he did, and I think work requirements are bad. But like then people like Ryan who felt like some of the extremities of Trump, but you know, are right leaning or moderate, whatever. All right, they're wrong. Foot pedal.
Field. And with that, I'll cede my time.
42 seconds left on the clock there. I'm going to hit the timer up to an hour, and then we'll get into the open dialogue. Guys, last time I checked, we only had like 40 likes, and there's about 200 or more of you popping in and out. So if you guys could please like the video before
like the stream.
Before you leave, if you got to go, and if you're going to stick around, might as well do it now. That helps us all out. So we're going to start that hour timer right now, and then you guys, wherever you want to pick it up, go ahead.
Yeah,
so I think real quick. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just one thing real quickly. So I'm glad you can see that there are multiple ways to define America. You gave one about natural rights and the sort of core moral proposition of the country. I talked more so about the mechanics of our system of government, which I like the way you describe the Constitution as kind of like a how-to manual on sort of acting on the fundamental ethos of the country. You talk about this idea that progressives are a threat to the country. For the sake of argument, I could just concede that has nothing to do with whether or not Trump would also be. The argument that I'm here to make is that Trump, one, poses a threat, and that the threat is also unique on top of that. Those are the two conditions from my argument. That is not to say that there's not been other threats at varying degrees, whether they're existential or something else, whether it's on the left or the right. That is sort of tangential to the debate. I'm happy to get into that maybe during Q&A if you want. I have just a question for you. So
sorry, can I respond to that before you ask me a question? Because you front-loaded a lot of stuff. It's not tangential to the debate, because at the heart of the debate is what America is. And if America is merely a place, a people, and a system of government, you've omitted the moral proposition on which it was founded from your list. And I understand why you did. I think you identify as progressive, and the progressives are generally speaking opposed to that particular proposition.
I'm a liberal progressive. I believe in liberal values, but
sure, as it was originally understood for a variety of reasons. Like, for example, if you held to that proposition, you have to be opposed to Social Security. It has a lot of entailments that people on the progressive side are not comfortable with.
Why? What? Social Security, the biggest anti-American thing ever. By the way, I'm a fucking nerd. Ryan needs to read Nicholas Barr. Okay. I've seen him hype up fully funded accounts. And there are reasons they might be preferable. But it's just like not true that fully funded accounts fix a demographic issue.
But that is a key part of the debate, because it explains a lot of the support. And when people support Trump, I'm not saying they're doing it for the reason that I'm articulating, that they understand the history and the intellectual theory that I'm going to lay out. I'm saying that in their bones, they know something is wrong, that something has gone amiss, that the country is off course, it's off its mission. And with Trump, they see the first glimmer of restoration in that direction, and that gives them a reason to excuse a lot of potential excesses. If you take that reason away, you're just left with the excesses. But the problem is, the history is critical. You can't say, for example, that our system of government is about the Constitution, and ignore the fact that the progressives fundamentally changed how the Constitution works in order to fit their vision of the country. And a lot of what the right wants to do is unwind those changes because we don't think they were very good ideas. And Trump has been uniquely successful of modern presidents in making any progress in that direction.
Sure. So I don't think any of this necessarily negates what I've said, and that you're saying, okay, well, America can also be defined in this way. It's not just what you said, a constitutional system of government. I never claimed to give an exhaustive list of all the different dimensions across which you can define America: people, place, moral proposition, constitution, geographic location. There's
we need to subsidize rural and farmers to end the time, or else hashtag people will die. That's like, but like, this is like a, I mean, I don't think Republicans use the people will die rhetoric as much as the Democrats do, but like, people will lose their farms. That's like a Republican thing, and like a NIMBY thing too. God, I wish if I wasn't working tonight, I worked earlier tonight. I would have gone to the city council meeting or like the board of commissioners meeting that my county had, and done some YIMBY shit. Because God, the fucking boomers there pissed me off. I showed it on stream earlier, but I looked at what they say, and it's the word. It's horrible. It's all horrible.
Probably dozens of different ways you can define America, and therefore dozens of different permutations of how America could be quote unquote destroyed. I'm making a very specific narrow claim here, and this kind of leads to the question I wanted to ask you. Would you agree that in the abstract, one way to define America, not exhaustively, but one way to define it, is that it's
gonna go vote tomorrow based? Fuck, I need to do that.
Constitutional system built around distributed, independent sources of legitimate authority, and that the president is not the ultimate source.
By the way, Easy Money, you're gonna like this also as well. The only like anywhere in the vicinity of being anywhere close at all to the lightest, most timid version of YIMBY on my city or on the county county council. We have a few different ones, but county planning board, and from what I understand, a board of commissioners as well as all NIMBY stuff, is like this like Republican guy who's like a MAGA adjacent dude at the very least. But he's like the only one that's like, guys, I actually don't think that we should mandate that every single building within a 400-foot band next to the highway should have to have fence posts that are at least 10 inches wide and be no more than 35 feet tall and be made at least 55% of stone. Those are all real things, by the way. They might not be like the numbers with regards to the percent of being stone or whatever might not be exact, but like that's all like real fucking things in our counties. Zoning laws that if you build on the side of a given highway within 400 feet, okay, can't be too tall. It has to be a certain number of like brick facing the highway. Can't be wood or anything. Fence post has to be a certain color. Fence has to be a certain size. Things of that nature. It's horrible.
Source of legitimacy.
So to five-line things because new state, so haven't been paying attention to politics long enough here. Yeah, I need to. I never pay enough attention to the local stuff. Thankfully, to some extent, LLMs have lowered the cost of some of the local things because it's just like easier to give Claude a fucking PDF of the like county schedule and like agenda and stuff, and it'll be like, okay, like these are the things they're actually fucking talking about, and I'll have to read a 50-page PDF for a bunch of news articles on our local news about shit happening.
Just broadly agree with that.
I think I could broadly agree with that, but there are some caveats. Like, for example, and this is why I don't think you can do the constitutional analysis without the mission statement, because how the power is distributed is fundamentally malleable. There are ways to change the system and to redistribute the power. And the question of whether a change to that system is a good thing or a bad thing is going to be ultimately subjective, unless there is some kind of moral system that everyone has to agree to. But thankfully, we are founded on a particular moral philosophy. So it's not like I have to ask, Adam, what's your preference? Ryan, what's your preference? And then we're stuck saying, I like more administrative state, and I don't like administrative state. We actually do have a guiding principle we can refer back to evaluate whether these changes are good or bad. So the problem I have with the framing, and this is a thing I battle with progressives all the time, is that they would like to rebrand the status quo as what America is and ignore the fact that they fundamentally, and by they I mean their tradition, fundamentally altered what America is in the name of their vision. And that is what the right is reacting to most of the time, consciously or unconsciously.
Sure. So I agree with the beginning of your caveat that the exact contours of where those lines are drawn in terms of the balance of powers between co-equal branches is fuzzy, and it kind of changes throughout history. I'm asking you at the core of that, though, that the legitimacy to govern is not uniquely or exclusively vested in just one of those branches, being the executive branch. You agree that regardless of where you maybe exactly draw the lines, that the president is not the ultimate source of legitimacy in our system, right?
I agree with you, but I do agree with you on that, but let me explain why this matters. Let's say that, and this is just a hypothetical, I'm not saying this is in any way true.
Okay.
Let's say tomorrow there was a overwhelming majority of citizens, let's say 80% of citizens across all states, were willing to vote to make Trump, or you could pick a Democrat, AOC, right? They were going to pick somebody and they're going to make them the monarch. And then they are going to use the amendment process to completely change the Constitution such that we no longer have separation of powers. We have an overall monarch. They are the emperor of America. And that's how we're going to go forward. The Constitution itself provides no basis to say that that is a good thing or a bad thing. It's permissive of this. In order to evaluate whether a change...
Oh my God. But who can, like, it's unacceptable to do that under any number of, like, moral frameworks. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think under a plethora of consequentialist and deontological moral frameworks that differ from the one that Ryan cares about, the natural law, which our country is founded on, yada, yada, yada. It's impermissible to do that. It's morally impermissible to do that.
Is a good thing or a bad thing, you would need a fundamental moral system. Now, I would be very comfortable saying that that's a bad thing, but the only way that I could get there is by relying on the values of the Declaration. That's how I know it's un-American.
That's the only way you could get there. You could get there under just like you could get there even under like a Rawlsian framework. If you just saw it like in terms of equality, like it would be worse off if they would if you didn't get to choose who the president was, which I think is just like a true, like obviously there's a kind of broader egalitarian sense in which Rawls cared about equality, obviously, but like political equality, to my understanding, is also important to most Rawlsians, and it just is the case that they would be more restrictive on that margin.
Because what American is actually defined. So when you say like, yes, the president is not the fundamental source of legitimacy, I agree, but why do I agree matters, and that's why you can't omit the value system from the conversation.
Sure. I mean, you can omit it in the regard that you could argue that Trump is or isn't destroying America, and that's a good or bad thing, depending on whatever, prescriptive beliefs you have, whatever values you have. There's also just a descriptive question of, given our current system of government, given the Constitution, which outlines a process to amend it.
Oh, thank you, Adam. Yes. Please bring it to this. It's not going to stay on this, is it?
And then you could argue, you know what, if you amend the Constitution in this certain way, then that threatens America's existence across this different dimension, this founding moral proposition. That is then shifting from saying this is a threat to our constitutional order to this is a threat to what you're talking about defines America. And both of those can be different aspects, different dimensions of what defines America. Again, no one way to define America is going to be exhaustive. But if you broadly agree, I just need to finish this line of questioning. If you broadly agree that the president in our current system is not the ultimate source of legitimacy when it comes to government, would you agree that if, I'm not talking about Trump, just in general, and if you have an issue with this, let me know, if a president believed independent sources of constitutional authority were only binding insofar as he personally chose to recognize them, his conception of presidential power could be an existential threat to the system that we just described, right?
I mean, it could be. The reason it could be.
The potential would be different.
Yeah, and again, this is why you can't separate it from the value system ultimately. Like, I gave you a hypothetical where they were instilling the King of America earlier. Would you view that action as an existential threat to America?
Not to our constitutional system, but to maybe our founding ethos and the values the country's founded on. That's then a different dimension of what defines the existence, right? So I'm not saying nothing else could ever conceivably threaten America.
Yeah. But you understand, I'm in no way, shape, or form going to concede to you that America is a valueless proposition. Like this is not a point that I grant agreement on, because this is the fundamental point of disagreement between progressives and the right. I understand that the progressives don't care particularly about.
It's true that the NIMBYism imposes localized costs to broad benefits. Also true that SROs and other forms of supportive housing policy increase crime and disorder. It's also a coherent idea that I don't understand, but none of this is new to me. None of this I care about. Like, what am I supposed to get from this? It's also a coherent idea that decisions should be made by the lowest level of government that can internalize the costs and benefits of the decisions. Okay, these are all true things, but you can't run a society with infinite local control. People, I agree. Yes, people, we should. By virtue of the fact that local communities can't internalize most of the benefits. They are like fundamentally nativist in the local nativist sense. There should be less local control. That's why, thank God, okay, North Carolina Republicans, I think probably some Democrats voted for this too. I don't know for certain though. Got rid of parking minimums. You can't have parking minimums in North Carolina anymore via state mandates. So local communities can't have parking minimums. Goated.
this value system, and this has been clear from the outset. I mean, like Woodrow Wilson actually expressly said that he wanted to progress beyond this value system. I can pull the quotes if you want them. Where he said, but he described it as Newtonian, and he wanted to have a Darwinian system of living constitutionalism and a system that would evolve and change. And this was, you saw this in the writings of Dewey and FDR. This is a well-established thing that the progressives are opposed to this particular vision of what America is.
Was that a notification from the
He wanted to have a Darwinian system of living constitutionalism and a system that would evolve and change. And this was, you saw this in the writings of Dewey and FDR. This is a well-establised thing that the progressives are opposed to this particular vision of what America is.
But surely you wouldn't argue America is exclusively defined by those values. If someone nuked the
do you know?
Country, but everyone still had the values, America would still be existentially threatened, right?
America could be threatened by America could be threatened by a nuke, sure, existentially. But I don't think you can define America without reference to the philosophy it was founded on, because that is the defining characteristic of America. It's the great American experiment was to found a nation on a philosophy rather than on expressly an ethnicity or a people or a religion in the way that most other countries were founded. This is our unique history.
So I think you're saying our Constitution is not an exhaustive definition of the country, and I would agree an exhaustive definition of America could probably be a...
Hold on.
series of books that is thousands of pages long. We're never going to come to an exhaustive definition that encompasses geography and the Constitution and the founding values. We don't have enough time to do that. I'm just asking about one dimension across which America exists. You've already conceded a nuclear weapon would threaten it. That doesn't really affect anyone's values unless you just say they're dead now, so no one has the values. But the reason I asked you this question is not to sneak in some kind of covert progressive assumption here. It's to say that the president does not have the ultimate source of legitimacy in our system. And on top of that, if a president believed that the other parts of our system are just optional and he doesn't really have to listen to them, he might not, then you also have to take into account that the executive branch, and I would assume you would agree with this, push back if you don't, has the unique ability in practical terms to wield administrative power and the monopoly on force. Like the chain of command for executive branch agencies and the U.S. military, the president has that. And that is a key distinction between the presidency, the executive branch, and the other two branches. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. Though the president is not, I mean, the legislative branch is far more powerful than the president when they can get their shit together.
When they do their job,
they just have, you know.
Civil Rights Act was a property violation. I don't feel like I have a strong enough legal argument to like know for certain the answer there. It is my intuition that for the most part, it's not. I'm open to at least certain aspects of it being that, but I don't believe so.
But that's the thing about them. They're the most powerful and the most divided.
On balance, based on what I know.
By nature. So when the country is divided, the executive tends to become much more powerful. And when the country is unified, the legislature tends to become much more powerful. And there's a bit of an ebb and flow there because the gridlock is built into the system.
Sure. So I'm sure that there is a very fascinating, 10-hour conversation we could have about the underlying philosophy of America and all the different ways you can define it. The scope of this debate, though, is actually very narrow. It's not some philosophical discussion about the exhaustive definition of the spirit of America. It's an empirical question of whether Trump and his administration fit that description that I just gave you, meaning a president who believes that compliance with the rule of law, compliance with the courts, compliance with the Congress is not something that he is bound to definitionally. It's something that maybe, depending on what side of the bed he wakes up on, he may do.
Oh my God. What's up? The one and only.
Not much. You still working your way through that debate?
Yeah. You should. It's like a 3 or 4 hour debate or whatever, so keep that in mind. But you probably should or would benefit from watching that debate I had with Ryan with Pisco. Pisco talked a fair amount more than I did. But like, I think it might be enlightening to you because there's like I'm at the point.
Yeah, I knew he was into natural law and this idea of like the moral proposition of America. I didn't know how rigid and like religious he was about it, where like literally nothing else could ever define America.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, I'm at the part where you're like, surely you wouldn't say like America could only be defined by those things, and it's like, boy, do I have a debate for you. I think it's like, I don't want to be unfair, okay? So I don't clip this and send it to Ryan, okay? But from that debate, like the impression that I get, and I think the other dude he was with, Gen Z attorney, who doesn't really stream or do much anymore, he had like an even more narrow definition because he also said that it was like necessary to like believe in a creator, like a creator God, and Ryan didn't hold to that. But just like, because their concept of what the American moral proposition is. It's like so narrow. I just think I said this in DMs, but it just leads them to like weight things that I think is just like in insane way, because in their view, like Ryan will say this, like it's just like fundamentally morally important in and of itself to like treat people as individuals. And by virtue of the fact that America was also founded on this like fundamentally true meta-ethical claim of like natural law and such, like it's just like very important. Like DEI is just like a fundamentally moral thing in and of itself, and also just like fundamentally contradictory to America and just like horrible evil. But like because natural law doesn't like have the same requirements about like what the executive branch can do and things of that nature, they just like don't weigh that as heavily. And then it's also funny.
It's so abstract. It allows them to come to any practical conclusion they want based on seemingly their political leanings.
It's also funny. Ryan does this thing too. I remember the first time we spoke, one of the first things I like asked you or said to you was like, the people who are like most concerned about like the fourth branch of government are like the ones least concerned about like the abuses of it. And it's just like, I don't get, like, if you think like all of these things are bad, like if Ryan and Mitch Pure all think the fourth branch of government is so bad, it's like you don't want like for cause requirements on the firing. Like you just want them to be part of the unitary executive.
I mean,
like,
he told me that it's okay for Trump to defy courts in this debate. So I mean, I don't know what land he's operating in at this point. Incredible.
Yeah. I think you did. It's so far you've tried to index it to the status quo, and I think that's a really good move. I think it's unfortunate that it doesn't seem like it's gonna. It doesn't seem like it's gonna.
The thing I didn't understand is like I tried to establish this in my opening statement, which is that like you might have a certain definition of America, and some definitions of America are going to be more like in dispute than others. And I tried to lead with like simple examples of like, okay, obviously a nuclear weapon is an existential threat to America, even if it's not necessarily negating the Declaration of Independence or natural law.
Right.
Like there are different contexts in which you can define the country, and he agreed to that. But then every time I would like build on that premise, he just acted like he didn't agree to it 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
So
he's just
that
coming
to me
back
was
to
weird.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, but if you watch the debate, I think you'll get an understanding of like how narrow the conception of like the American moral prospect is. I think it's like just quite crazy. And like Pisco and I like run through quite a bit of things with him. It's like, okay, but like didn't like the founders like disagree substantially about some of this stuff, like about like slavery, like many of them viewed slavery as being compatible with natural law.
No, DEI is a bigger threat than slavery was. You don't get it.
Yeah, I know. But it's like there's a number of like kind of reductio type things. We run through that, and I think ultimately it's just like an insane, like I think in and of itself it's kind of an insane bullet bite for like the Gen Z guy to say like if like you must believe in a like creator God to like truly be part of like the American moral prospect, or for like Ryan to like have maybe a slightly more moderate claim, which is like you must like believe in like moral realism and my specific type of natural law moral realism in order to be it's just like, okay, if you're a moral realist but you're a consequentialist, are you not like really part of the American moral prospect? Okay, like we can't let in utilitarian immigrants. Like, okay, like is that the standard? Or like if you're just like, what if like you're just like a moral anti-realist? Like, are even if you're some type of like deontologist or like have a rights-based view, but like you just don't believe that it stands independent. Like, can you also not immigrate to America? Is also sufficient? It's just, I think it's a crazy view. Yeah.
Right. And I think it's also just a little bit too abstract to be exhaustive. Like you can definitely argue that there are certain sort of like abstract principles that undergird America, but there has to be something more concrete than that, like a system of government, like perhaps a constitution, and his inability to like reckon with that. And him so flagrantly saying that like, yeah, it's actually totally fine for Trump to defy Congress and defy the courts as he sees fit, being a lawyer, that I could not believe he said that.
Yeah. I know. It's crazy to me. But I think you've done a good job so far.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to like decompress for a while before watching that, because that was pure rage bait in the moment. There were so many points where he was being purposefully obtuse. Like he agreed to something literally 2 seconds ago, and then I ask a follow-up on it, and he just completely forgets it ever happened, or at least acted like he did. And then he forced the moderator to make it like timed responses, because I was trying to grill him, and he didn't want to do that.
Oh damn! Yeah, damn. What have you you've been doing the conservative debates still, I'm assuming? You've been talking to people.
I've been actually working I've been working on a video essay / short film for like the past couple of months, which is actually kind of related to this topic about like what constitutes America. It's been a very long process. Like my brainstorming document's like 60 pages long, but that should be coming out in like a week or two. So I'm pretty excited for that. And then gonna get more back into short form content and debates after that. I'm doing like the Take Back America tour in I think Houston or Dallas in September. So that should be fun.
For the raid. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, I think I saw you on Instagram promoting that to Take Back America stuff. Yeah. That's cool. All right, well, continue the good work, brother. I'm hyped for the for the video essay. I'm hyped for the Take Back America tour. If you ever stop in I think Ringold does some of the Take Back America tour stuff too. If you ever stop in
yeah, he's part of us.
Yeah, somewhere in / near North Carolina, let me know. I'll show up. Yeah.
Definitely link up for that. Yeah.
Did you ever see the video of the fight at the UFA tour that I arguably caused?
I know that sounds like vaguely familiar. How long ago was this?
A few months ago. I think it was in.
I might have seen clips of this on Twitter. What exactly was it?
It was like at one of the UFA events. Me and another streamer in North, we were there just like streaming the event, even though we're not part of the UFA tour, and. There were basically there was like a kind of standard conversation between like a Tinky Hassan fan guy and like Destiny about like, oh, you know.
Yep, I remember.
Yeah. Should, you know, basically how principled should Democrats be versus being willing to compromise in certain things in order to get legislation passed. And him and North and some other guys started talking about a similar topic afterwards. And somehow he interpreted the liberal as saying like, single-payer healthcare would kill people, when really what it was saying is like, he thought it was good that the Affordable Care Plan got passed, and that's probably the best we could have done at the time, and they started a fight after that. Yeah,
it's true, which is based in true actually.
True.
All right, well, it's getting late for me on my end. Let me know if you end up finishing the debate or what point you end up having to tap out at, because I felt like my eyes were just glazed over at a certain point. But yeah, take care, man.
Yeah, take care. Take care. I appreciate it. Hell yeah.
All right, yeah.
Usually you come from a food shop trade, Corey. Corey, do you follow me on Twitter? I'm curious. I'm curious if there's a certain shrimp related image that you have seen.
But he may not do it.
So when Lincoln suspended habeas corpus and arrested all those senators and shut down newspapers and was told,
a uniquely existential threat. Okay, the Civil War is probably the textbook definition of existential threat.
So
I'm not arguing Trump is the only existential
in your mind,
threat
Lincoln was an existential threat to
you
America?
could argue that, depending on, again, what framework you're arguing along, right? Because in some ways you could argue maybe he had to do that to...
Nope, no Twitter follow? Oh. I don't... Actually, I think most of the people who... If I post it on Twitter, it's probably... It doesn't matter if I show it on stream.
Preserve that moral proposition you're talking about in the Civil War, then you could argue across a different dimension that, okay, but looking strictly at the Constitution, the justice said he can't do this. I know later on Congress retroactively gave him that authority, but in the moment the judge said you can't do this, he still did it.
Oh my god, Microsoft Edge, no, why must you do this to me, bro? Why can't I make Planet Coaster 2 not full screen? Microsoft Edge won't let me drag windows or tabs out of Windows or drag tabs around.
This gets back to my initial point, though, that you can threaten the existence of America in different ways because America exists in multiple different contexts. You are really, caught up on like this fundamental moral proposition, and I'm not even here to debate you on whether or not that counts as one of the things that defines America. There's a variety of things that would.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing. Look at the non-font Shrimp Riz, guys. Shrimp Riz is real. Shrimp Riz is real.
You need that, and the reason
is real.
Is this.
Is real.
In the modern era,
Israel
operate under the presumption, falsely, by the way, that the court is the only interpreter of the Constitution. But by the way the government is constructed, all three branches have the right to interpret the Constitution and give their view of.
Isn't this fucking Josiah's argument? We got the Pondering Politics, Josiah Ryan Bridge being built here.
How things should go.
I agree.
Now, the problem with that is when you have conflicting interpretations, you're going to have to rely on the mission statement. You're going to have to rely on the fundamental values. For example, if the court came out tomorrow and said, you know what, we looked at the Constitution, and it turns out slavery's legal, guys. Like, it turns out slavery's legal. That the president should reject that ruling. The president should fail to enforce that ruling because
But he should do that under any number of moral frameworks. Under a consequentialist one, under a Rawlsian one, which is also arguably hyper consequential, under Parfit's triple theory, under a variety of deontological views, under, you know, non-natural law deontological views, like under any given number of moral frameworks, he ought do that. It's not dependent upon a very narrow conception of what America is and what morality is.
Ruling is un-American. And in so doing, it would be the court, not the president, that was the uniquely existential threat to America in that circumstance, because it was the court that was violating our fundamental moral proposition.
Hold on, this is a really good example. In that example, the court is representing a uniquely existential threat to the definition you referenced of like this founding moral proposition, and the president, by defying the court, is maybe betraying that essence, but rather upholding that essence, but what he's betraying is specifically the constitutional system. You might say that one type of existential threat is more important than the other because you're ultimately more concerned with the threats to our founding moral proposition than our system of government. Nonetheless, both parties in that example would be threatening the existence of America in different ways. Not one is more important than the other.
You just said the branches were co-equal and had both had the right to interpret the Constitution.
In that none of them has a unilateral claim to legitimacy.
So let's bracket the legislature. We have an example I want to play through. Let's bracket the legislature. In this example, we just have the court and the president.
Yep.
The court has said slavery is constitutional. We should have slavery. The president disagrees and refuses to enforce that law. Yep. You're saying that they're both existential threats to America?
In different ways. The president is an existential threat in that situation to the constitutional system of government, just on paper, as a matter of fact. The court represents what you and I might both agree is a more important dimension of America's existence, which is maybe this core moral proposition, and it just fundamentally betrays the founding ethos of the country, what it's supposed to be, ideally, to bring back slavery. You might argue that that existential threat completely dwarfs the other one. That wouldn't mean that in that narrow example, there's not an existential threat to our system of government. The same way that if someone, again, nuked America, that would also be a uniquely existential threat to America. Now, to compare that to the slavery example, this is apples and oranges, because again, it seems like you don't want to really grapple with this argument that I've made. There are many ways to define America, and therefore many different types of existential threats that can agree. And for the purpose of this, where I am making the affirmative claim, I am putting forward a very, very narrow proposition, which is that insofar as we define America as this system of government where the president does not have unilateral legitimacy to govern, there is going to be some give and take.
Don't you know, Adam, your definition though, just wrong. There's only one way.
You might argue the president should have more power or less power. As you said earlier, that exists within the context of that constitutional system. We have judicial review. We have all these different processes. What I'm talking about here is not someone who is in wartime taking drastic action, not the slavery example you gave. I'm talking about someone who has openly said, hey, the Constitution, don't really like that. I think we should terminate it. And then he has governed in a way that reveals this is actually what he believes. There are examples where he has blatantly defied courts.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you've been going for a while.
Congress. It's pretty straightforward here.
So the issue and the reason I'm going to keep going back to this hypothetical is that when you have co-equal branches of government that are both empowered to determine what the Constitution means and says, which is our system. Which is our system. That's how our system works. I agree the president is not the only source of legitimacy, but he is a source of legitimacy. Sure. He's one of three.
Agreed.
You know, amongst others, actually. I probably shouldn't even say one of three. He's one of many.
States, locality, other stuff.
So in that scenario, when you have the court is wrong and the president is right about what America is and what the course of America is, I don't think it's appropriate to say that the party that's wrong and the party that's right are equally existential threats to the country. One is fighting for the country and one is fighting against
Never said equally.
That's not the same thing. And the problem that I have with the framework, and the reason why I suspect we're not going to reach agreement on this point, is that omitting this key aspect from the definition of America has been the progressive bailiwick and their calling card for 120 years. And it's the thing specifically that we're sick of.
You agreed earlier on omitting it, though, because again, if someone nuked America, those values might be fine. Everyone might be holding hands and singing Kumbaya, saying we love these American values. If a nuclear weapon hits the country, America...
This is second or third time already that Adam has had to say. Didn't you agree earlier, though, that like there are conceivable other ways of defining America? There are conceivable other ways in which things that are not an existential threat with respect to these specific natural rights and such would be a general existential threat to America.
No longer exists. You just seem unable or unwilling to grapple with this idea that America can do multiple things depending on the context of the conversation.
If Trump does something that you don't like or that you find contrary to the constitutional structure, Trump is the president and is empowered to interpret the structure as per the example that we just went through. So the question was going to be who's right and who's wrong. And the answer to that question is going to rely on the value system that you're omitting from your definition. And without that, we're not able to resolve the question. The example you gave about the nuke is it's apples and oranges because now you're talking about a purely physical threat. But the threat you want to talk about with
wait, why is he doing that? What? The reason he's doing that, unless I'm not following, but I think my understanding's right. The reason he's doing that is to show you that you clearly agree there are other things that can be an existential threat to America than just things that infringe on the like natural rights, American moral proposition stuff, right? There are, and what that shows you is that that is not the single defining feature of America, or the single defining, way in which someone can pose an existential threat to America. There are other things that matter, like in the nuclear war case, just like the physical well-being of America's people and infrastructure and the functioning of our society more broadly. Like,
Trump is a threat to the constitutional order, but Trump is empowered, as any other branch of government is, to determine the constitutional order.
To defy court orders.
So the question is, who's right?
Wait, is Trump empowered to defy court orders?
The same way Lincoln was empowered to vote to.
Well, by the constitutional system, he wasn't empowered to defy when he was saying corpus. That was unconstitutional.
Yet he did, and I think we agree it's a good thing he did. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm not arguing good or bad here. Again, I'm not arguing about good or bad. It could be good.
But why is it a good? Why is it a good thing that he did?
That's irrelevant.
Who cares? Why is that? I don't get it. It's like he's doing close to the Andrew Wilson thing of just like trying to get you to say, oh, morality is just preferences or whatever. But it doesn't. I just don't think it works here, like at all, because under any number of moral frameworks, it would be impermissible to do this. And I don't think the like truth or falsity of the moral frameworks is like particularly relevant here. It's enough that under any given number of them, it's going to be permissible or impermissible to do things that you think are permissible or impermissible. Like,
relevant to the topic of this debate.
It's not irrelevant to the topic of the debate.
It entirely is.
No, because you can't say what an existential threat to America is without knowing what America is, and you are defining America incorrectly.
You already agreed.
I think the main counter arguments to CRA violating property rights is that they aren't absolute. The government can regulate how property is used, and when it's I mean, it's my understanding. Obviously, it's obviously. I think it's almost like it's taken for granted. Might be poor phrasing, but like it's obviously the case that we understand property rights to not be absolute.
America can be different things.
And if it's because the Civil Rights Act only, I don't know the exact specifications of it off the top of my head, but like it is about public spaces. Like you can have gender segregated. I bet the race segregated spaces is more regulated than the gender stuff. But like if it's not like a public thing, if it requires like some club or membership to get in, like you can have gender regulated spaces or like gender restricted spaces. And then there might be some carve outs for some of the race things, but I think that's probably more restricted. I don't know what the exact regulations are there.
Depending on the context.
Okay, but in this context, you are defining America incorrectly.
You disagreed earlier. You said you agreed with my definition.
You're defining America incorrectly.
I said that there you.
This is why. As much as okay, we all know Pisco does some memes. Okay, we all know Pisco does some memes. I think he just like. It's like largely correct about like that sentence being gobbledygook, as he would say. Does America have a single objective definition? The utterance America has a objective meaning. Like really, like there's a stance independent, mind independent, true meaning, truth apt. Like definitions are, first of all, definitions under this view are truth apt. They are stance independently true. The utterance of America has some objective meaning, and that meaning is this very narrow view of what America is. Like
left out an important part and then caveated it and then explained it. We've been talking about it.
Just to be clear, okay, you might be. So is it your argument that Trump, it's okay that he's defying certain court orders because he's doing so to like uphold the founding spirit?
I am unaware of any Supreme Court order that he's defying. If you're talking about lower court orders, there's like that's a different thing. But my point is, if you are evaluating a conflict between the branches of government, then you need to decide which one is right, and the only way you can do that is by reference to the philosophy that you're refusing to engage with.
And then which branch?
No, what do you mean? By definition, a moral philosophy is going to get you to what is right and what is wrong. Any moral framework is going to be capable of doing that.
Is in charge of like formally reviewing that philosophy to make legal decisions.
All of them.
all of them in equal.
It's-
I think
it's
you,
a-
I think
it's a
you know what
philosophy.
I'm saying. I don't know why you're refusing to engage with it. Like again,
No,
I'm gonna ask you very, very
I
bluntly.
I can tell you why.
I just- I
No,
don't want you to
you
gloss over
asked,
this.
you
You
said
said
I'm
you
not.
said this.
You asked. I'm answering.
Okay,
If
I'm
you
ready to stand
look,
then.
if you look at various things the progressives have done historically,
Maybe
they
they're
will,
horrible. That's...
they no, but they'll for example say, we are shocked and horrified by the fact that this court is asserting itself in a vigorous way that they oppose. But they loved it when the court asserted itself and power grabbed all throughout the last 50 years in ways that they preferred. They're not in favor of separation of powers. They're in favor of a government that does what they want it to do. When the court was inventing.
What is the question? What question? Oh, sorry. Which can hypothetically be used to justify NIMBYism? What is what question?
Constitutional rights, whole cloth, the right to abortion, the right to gay marriage, that has no foundation in the document, that was a power grab by the judiciary. Yet it was good because it aligned with the progressive vision. It's bad because it doesn't align with the American founding philosophy. And if we are going to omit from our analysis the history to which Trump is a response, you will not be.
What is saying yes or no to? Oh, the prompt is like, is Trump a unique threat to America? Is Trump a uniquely existential threat to America? That's the exact prompt.
Able to put it in a meaningful context. And this is not something that I'm going to be able to like move off of because this is
real quick. We're 37 minutes, or we have 37 minutes left. I do want to let you guys know, if, like Adam, if you feel like you're not being able to speak enough, we can go to timed responses. I just want to throw that out there since I didn't say it in the beginning.
I'm happy to keep it going how it is. I might get fiery, but
and same to you, Ryan.
I think we've been pretty
good. Yeah. I think it
we
hasn't
both
been
have
bad.
short turns and long turns.
Yeah, I think it hasn't been bad at all. I just noticed like, maybe like a little bit of like, oh, I wanted to talk kind of thing, and I just wanted to make sure I threw that out there since I forgot to say in the beginning. But yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to ask you point blank, because you kind of just glossed over this earlier. Is Trump defying district courts and circuit courts an existential threat to the legitimate authority of the judicial branch?
No.
Why not?
Because what we have.
Remember when Al Gore disagreed with the Supreme Court but accepted their decision? I do remember such a world. I do remember such a world. Well, actually, I've read about such a world. I was not born at the time, but.
Oh, that's more complicated than that.
I don't know if I would argue that Trump is more of a threat than, say, Andrew Jackson. They already discussed that. I don't know if you were like paying attention earlier, but Adam already said like he agrees other presidents have been threats to America in the past, but for the purpose of this debate, it makes sense to index it more to the status quo. And like, I think it's clear in the context today, it's kind of a unique threat. Obviously, there are other presidents that Adam talked about, I think, in his opening that he said, have done plenty of unconstitutional, plenty of bad things.
So, like, for example,
there is no law if you don't believe in the rule of law. If you are ignoring, I'm not talking about appealing a court order or operating within the system. I'm talking about outright defiance of courts.
Okay, can you give me an example that you'd like to talk about? I'm sure you have one.
Yeah, I have a few examples right here, and all of them are from Republican judges, so we can't use the whole like radical Marxist judge or whatever. There's a case called Abramovitz v. Lake. In this case, the court issued a preliminary injunction requiring the Trump admin to restore VOA operations. I think it was like Voice of America. Over subsequent months, the judge repeatedly found inadequate compliance while administration continued dismantling that agency. And I'm going to quote the judge here, that there's been consistently refused to give the court the full story. Carrie Lake clearly hasn't complied with my order. Disregard for the court's orders to produce information would more than support a trial on civil contempt. The only reason a contempt trial never came is because the plaintiffs didn't really care to have one. The court no longer harbors any doubt that defendants lack a plan to comply with the preliminary injunction. Now, the shadow docket exists. If Trump has an issue with an injunction or a TRO, he can appeal that up, as he does in some cases. Why is it okay to just defy the judge here?
For the same reason it was okay for Lincoln to defy the judge. The question about whether the administration is correct or incorrect in
because Voice of America is clearly unconstitutional against the American moral prospect.
The judiciary is a question of what's right and wrong. Not.
Your response makes clear I should use more precise language. Why is the defiance of the judge here not an existential threat to our constitutional system of government, which vests legitimate authority in courts? Maybe
like, do you see what he's indexing it to? Easy money there. He's not indexing it to. He's indexing it to the like status quo constitutional order, not like anything else.
It's okay that he defied it.
For the same reason I don't view Lincoln's, I think you view, actually there's two ways to look at this. I think both of them are a problem for you. On your view, Trump is doing the same thing Lincoln did, which means you have two unique threats, which I don't think works. Wow. And on my view, just by the definition of unique.
I didn't say only unique doesn't mean there's not other unique things.
Well, they can't be the same, right? Like you can have two unique things.
They're different, but they both represent a threat.
So if they're both threatening because they're ignoring.
So Trump is roughly as much of a threat as FDR. I mean, I think that's like when you're talking about Ryan Milley, I think that that's a fine. That's a fine standard. Like,
and then they are unique in the nature of the court defiance. Yeah.
Okay. So your argument would be that multiple presidents.
Before asking what I'm arguing, can you address anything I've said?
I want to make sure you understand. Your argument is that multiple presidents ignore court orders and that they are all unique. That's the argument.
Yeah, they're not all the same. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
so you're basically just trying to define the word unique out of the prompt.
Wait, do you think unique means only?
I think if something is unique, it means
it's different. It's distinct.
It's one
in
of a
some way.
kind.
It's
One of a
distinct.
kind.
It's
One of a
distinct.
kind. That's what unique means. One of a kind.
Yes,
and it's
which would be a result of being distinct in some way.
Defying courts is not one of a kind. Just like the president unilaterally deploying our troops offensively is not one of a kind, because there's tons of historic examples of it.
The way in which Trump defies courts is unique. Again, you yourself said, and I think we agree, that ultimately it was probably justified for Lincoln to do that, given the circumstances, and later on again, Congress gave him that. That doesn't change the fact that it was unconstitutional for him to do that. We're just agreeing that there once was an example where betraying or defying the Constitution was justified. Not
so on your view,
about whether it's good or bad.
On your view, where we're not referencing the philosophy, you have two examples of presidents doing the same behavior, ignoring a court order.
Well, hold on.
So either
one
they
was
are
during the Civil War, and the other one is during peacetime in
existential.
2026.
So
they are unique. That's very unique.
They
There's
are
a civil war happening.
So the fact pattern is president ignores court order.
In what context? Is
Lincoln's
there perhaps a secession happening in the country right now?
Why would that matter?
Because it would
why would
determine whether
What do you mean, why would that matter? I think that would matter under even Ryan's view, under Ryan's framework.
it's a unique defiance of the court or
Okay.
not, the surrounding circumstance, the nature of the defiance.
So why would that context matter and not the context I want to bring in, which is the philosophy of the nation?
I never said your context does not matter in the abstract or matter to me as a person.
You keep saying that I can't rely on it when saying that there's no
finish what I'm saying.
He's saying that's not the only respect to which you can be a threat to the constitutional order or not. That's not the only way of defining America. That's not the only. That's not the only. Not the only thing that matters. Not that he can't. Not that it's not a valid, like one valid interpretation. The fuck you mean intersecting terrain?
Actually, I'm not saying that what you're saying doesn't matter in the abstract and that I wouldn't care about it as a person if you just talk to me at a coffee shop. I'm saying in the context of this debate, in regards to my affirmative claim and the prompt we are debating, this is a uniquely existential threat. This is not happening during World War I or World War II or the Civil War. This is happening.
Yeah, one's a pattern and one's an exception. That's that as well.
During relative peacetime. And I mean, would you say this is really the same thing as Lincoln suspending habeas corpus during the Civil War because they just didn't have the capacity to be giving everyone
No, I think Lincoln was worse.
habeas corpus when they're trying to figure out who's a Confederate soldier, who's a Union soldier, what's going on. I believe this was when one of the states that was right by DC was trying to basically like surround DC, and they were worried that this was going to be a problem. This is a case, a very niche administrative case on the VOA under the US AGM, where a Bush-appointed judge said, you guys are ignoring our orders to comply over and over and over again, and the only reason I'm not pursuing a contempt trial here is because the plaintiffs aren't asking for one, but I could. The substance is all there. How's that the same thing? How is that not unique?
What the thing about it that makes it unique or not unique is whether or not you think the president's actions are justified by the example that you just gave. You use the context to justify one and not the other, and the full context, I think it does matter, but that's the thing that we've been fighting about this whole time. And by the way, this is not like, if we want to talk about like uniqueness and the unique snowflakes of it all, we've seen district court judges, and I want to talk something that's really unique, this never happens, defying the Supreme Court in order to try to limit Trump. So the judiciary is a bit of a mess right now.
Nothing to do with that.
Well, it is a bit of a mess right now, because if you have a district court that is willing to try to, in defiance of the Supreme Court, and by the way, this is a real case.
I agree.
So,
Supreme Court has authority over all lower courts. I don't disagree with that.
if the Supreme Court ordered Trump to do something, if the district court ordered Trump to do something, and the Supreme Court said, no, that's not right, and then the district court said, do it anyway, or you're in contempt. Should the president follow the district court in that example?
In accordance with the constitutional system, would be obeying the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is by definition supreme.
In some context, it is okay for the president to ignore the district court and not an existential threat.
For the president
Under any framework.
to get that case to the Supreme Court, he would have to appeal the district or circuit court decision and then get up to the Supreme Court.
So
and whatever decision they would issue would supersede the lower court decision.
So there are contexts where it would not be an existential threat in your mind.
Because it's not the same situation. There's a difference between appealing a decision you don't like and defying a decision.
And the context that I am trying to add to this conversation is that the unique threat that those of us on the right are sensitive to, and I agree that those on the left are not, is the encroach on American values by the progressive status quo over time. So in the same way that you would be willing to take context into account when evaluating these things, I am also trying to take context into account. I'm just taking a different context into account because we have different value systems.
I actually don't even know that the value system is relevant here. Do you understand the difference between like a descriptive question and like a prescriptive question?
What's up north?
I don't think that the question of whether there's an
I'm back in civilization. Oh, good. Yeah, I saw you post on Twitter about some beautiful, nice scenery.
Existential threat to America is descriptive.
Not even asking about what we're talking about here, just in general.
I do understand the difference, which is pretty obvious in my response. So why ask?
It's not so obvious by the response, which is why I had to ask. I assumed you would know that. When we are talking about court defiance here, and you're saying, okay, you have Lincoln suspending habeas corpus, unconstitutional, descriptively, and you have this, unconstitutional, descriptively. we can say both are unconstitutional, and in that regard, in that aspect of analysis, in that dimension of analysis, they are an existential threat to the constitutional system. Now you might say, hey, in one of those cases, in both, in more of them, it's not just a question of what is a threat to the Constitution. I think in one case it's justified. I think certain moral values are going to supersede even the U.S. Constitution. We probably agree on that. Bad things, as I said in my opening statement, can be done through entirely legal, entirely constitutional mechanisms. I am not talking about good or bad. I am just talking about, given that one way to define America is the U.S. Constitution, it's what constitutes America, anyone who acts in open, blatant, willing defiance of that document is, insofar as the Constitution is concerned, descriptively threatening the existence of America as a constitutional system. You might say that's good, or conservatives have been oppressed for so long. That's fine. It's just a different conversation.
Well, there's two issues with what you just said, and I'm glad that you said it because I think that this is actually, I hope the audience was paying attention, unveiled the heart of our disagreement.
Yes.
The first is the president and the court are equal interpreters of the Constitution. They're not unequal in this regard. So that's point one. Point two is, in the way you are defining America, and you just did it, so I hope people heard it. You defined America as the Constitution for the sake of this
one way to
argument.
define it, which you agreed earlier.
No, I did not. I said that I did not.
A termination of the U.S. Constitution would not be an existential threat to the country. If that was, even forgetting if you think Trump is doing that, if someone just terminated it, if a president got elected tomorrow, let's even say President AOC, and she says, my inauguration speech, from henceforth, the courts are legitimate, Congress is legitimate, I have the chain of command, I'm in charge now, that would not be an existential threat to the constitutional order?
Well, it would be an existential threat to the constitutional order. Whether it's an existential threat to America depends on what they're doing with the American value system. The American value system precedes the government. It doesn't come. This is the heart of the disagreement I have with progressives. And I'm glad we got here because this is the fight I keep having.
Yeah.
Progressives view the government as an outshoot of the Constitution.
Are the progressives in the room with us right now? Like,
I'm talking to you, and you've done it in this
No, you've
conversation.
been fighting demons this whole time. Like,
it's
even,
not
for example,
bro,
on Roe v. Wade.
bro, you've been talking for so long.
Yeah,
you got to let me have equal time. We're gonna have to go to
address
time
what I'm
trial.
saying.
Yeah,
I'm not talking for a long time. If
Adam,
you
can't.
I could be. I really don't feel like Adam has talked that long. I think Adam's maybe like interrupted more, but only because I feel like it's just clear Riot is not really understanding the kind of point. Like I think he like just interrupted there. But only to say, didn't you agree earlier that there are other ways of defining American or America's value and stuff? Isn't a value system more important than the Constitution a progressive take? Yeah. But it's just going to be in different, like Ryan just views like the progressive way of saying that would be like, oh, I don't, actually, maybe I wouldn't consider it necessarily more progressive or the other. It's just kind of convenient for Ryan that he views the Constitution and Declaration of Independence of America having been founded on just like meta-ethical moral truth. It's like, it's kind of like, I probably have made this analogy before or whatever, but like, and there are like reasons people give for this or whatever, so you know, their responses to this, I understand. But like the full scale like libertarian people who are like, I wouldn't, you know, do this X thing against free markets or against property even if it led to like good outcomes. Isn't it just kind of like awfully convenient that they believe free markets lead to good outcomes in like all these cases? And it's like, because it would sure be inconvenient, sure put you in a tough position if it wasn't the case that free markets led to good outcomes in 90+% of cases or whatever, right? Like that'll put you in a real tough position arguing. I think it's just like the same thing, right? Like isn't it kind of just like awfully convenient that like America, the country that you happen to be born in, its Constitution and Declaration of Independence happen to be the objectively correct meta-ethical framework? Like, because I think it would put you in a real tough position if you believed all these meta-ethical things about natural law, but also just happened to, like America's Constitution just happened to be framed in a more consequentialist way or a more anti-realist way or like any of these things. Pretty weird for a lawyer to say that the Constitution isn't one of the ways to define a country. Yeah, I know. But, you know, American moral proposition. Yeah, don't you know?
of command, I'm in charge now, that would not be an existential threat to the constitutional order?
Well, it would be an existential threat to the constitutional order. Whether it's an existential threat to America depends on what they're doing with the American value system. The American value system precedes the government. It doesn't come. This is the heart of the disagreement I have with progressives. And I'm glad we got here because this is the fight I keep having.
Yeah.
Progressives view the government as an outshoot of the Constitution.
Are the progressives in the room with us right now? Like,
I'm talking to you, and you've done it in this conversation.
You've been fighting demons the whole time. Like, even for example, on Roe v. Wade.
Bro, you've been talking for so long.
Yeah,
you got to let me have equal time. We're gonna have to
address what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not for a long time.
Adam, you can't go on long diatribes where I sit patiently and then not let me respond and interrupt. Otherwise, we have to go to timed round. So if you want to go to timed round, we can do that.
I just want you to respond to what
Right,
I'm saying.
let's do 1 minute. Let's do 1 minute. If you ask a question, then
respond.
you'll end the 1 minute. So you can start.
Okay.
You can start now.
That's fine. We can do whatever.
Yeah. The core issue between progressives and those who have like a creedal propositional understanding of America is that we view these values as preceding the government and the just basis for the government to exist. So when you say that there's a conflict or something bad happens to the US Constitution, whether that's a threat to America or not would depend entirely on the extent to which it upholds or contradicts these values. You could imagine many scenarios where the US Constitution would become an obstacle to those values and would need to be changed in a fundamental way. And this has actually happened over the course of our history. See slavery, for example. So this is the fundamental conflict of our worldview, and I'm not going to concede your worldview for the purposes of this debate.
All right, Adam, go ahead. Your minute starts now.
Correct me if I'm misunderstanding the gist of what you just said. You are saying whether or not something would constitute an existential threat or like a destruction is contingent on the extent to which it is contradicting those core values, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Just as a broad gist of what you just said, you're saying whether or not something would qualify or count as a destruction of America or like an existential threat to America is contingent on the extent to which it is contradicting those core values you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
That is true insofar as we are talking about America's values. A nuclear weapon doesn't necessarily do that, but you agreed it would threaten America's existence. You keep agreeing in one breath that you can define America in multiple different...
Third or fourth time Adam has gone back to this.
When I try to talk about one of those other ways, it's not your home terrain, you act like, no, there's only this one way to define America and everything else is irrelevant. Why are you doing that?
Okay, because you can have a full minute to respond with no interruptions starting in now.
The reason I'm doing that is because you're posing questions that are substantively different. If you ask me, is it an existential threat to America if we kill every man, woman, and child in America, then the answer is obviously going to be yes, because all the people are dead. On the other hand, if you ask me, is some alteration or even damage to the constitutional order a threat to America, the Constitution is nothing more than the handbook of America. It's not the mission statement. The Constitution can and has been changed. The Constitution should be changed when it is in contradiction to our values. So it is not inherently a threat to America to have a threat to the constitutional order. A threat to the constitutional order is only a threat to America to the extent that it is contradicting the core American values, which is why I find the progressives so threatening, because they changed the constitutional order against American values.
All right, Adam, full minute to respond. If you ask a question, we'll just turn it over.
I think you would be surprised how much I diverge from these progressives in your imagination that you're fighting. Like, just as one quick example, and then I'll address what you said. I think that the Constitution does not outline a right to abortion. I think Democrats, if they want to get that, should do it through legislation. I don't think the right to privacy covered that, even though I was upset when the decision got overturned. I understood and accepted that constitutionally, it was probably a legally sound decision, as much as I am someone who's pro-choice in terms of policy. Now, you're saying the Constitution should be changed when it contradicts our values. This is, again, kind of just diverting from the prompt, but I guess we're just doing whatever now. So I'm going to ask you, how should it be changed when it contradicts our values? By a president in his own unilateral, independent discretion, deciding as if Trump is some kind of person who is well-versed in the deep ethos of America to just decide this court order, I don't think so, this one maybe, this one only on Tuesdays. Is that how we change the Constitution when there's a contradiction with our values, which apparently now Donald Trump is the arbiter of American values, or the president in general gets to be the arbiter of American values? And then secondarily, if it's just
is that time?
Yeah, that's the minute.
Okay.
So one question at a time there.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the arbiters. In our government, there are 3 branches of government, and the president is certainly one of them. That's what they're there to do in a quite literal sense. The issue here is that when you look at the changes that have been wrought to America over time, whether they are a threat that needs to be corrected or a boon or a great thing, has to be evaluated on the basis of something, and that's our American philosophy. Absent that, all you have is a strict hollow legalism, and a strict hollow legalism doesn't get you very far because it's ultimately meaningless. We could legally do all sorts of horrible, un-American things that I think would be an existential threat to the Constitution without having any illegality involved. So I ask you, Adam, if Congress in their wisdom, if the people in their wisdom amended the Constitution to install a theocracy and reinstate slavery, would that be an existential threat to America, and why?
All right, Adam, go ahead.
As I already said in your earlier slavery example, yes, it would be an existential threat to America, but more so American values, and necessarily this is now the rule of law has been upended and the Constitution has been destroyed. I think you understand this distinction. You might think that defining America just as the plain text of the Constitution is...
King of Norway died? Oh, damn. Rip. I guess. The convoy must be in tears right now.
It is nonetheless one of the many ways to define America. Now, it seems like the track I'm taking here is not working. So you once said, if there was a tyrannical imposition on natural rights such that the democratic process was no longer a solution to the problem, then that's when you're supposed to overthrow the government. Is that not what the fake elector scheme was? And if so, wouldn't Donald Trump be an existential threat by you?
No, because the American, like, this is why I think watching the fucking debate with Pisco would have helped him out of it. I think under Ryan's conception of America, and he might just say this, like, it just doesn't. There's no notion of the fake electors being like fundamentally anti-American in the same sense that he would say like even like DEI is like fundamentally anti-American, because it's all it doesn't necessarily infringe on individual rights, and it is not necessarily contrary to any of the natural rights he cares about, and actually the states do have themselves the power to decide the electors. Like, we'll see exactly what he says, but I think it's gonna be that. I also think Ryan's views on the Electoral College are just kind of crazy, by the way. I feel like I've seen him hold on. Why is this coaster so ass? Like, I think like he's said that like getting rid of the Electoral College is like, is he a Senate post? No. It's like some big, I don't know if he used the word existential, but existential's on my mind, like big existential threat to America. But I don't understand. On his view, number one, if the states made the National Interstate Compact, that would functionally abolish the Electoral College, but not be against the constitutional principles in his view. Or if the states all awarded their electoral votes proportionally, that would not be against the Constitution in his view. But it would also functionally eliminate the Electoral College. The only check I could see you arguing at that point is with respect to faithless electors. But number one, functionally, I think if there were a faithless elector who like actually flipped the outcome of the election, there would just be riots in the streets, and that would not be upheld. Like, there'd be fucking riots in courthouses, and like they would not uphold the faithless electors. Their vote would not actually end up being counted or whatever. And there have been faithless electors relatively recently even, and they vote for like fucking Bernie Sanders. And some of those votes are voided, and in fact, by law in many states, they are always voided. So I also would just say, under his view, states could award their electoral votes proportionally and ban faithless electors. And functionally, this is the same thing as getting rid of the Electoral College, but like because it's the state's doing it, it's like just totally allowed in his view. What is this? They were right. Founding fathers believed that people should not elect. Oh yeah, he's anti-17th Amendment. Yeah, people should not elect U.S. senators. They were right. I know he's anti-17th Amendment. I've seen him talk about it.
Your own stated logic.
Sorry, can you repeat my quote? I know I just want to give him more time to make sure I got the quote right.
Sure, and I can send you the link as well. I have it with the timestamp.
No, it sounds like something I'd say. So I'm not.
If there was a tyrannical imposition on natural rights such that the democratic process was no longer a solution to the problem, then that's when you're supposed to overthrow the government.
Okay, so what natural right do you believe Donald Trump violated? I think that he violated the constitutional order, by the way, in 2020, so I'm not defending that, but I don't know that there was a natural rights violation.
Wait, so I'll answer that. You agree with the second part of it then, right?
What do you mean by the second part?
Because this is saying that once there is no longer a democratic forum to address the imposition, then it becomes okay to rebel. So you're saying, okay, fine, the fake elector scheme would have gotten rid of that democratic forum to address it, but what is even the imposition in the first place? Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. There's two points there. One, I don't know that there was a natural rights violation involved in that scheme. We could talk about that, but I don't know that there was. Two, it fundamentally was resolved by the democratic process, so it wasn't. I don't see what like. There's many critiques I have of that, but he did leave office.
So the threat failed. But the threat is still a threat.
Sure. So yeah, the people shouldn't rebel when there's like a transient issue. They should rebel when they no longer are able to govern by the.
Sorry,
scheme had worked. We're taking turns, but we got.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to be loose and let it go back if you want.
Are you asking the question if the scheme had worked and Trump had like appointed himself emperor, would the people be entitled to rebel?
Just that the fake elector scheme worked and Trump stayed in for another 4 years then.
Yeah, if that had worked, then yeah, I think probably.
How is trying to do that not a threat? You can say the threat failed. Not every threat is successful. A threat is just like a latent capacity for something to happen to you, right? If I point a gun at someone, it's still a threat even if I don't pull the trigger.
Okay, so for those of us on the right who were very critical of
Food Shop Trade? Oh, this time for Food Shop Trade for real? What's up? Thanks, Food Shop Trade. I appreciate it. Welcome in, people. Welcome in, people.
Of 2020 and have gone through this discussion.
Corey beat you guys here. Usually he's my canary in a coal mine is not the right term, but bellwether. Is that the right term?
Many times. What I want to point out is that there is a difference between like past and future. When you say he is a threat, I don't think that is a threat in 2024 in the next election. I think that was at the time I found that to be very problematic. It swayed my view, and it swayed my view in 2024. But the question we're asking today is he a threat? And I don't see how that would. I don't see how that past behavior would conduct a present threat for an election that he's not. He's never going to run an election again. What's the threat?
It's the same person.
Bro.
It's the same person. He's capable. He's capable of having that intent and acting.
Do you think he's going to run? Do you think he's going to run again?
No.
Okay. So then what's the threat?
He could do that to help J.D. Vance, for example, or whoever the nominee is for the Republicans in 2028. He might not, but the fact that he has even shown that he would consider something like that, that he would do something like that, how is the potential of him even deciding to do that? The fact that I wonder if Trump's going to do that or not, how is that not a threat?
Well, it's not a threat because he's not running again, and I don't think that he's going to do that for J.D. Vance. And also, they changed the law so that he can't.
It's not a threat because I don't think he's going to do that. Let's go. Let's go. The food shop's raid. So how many people do you plan to kill? Hey, there's not real people on it yet. Okay, it's testing. I think I fucked up the first part of it though, so now it's just totally fine. Now I fucked it all up.
That the vice president cannot do that, and also the Supreme Court has made it abundantly clear that they would strike it down if he tried. So I don't have I just don't view this as a particularly large concern going into the next election cycle. Now, as a matter of good faith, I do need to say that this was something that I was concerned about and have been very critical of, and has influenced my vote in past elections. And as a matter of good faith, I want to be open about that. But I don't see that as a threat going forward. No.
It seems like you're just saying you don't think he'll act on the threat, but his very presence in the Oval Office as president is a threat given his past conduct.
Every president could do that going
Only
forward.
Only one of them, to the best of my knowledge, has actually tried and revealed the intent.
But I have no reason to believe he will, because he will not run again.
Is there more reason to believe Trump would do it than like the average other president, given that he's tried it before?
In this circumstance, not particularly. No.
Not for the Republican nominee in 2028, really?
He's not going to run again. No,
I'm
he's
not
not going to do it.
I think he's too lazy to run again. That's not the question.
I do not.
20 years younger. It's a different question.
I do not think this is the case. And also, we never got to what the natural rights violation was.
And I said I'm happy to answer that, but I wanted to first clarify if you were conceding the second part of that, and then I would be happy to answer the first part.
Well, now I'm not sure exactly what you mean by conceding the second part. I think that I said that if the president entrenched himself in power in that way, I would view that as an existential threat. I don't know that the possibility that I guess it's the possibility that Trump might do such a thing, though we agree he will not run again, doesn't strike me as rising to that level.
Sure. So to answer your natural rights question now, when you ask me about natural rights, you're talking just broadly life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, or what specifically would you like me to list from when answering this?
Well, yeah. So natural rights are inalienable rights that precede
God.
So
I'm saying what rights do you believe that constitutes? So I can tell you which one would be violated.
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property would be the core ones.
Do you think there's an imposition on liberty when the democratic process is upended?
You think there's an imposition on liberty?
Oh no, he doesn't know. It's gonna be the problem is Brian's conception of liberty again. It's gonna be the very narrow sense of these terms where we'll say it's positive, which in some sense, given this definition of the term, this view like makes sense. But like, we'll say like it's possible for like a totally authoritarian government to entirely respect liberty, because actually like democracy and equality are not at all necessary for liberty. What matters is just the protection of these given natural rights to their own property. I think he would include free speech in there, but maybe not even that, but like some amount of autonomy, being treated as individuals, et cetera, et cetera. And he'll say democracy is only useful insofar as it serves a goal of essentially protecting those rights.
Yes. When the democratic process was upended,
yes.
It would depend what the government does.
Maybe like a scheme with fake electors that would change the result of a presidential election.
The structure of the government isn't the question. The question is what impositions the government puts on you.
Like overriding what the Electoral College has decided to be the presidency?
Let me put it this way. You could have a monarch who doesn't violate natural rights.
North Korea's democratic in the name. It's true.
What if all the people
it's historically unlikely.
Yeah, see? How'd I know? Yeah. It's historically unlikely, but you could have it, yeah.
It's historically unlikely.
What if all the people wanted that king to leave? Like all
if we still use liberal in the way Europe and Australia does?
He wouldn't let them expatriate, like they couldn't leave the country.
Me too, brother.
This sort of thing. Yeah, there are consent issues involved in there. But
is consent of the governed not part of the liberty angle here, or just a natural right in some regard?
No, consent of the government is part of it. But I guess my point is it would be the nature of the government that followed, not the nature of the voting process that would determine whether or not you're violating natural rights.
I'm not talking about the nature of the voting process. I'm talking about you have an election, the Electoral College has voted, you have a winner, they're said to be certified, and then you get a false slate of electors. Let's say Mike Pence says, yes, sir, I'll do whatever you want, and you have the fake electors. Trump, however he does it, ends up staying in power. How would that not be an imposition on liberty in some regard that under your own framework would justify overthrowing the government? And then if you think, okay, it would be, but it's not a threat because Trump's not running again, I feel like he's not going to want to do it, then all you're saying is the threat is there, I just don't think he's going to act on the threat, which is a different question.
Well, a latent threat exists in all presidential scenarios.
Oh my God, what a cop-out answer.
how likely something is to happen. And I'm making the same evaluation. I just think this is very unlikely to happen again, right? Because I don't think he's going to run again.
You don't think it's indicative of a certain style of government that he would even be willing to entertain that kind of theory? You don't think it's indicative of, like, if he is in certain circumstances, he is willing to go that far? Now, you're saying, okay, well, listen, the circumstances in 2028 are such that he just will choose not to do that. That's different than saying him doing it is not a threat. When he has shown the ability to do it, he could, if anything, he's way more empowered to do it now than he was last time.
All presidents have the same capacity to do this, yes?
Depends what you mean by that in terms of, in general, they
the same level of authority. They have the same
likelihood
powers.
that they would do it is just orders of magnitude different than
yeah,
Trump.
so what we're doing is an evaluation of likelihood.
Yes.
And I find it very unlikely, which is why I'm saying it's not a threat that I'm concerned about.
Is it substantially more likely than other presidents, at least, right? Given how Al Gore behaved when he lost, given how basically every other fucking president behaved, at least post-Hayes election, behaved when they lost. Isn't it just like substantially more likely Trump will do it? Even given how Nixon, but people use the Nixon example all the time, but even given how Nixon behaved when he lost, like, the fact that he was, he didn't count the electors that were awarded to him, even though they were eventually certified, like,
in the next election
for Hawaii.
Because I find it very unlikely. And that's all we're disagreeing about at this point. We're going back and forth quite a bit. But broadening us back out for a second, in your opening,
Was that a no then on that question?
Well, hold on. I'm now asking you a question. In your opening, you conceded that all the stuff that Trump has done is dwarfed in terms of like scope of horror by things previous presidents have done.
Oh my God. Yes, he said there are different ways to define America. In some senses, there are going to be, you know, presidents who pose like bigger threats with regards to just like the physical well-being of people or whatever. I think there are other standards he appealed to in the opening or whatever. But with respect to the constitutional status quo, Trump is a unique threat to that.
The human cost, yeah. More people have been affected.
And notice what he's indexing it to there. Like I said, the human cost.
By American war crimes and, you know, even domestically encroachments on liberty and whatever else. Yeah.
Yeah. So to the extent that we're talking about whether Trump is a uniquely existential threat to America, people are entitled to compare him to previous administrations and threats.
He's indexing it to different things
that they have posed to America when deciding if they find him uniquely existentially problematic in such a way. And I think you've been implying that they ought reject him and his party in all its forms, which seems to be what you're saying.
What is the question?
How can you talk about Trump's sexist when there's literally had slavery going down in the 19th century?
Are you saying that Trump is such a
There's literally fucking genocide in Gaza right now.
Uniquely existential threat that, like, someone like me, for example, who prefers the justices he appoints, who prefers his domestic policy, who prefers his foreign policy, who does not think he's going to commit these actions in the next election cycle, who generally finds that the course of government under him better aligns with American values than the alternative, and was willing to not vote for him regardless because of this threat that I thought was real at that time, but is no longer something that I'm as concerned about.
By the way, I think that alone, I understand Ryan has a different standard. This maybe is why he doesn't view it that way, but that alone sounds like basically a fucking concession to me. Despite preferring Trump on all these categories, by nature of a unique thing about him, I was not willing to vote for him. That's a fucking concession. That's basically a fucking concession. If you index... There's an awesome face Adam's making, by the way. If you index unique threat in the way Adam has been clear about indexing it to, then it seems like Ryan saying that would be a concession that it is a unique threat with respect to the current constitutional status quo.
You saying that I should abandon the right? Like, what are you saying that here? Like, you seem to be saying this is an existential threat of such a magnitude and significance that it should be treated.
Would he change his mind after the election? Oh, did he? I thought he said he still wouldn't vote for Trump. What's Destiny showing out about this when it is 1-1 Destiny's take about Charlie Kirk's death? Well, presumably because there are people who he views it as acceptable to celebrate, or not celebrate, but to joke about the death as, but not other people, not everyone. God, I forgot Microsoft Edge as being cringe and gay and stupid. Oops. Trash Libs just now figuring out that Islamists have been gaming them. Topics of kicks. Medison's take on Charlie Hebdo's terrorist attack. Let's be clear, I agree there's no justification whatsoever for gunning down journalists or cartoonists. I disagree with your seeming view that the right to offend comes with no corresponding responsibility, and I do not believe that a right to offend automatically translates into a duty to offend. Sorry, this is boring, but for those of you who haven't heard, this is taken 2015 Charlie Hebdo attack. He's what I gotta say. I don't see him. I mean, I don't see Destiny going out about this, first of all, but what am I supposed to take away from this? Presumably the standard by which Destiny finds it, like, I don't know what term you want to use, because I don't think either Mehdi Hassan or I don't think Mehdi Hassan is celebrating the death of the guy in that comment, and I don't think Destiny celebrates the death of Charlie Kirk. So I don't know what term you want to use, but presumably there's just a standard by which Destiny finds it acceptable to do that to Charlie Kirk and not other people, and I'm not sure exactly what he would say it is, but I don't think it's like you can disagree with whatever standard he has, but clearly it's just like not intrinsically innately hypocritical to have or to treat different people differently based on whatever like index you want to, whatever you want to index it to, whatever standard you want to compare them to.
That you have admitted were worse.
Well, my fundamental claim is not a prescriptive.
By the way, guys, exclamation point Discord in the chat. Make sure to join the non-fun Discord server to talk to cool people like me and some non-fun fans, and to send me links into stream chat. All the emotes are free in the Discord thing, and the stream chat shows up on stream. So if you want to, you can. I added this new emote, Frank Hart. You can send it. It's only on Twitch and Discord. I gotta add it to YouTube and Kick still, but all these wonderful emotes for free. We got a Conaboy and a Conaboy Tanky. Got Paul Krugman. Got Total Knock on W. It's pretty cool.
Well, and again, it's a descriptive question which defines America in a specific way, which you already conceded would also be one way to define America, and says that Trump represents a threat to that. As to what you specifically, Ryan, should do, I would say probably shouldn't vote for Republicans until it's been demagnified. That's, again, me as a person, not in regards to this prompt. So again, it seems like you want to talk about everything and anything except a very narrow and specific way in which I've addressed and defined in this prompt multiple times.
Well, the reason that I keep talking about this value system is because, and that's
the fundamental disagreement.
Speech, and I suspected this is where we were going to get at loggerheads, and I do think it's the more interesting part, so I'm okay with that. Like, when I view Trump, I view him as somebody groping in the dark, smashing plates, looking for the light switch. I agree that there are some plates being smashed, but I really want the light to get turned back on. And my problem is that when I talk to people, and I understand that you have a personal identity in terms of your progressiveness, when I use the word progressive, I'm talking about the American progressive tradition. When I talk to people who support the American progressive tradition and the progressive status quo, they constantly make it seem as if we are entitled to keep the lights off because we turned them off. So that's a good thing. And when you guys are groping in the dark trying to turn the light switch back on, you guys are the existential threat, not us for turning the lights off in the first place. And that is, I think, the shift. That's the world views that are conflicting here.
So you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I really hope I misunderstood what you just said. You're saying that Trump is basically this, very stupid borderline infant who is blindly just groping around, but he is driven by this like deep core commitment to like reinstating the founding like ethos of America and America's core moral proposition, and he just doesn't know how to do it. But he's swinging around wildly, he's hitting light switches, he's breaking plates. Number one, you're saying that he's fucking stupid, and then number two,
I don't think Ryan would say Trump knows how to do it. I think he should just say Trump is by nature of other things doing it. Like I said. For Food Shelf viewers, okay, Adam called in earlier, and I told him about the debate about the American moral proposition that me and Pisco had with Ryan and Gen Z Attorney. I think it is. I think that debate is enlightening with respect to this, because I think it is just true that it seems like by nature of him thinking the American moral proposition is objectively and is only this like pretty narrow view of natural rights and objective morality, that he weights things in, I think, just insane ways. Like, by nature of the fact that natural law requires you to treat people as individuals, and DEI fails to treat people as individuals and instead group people into groups people into groups. Therefore, it is like fundamentally immoral and fundamentally anti-American. And again, awfully convenient that these two things perfectly aligned, that he happens to be born in the country, that happen to be founded on the correct moral view. But whatever. So he weights DI and things of that nature a lot more than just like the fake electoral scheme, because there's just like no equivalent way in which that infringes on natural rights, or some of the abuses of the executive power, some of the political corruption, yada, yada, yada.
Regardless of that, he's stupid, but he's still this like character who's like
no, I'm saying that he intuitively, and I don't think that he's like a philosopher. I don't think that he's going to articulate the way I'm articulating it. But I think that a lot of Americans, just as Thomas gave a great speech about this recently at the University of Texas, he said like Americans are less read in philosophy, but have philosophy deeper in our bones than any other people. I think that Trump intuitively goes in this direction, though I don't think he would be able to articulate it. And the point that I'm making is that for us on the right, when we look at something, for example, like the DEI, affirmative action, and we see Trump combating that, we see him attacking something that we view as a fundamental threat to the American value system.
I fucking pre-watched this shit, bro. I'm telling you, I pre-watched it. Jesus Christ.
We see Trump combating living constitutionalism and the gross excesses of the court where they were grabbing power and changing the country willy-nilly. We see that as a restoration of the American value system. When we see the oceans of immigrants coming in against the will of the people, and that being...
well, what are you against the will of the people? Who gives a fuck? What? You're not entitled to treat people as... First, I thought democracy didn't matter. I thought that wasn't intrinsically important. You could have a just government that isn't democratic. Okay, why does it matter if it's against the will of the people? Secondly, aren't you treating people in groups in that respect, like citizen versus non-citizen? That's all just like a... I don't want to use socially constructed. I feel like that makes people's brain explode, but that's all just like by convention. There's no like... Actually, Ryan might have this view or whatever, but like there's no like objective sense in which someone is like not an American in at least like a legal set. You can just pass a law saying that we have open borders and everyone is an American citizen, right? That would not be like unconstitutional. There's no like, even in the Constitution, doesn't lay out anything for citizenship other than just like Congress shall have the right to make a uniform process of naturalization. And naturalization, by the way, is different than immigration, because immigration is not naturalization. Immigration oftentimes is just taken to mean moving to a country from some other country. Even if you don't become a citizen there are immigrants to Qatar, like Indian immigrants to Qatar, that are still like immigrants, even though they never get naturalized. They are like there on a fucking lease. They're there for like a 5-year term in Qatar or whatever. By what right do the people, quote unquote, in America have to restrict the movement of other people who presumably, I would hope Ryan would agree, these other people are equally entitled to the same fundamental natural rights?
We view that as a restoration of the social compact. So these things...
of what social compact? We had open borders until like the 1860s, 1870s is when the Chinese Exclusion Acts were passed. And even then, like more liberal immigration policy than we had now up until the 1920s, the Progressive era.
Matter to us. And from our perspective, we are very glad that somebody's groping for the light switch, because candidly, previous conservative presidents didn't reach for the switch at all. They merely hit pause on the progressive agenda. Trump seems to be the only one, for whatever reason, who's actually rolling any of this shit back.
So you're saying that, okay, there are these certain values...
And passports on law. I think there are, for the purpose of the argument I was making, I don't think it's actually necessary to comment on like that aspect of it. I understand there are allegations of that happening. I've never looked too deep into it. It is my understanding it is probably the case that like there are cases of companies like stealing the passports from Qatari immigrants and not letting them go home or whatever. But overall, I think it seems to be the case that like it is just like massively beneficial for the immigrants in Qatar to live and work in Qatar and earn a lot more money and send money home, and like it is just like good to do that for them. Does anyone ever ask these guys what defines open borders from not open borders? I'm sure it's been asked before. I want to know on Ryan's view why shouldn't we have open borders? I don't get it. I think from like a consequentialist view, it makes sense to have not open borders. You can say like, I just think the consequences of having open borders would be, would be bad. So to the extent it, like, in some sense restricts the rights of non-immigrants, it's made up for by the fact that, like, whatever benefits you want to say, like it keeps the culture intact, or, it keeps jobs. Obviously, I don't think immigrants actually steal jobs or anything, but, you could appeal to that if it was the case that immigrants stole all the fucking jobs, lowered all the fucking wages. You could appeal to that, but I don't get under his view what stops it from having open borders. At bare minimum, I mean, maybe not, because this view of the American moral prospect is so narrow, but, like, at bare minimum, can't we have, like, open borders with Europe? They're all fucking, like, liberals too. They're not, like, bringing some weird Islamic extremism that you might appeal to with other people, but
even know they're there, but they're just deep in his bones, and they are these sort of anti-progressive values that want to return America to a more rejection of the way that progressives have maybe subverted what America is truly supposed to be. Sure. Is that a function of him having some, like, deep ethos in his bones, or him, like, trying to win elections and appeal to the outrage machine on the right? Because if I remember correctly, in 2016, this guy...
We're a nation of settlers, not immigrants.
Trans people can use whatever bathroom they want to use, and holding, like, a rainbow flag at his rally. So
don't worry of trans people.
Lightning bolt and these values appeared in his bones, or he knows that conservatives are in a state of total war against progressives. They think these, like, existential social issues, and he caters to that and plays to that to ensure his base stays loyal and thinks he's fighting for them.
Like you said earlier, we are all wont to try to read his mind, and I'm on the outside looking in like anybody else. But what I can tell you is his aim is in the right direction a suspicious amount of the time for somebody who's just getting lucky. His Supreme Court picks have been outrageously good. His border policy has been uniquely effective. The way that he's rolled back DEI affirmative action has been uniquely effective and contradicts, by the way, exactly what the Biden administration was doing almost beat for beat, where the Biden administration was fighting not only to maintain affirmative action, but to instill race quotas in other parts of the government. And for somebody who thinks that, for example, race quotas are a bad thing, it bothers me that we had a progressive president, in my definition of progressive, who was using race quotas to further his vision, was pushing equity, which in practice always seems to mean those quotas down the line. So yeah, we're pretty happy that these things are being changed. And because of that, we view him differently than the people who are unhappy that these things are being changed are. And ultimately, the 2020 stuff always seems to me the same way. It's a bunch of progressives saying, wouldn't you like to give us another chance at this? But for those of you who are in my position, and just to give you the history, and I know I've been talking for a long time, so I'll try to be brief. I voted for Biden. I gave Biden that chance. My thought process back then was, I think that maybe he'll be a centrist and he'll be the adult in the room. And then he went further left than any president in modern history. So I'm not particularly interested in handing over more power to the progressives who have been damaging the American philosophic institution and values that I care about merely because of this one thing that happened in the past that I have condemned, but is not likely to reoccur.
So we agree descriptively that Trump is taking...
I want to know. Gun to the head for Ryan. Brian Kaplan as president, or maybe not Joe Biden, but like some progressive, some like not insanely progressive Democrat, but in his view, progressive Democrat.
Action that appeals massively to the American right in pushing back against progressive social norms and changes in our government. And by the way, hot take of mine is someone on the left. I think the affirmative action case.
What race quotas, whatever. I mean, there were plenty of like quotas allowed in public colleges for race stuff, and plenty of DI initiatives. I don't know off the top of my head if there were any quotas in like executive agencies, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were.
Since I read it, was correctly decided. So we agree Trump is doing things that appeal to the right. Why do you think he's doing that? And we don't have to mind read him. Like, people say words, and even in court cases, you can infer intent. We can't literally read anyone's mind ever, but we can make reasonable assumptions about why people are doing things. Is Trump doing that because he wants to revive the American spirit, or because he knows the right is obsessed with these topics, and that's how he maintains a political...
No, he's
giving them red meat.
He's doing it for the same reason that I ended up shifting from the left to the right as a... When I started doing content, I was doing a centrist thing. I was already post-left. And then I ended up shifting to the right. And the reason was I took the temperature of like, where do people share these values? Who cares about the values in the Declaration? Where am I going to find people who actually give a shit about what America is and is supposed to be? And the answer was the right. So yeah, he's doing things that appeal to the right because the right share these values. And sadly, the left does not. If the left did, I'd still be on it.
Alternative theory, maybe Trump gives red meat to the right because he knows they care so much about these issues, they will hop on a debate panel and say stuff like Trump is allowed to defy courts, and I don't think him trying to subvert democracy is a real threat. He knows that if he gives a substantial portion of the country enough red meat, then he has a built-in base of support that is going to allow him to act in an extremely illiberal, unconstitutional way because he's fighting the evil progressives.
Well, see, that's how I said in the opening, that's how the carpet gets rolled up behind you, right?
Okay.
Trump is rebelling against status quos instilled by the progressives, and then when he rebels against those status quos, the progressives say, my God, what an existential threat to America this guy is, as if they weren't the ones who changed America and that he's reacting to that and that we're reacting to that. And then they say, oh my God, how could you countenance this uniquely existential threat?
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Existential threat with respect to what? What did Adam index it to?
They are the ones who precipitated the action. If this is the great moral inversion, the progressives blame the right for their revolution and then say, oh my God, why are you doing this to the country?
Okay, James, I think a cool next debate would be Ryan Mullally versus the progressives, and then we can unroll the carpet or something. I don't know. I understand you have this point you really want to make about how progressives are like subversive and they want to kill everyone, not kill everyone, but destroy everything. And it seems like you're so obsessed with that point that you've just refused to engage with like virtually everything else I've said. So it doesn't really matter what I say. I'm going to get the same response from you.
The issue here is that we fundamentally have a different value system. That being clear in this conversation has been clear in the way you've reacted to what I've said. And the value system difference is why we evaluate Trump differently primarily. And what I'm trying to explain to you, and I'm hoping this debate articulates to people who listen to it, is that the reason that people on the right treat Trump differently is not merely about political expediency. I'm not going to say it's not for all of them. I'm sure there are some people who are just into political expediency, but there actually is a philosophic tradition. There actually is a value system that makes him the better choice. And when what the left tends to do in most of my conversations, including this one, though you seem like a nice enough guy, is they say, oh my God, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. But then it's like, well, what's going to happen if you guys get in power? And they're like, well, we're going to keep doing all the stuff you despise. We're going to do it harder. We're going to do it more.
So that was our hour there for open dialogue back and forth. I appreciate you both with how much back and forth you guys allowed with each other. I don't think it was too bad.
Just wanted to add.
No, yeah, I mean, look, I think we disagree completely, but I don't think this was like a blood sporty debate. I've been in blood sporty debates. I don't think this was one.
No, this was very chill. You guys got to make your points for the most part every time. I don't think no one was just left completely not able to make a point. But I do want to say, chat, we will ask some questions if you get them into the chat right now. If either of you gentlemen would like to take a water or restroom break, you're welcome to do that.
I want to use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. We'll just cut to the intro or the ad screen here for about a minute or two, and then we'll be back when both debaters are ready to go. So you guys get some super chats in. Get some.
All right. I think I'm going to watch that part of it. At least not. I'm not going to do it on stream. I'll probably keep watching it off stream, but. 3 a.m. where I am, folks. 3:35. Okay. I don't have work tomorrow, so I should. I'll probably stream. I can't promise it though, because I might be hanging out with my friend. So I don't know for certain yet, but probably I'll stream tomorrow. Yeah. Everyone make sure to like, subscribe, share, join Discord, follow Twitch, Kick, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Rumble, DLive, Blue Sky, all that stuff. But I love streaming. I'm sorry I haven't been doing it as much just because I've been busy with school and work and such. But yeah, we'll keep fighting to get MySpace. I should make a MySpace. OnlyFans, make sure to follow that, guys. OnlyFans.com/Nalfon. Is indeed a thing. There's nothing on there, though. Yeah, okay. I'll call it a fucking cadence stream one of these days, okay? I usually work in these streams still. He's not responding to my DMs, but I can just call into a stream and talk to him about socials and stuff. Once again, call out to the people in that the DSA panel that Dylan Burns is setting up. Okay, Soypill, Pisco, Straighterade, Kinakin, Jordan, as well as Shrimp, as well as I think that was it for the people I did. Okay, I'll debate them about the merits of healthcare, single payer healthcare. Okay, I favor private healthcare as opposed to a public option of single payer. I'll debate them with regards to the merits of capitalism versus socialism generally, or social democracy versus capitalism generally. I'll debate them with regards to the merits about labor market regulations, like strong union protections, like those Biden supported and Democrats for the left supported, as well as I don't know, antitrust stuff, I guess, stuff of that nature. Okay, as opposed to the cringe, random political DSA slop. Okay, don't care about that. We're going to be citing papers. We're going to be reading David Splinter. Okay. Oh, inequality, wealth and income inequality and its effects. I don't think it has grown markedly, and I don't think that it has particularly damaging effects. I think the evidence of that is pretty weak. In a general sense, there are plenty of specific instances you can find of rich people affecting political outcomes in a negative way, but there are plenty of examples of the general voting bloc, I think, doing that as well. So, yeah, that's that. Speaking of which, head over to Kid Not Kin on YouTube. Probably we'll stream in tomorrow, and we'll keep fighting the good fight, talking to conservative people, talking to socialist people, doing all that jazz. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Like, comment, subscribe.